Oh, okay.
Buttons!
All right. Hello there, world. Dr. Dino and crew here in Alabama or whatever the hell he says. I've had to watch too much Kenthoven this week. Like,
Oh
Oh,
no.
way too
oh, I
much
see.
Kenthoven.
Yeah,
Yeah.
prepping for that debate.
Yeah, it's pain. I've had to restart my presentation like twice. Because I want to be correct when I assert things.
Yeah. When is that debate again?
This Thursday at 8 Eastern? 8 p.m. Eastern, yeah. Anyway, it's me, Doc, tonight. We got Mark, and we got Ember.
Woo!
Beamsy will be along later. We'll have to see. Oof. And tonight, we have an interesting topic. We shall once more be venturing into the cesspit that is AiG.
Hmm. And I've just started my broadcast, so I'm going to have to do a thumbnail during it, which is who will be focusing AIG. So is it anyone
Yep.
particular in AIG or just AIG in general?
Um, Terry Mortensen?
Terry
Ah, Dr.
Mortensen. Not
Terry.
is that another doctor like Dr. Hovind, like a faux
If
doctor?
I
I got
remember
no idea.
correctly, he has an actual PhD.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's in. It's been a while since I covered him, but he's either a biologist or an
It
anthropologist or
says
something.
PhD in history of geology,
There we go.
and has been
History of
lecturing since
geology?
the 1970s.
Uh
So he is a doctor like
what
Hovind. Well, okay, slightly more credible,
See
hypothetically.
what the hell's his name again?
Terry Mortensen?
Harry Mortensen. Yeah, he
Mortensen.
comes up. He's on the AIG payroll, definitely.
Grew up in
It's,
Minnesota. Campus Crusade for Christ for 24 years before joining the AIG staff. Welp.
yeah, apparently, yeah, scientist, hypothetically.
It it says his PhD is in history of
History.
geology. That's
History
weird.
of yeah, so it's a
Yeah,
history degree, presumably.
like history of this, like the history of the study of geology or the history of the Earth. Like,
Okay, so something makes me suspicious that they're not giving where he got his PhD, which is weird. I mean, he
let's see,
said
does it
that he
say here?
graduated from University of Minnesota. I get that, right?
Doesn't say
Um,
in here.
sorry.
Oh, I was just
Well,
seeing
I'm
if it
just
said
looking
in
at
the
his.
description. It did not.
Well, I'm just looking at his
Aha.
bio on
Found it.
AIG, right?
University of Coventry in England. And Masters of Divinity from Trinity Evangelical Divinity School in Chicago. But yeah, the PhD in History of
Uh,
Geology, University of
I,
Coventry. Now I got to look that one up.
you could call me biased, but the names of those colleges don't give me much hope that they're
Oh,
accredited.
Coventry University. Okay.
Yeah, because usually when they do have a prestigious diploma, they show it off. Like Danny Faulkner, he's like, "Oh, I went to MIT. I know my shit," you know.
Hmm.
It says it's a public university.
Yeah, that's fine. It's England. Yeah,
Hmm.
of course,
Hmm.
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay. I, I guess I got Coventry mixed up with like Covenant or something.
Maybe England
Maybe.
is an interesting place. It's weird that he went all the way to England for his PhD, and of course, history of geology may be one of those rare, not well done, but rare degrees that you can only get in like very select, very few schools. Because like, what even does that mean?
I mean,
Yeah, history of
in
geology.
geology and paleontology, stuff like that, it's all about just where you get accepted. Like, you apply all over the world, and wherever it takes you, you go. Like, Erica Gutzik Gibbon, she got her master's in England, I think.
Yeah, it's not that unusual.
Yeah, it's just a hop across the pond.
Yeah, no big deal. It's just an ocean. It's fine.
Well, at any rate, tonight's topic is interesting. The grand illusion of evolutionary theory, focusing on human evolution, which I don't know, it's a topic I'm currently somewhat interested in.
You mean
Okay.
human illusion?
Well,
Hmm.
number one, why are you having a geologist speak on evolution for a start? Not that he's a geologist; he's a historian of geology. But okay, that's sort of splitting hairs. But why is this person at all giving any kind of information about evolution?
Might be
I,
he
This
I
is
was
what
mean,
busy.
AIG.
so
Sorry.
the fields are semi-related, considering evolution takes place through geologic time. And there's,
Yeah.
at least in paleontology, there's two routes you can go. You can either go the biology side or the geology side. So he could be qualified to speak on the geology side of things, but this whole presentation is about the biology side. So,
Right. And that's what Answers in Genesis do all the time, and it drives me crazy. They basically get geologists to speak on biology. They get physicists to speak on, stuff like geology kind of thing. It's really weird. It's very, very strange.
I mean, yeah.
It's easier to play argument from ignorance when it's not your own field.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah, sounds about
much.
right. Well, it's an hour-long presentation. Might not get through all of it tonight, so might
Yeah,
as
well,
well try
if
to
I
cut down on time for a part two.
right, if I remember Dr. Terry correctly, you're gonna want to speed him up a bit.
Let's try 1.5, see how terrible that is, and begin.
We're talking about ape men, Adam, and the gospel. How many of you have ever seen that picture before?
March of
Yeah,
Progress. Erica's
Yep.
favorite thing to
Yep.
tear her hair out about.
Oh, yeah. For anyone not in the know, this is a massive simplification of the evolutionary process. As far as you could do worse, but it gives people a false impression of how evolution works.
Well, the worst part about it, in my humble opinion, is that it's misleading because it creates that impression that humanity is the pinnacle, is the purpose of evolution. Now that we're here, everything stops. Everything else is lesser because it was just a step to get here. And that's
Yep.
very much not what's going on.
And plus, it
Yeah.
gives the idea that these were the evolutionary steps kind of thing, whereas in reality, every single generation had a step kind of. Do you get what I mean? Like, it sort of gives the impression that, hey, this one gave birth to this one, and then this one got, that isn't what they're saying at all. But
Your grandmother
kind
was a
It's not a
monkey.
set of steps so much as a inclined pavement. Ramp. That's what ramp. Wow.
yeah.
Need good English.
The evolutionists love to use this picture to convince us that we evolved from some ape-like creature over millions of years. And it's being very effective. In 2017, Gallup poll did a survey of Americans to find out their views on human origins. And they discovered that 38% hold to the biblical view, down from 47% in the past. Another 38% hold to theistic evolution.
Yay, let's keep those numbers plummeting, please.
Well, 2070, under any kind of model that they've made, Christianity will not, even in the most sort of optimistic model for the Christians, Christianity will not have a majority by then. They just won't.
Nope.
Yep. Ken Ham himself uses the same graph to incite panic. We need to spread the word of the Bible in the schools because we're losing.
Basically, yeah, they're absolute, and plus, that's the most conservative estimate if they absolutely do everything right. It's kind of so. Statisticians basically are saying it's inevitable unless something drastically changes. Of course, nobody knows the future, but even under the most optimistic model for the Christians, they're still going to lose the majority, and that scares the living bejesus out of them.
Yeah.
So to speak.
I don't know why.
That is that we did evolve from.
Oh, sorry.
I really don't know why that scares them so much. I mean, we've been living with Christians, being the majority for ages, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, it'll be the first time they're the minority in 2 millennia, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which might be a little overdue in my opinion, but
From ape-like creatures, but God was mysteriously guiding the process behind the scenes. And then another 19% hold to an atheist view, which says God didn't have anything to do with it because there is no God. So I did the simple math and found that 57% of Americans believe that we evolved from an ape-like creature. Well, is that really sound thinking? I want to begin.
That number is way too low. Like, way too low.
Yeah, I think you forgot how to math, sir. What's 39% times, or 38% times 2? 76?
Well, some people might say I don't know. Like, some people might say I don't know, and then they wouldn't be considered in either category.
Yeah, there's some data manipulation because he's not using the same graph. He's talking about a separate point,
Right.
Oh yeah, like, you got to check this. These don't add up to 100%. That's a bad graph right there.
That happens a lot with surveys when they'll exclude data anomalies, people who check multiple boxes, or people who check no opinion. They just get removed.
Yeah.
So that's one of the ways you can check that it actually is valid data. But seeing it comes from Gallup helps a lot. If it weren't sourced, if it were just AiG presenting it, I wouldn't give it any weight at all.
Yeah, so that's 76. Yeah, so it's still within range. Probably the rest are just no ideas kind of thing, like people that just
but I feel you should still have an other category. Just my
depends what
completionist scientist heart cries.
Well, it depends what they were trying to model.
Yeah, like there's a non-zero proportion who think that humans were genetically modified from apes by aliens, and they're not on the graph either.
Oh, don't remind me of Captain Obvious.
Oh, really?
Or was it I don't remember if it was Captain Obvious or not. It was a dumpster fire.
Okay.
That sounds fun.
Like creature. Well, is that really sound thinking? I want to begin by answering another question or letting someone else answer it. It's a short video that it's actually a trailer that ran in the Natural History Museum in London for a number of years. And it features Sir David Attenborough, who is the voice of science for the BBC. So listen to him as he answers the question, who do you think you really are?
Also, just really quick, hearing them say ape-like ancestor always bugs me. No, we're specific about it. Ape. It would have been an ape, since humans are still apes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, apes are also ape-like. They're the most ape-like, in fact.
Sure, it's a car-like car.
Yes. This car is shockingly car-like.
It is a canine-like dog. Like, worthless. Just say it. Just say it. That said, I don't know if this is copyrighted.
It doesn't matter. It's under fair use.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing fair use. So
I was just thinking it's meta that we're reviewing an AiG video that in turn is reviewing.
Yeah, which is fine. Like, so fair use means that the intention of the product is different than the original thing, which it certainly is. So reviews, criticisms, critiques, things like that are absolutely protected under fair use. So as long as the main content is not the video itself, and we are in fact the main content is our opinions on it, then it's protected under fair use.
Okay. I'll just say I hope so.
Yes, absolutely.
Because YouTube is often unfair.
Well, that's the thing. What the law says and what the bots do aren't the same thing. But if you do get a strike, you can appeal it and explain why, and then usually the strike will go away.
And it can't hurt to include a fair use disclaimer if you are doing review content. So I'd include one on all my content just to say, hey, I can't even remember what it says, but it basically just says that fair use is an exception to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act and permits the use of things that would ordinarily be illegal under the Act, kind of thing. And that's just the way that it works. Like, so if you review someone's content, then they cannot claim a copyright strike for you.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, on the bright side, we get to enjoy listening to David Attenborough for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's probably a good idea to interrupt it with commentary every now and again. But
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm going to take you on a journey to discover who you really are and where you came from. But you're not just going to sit there listening to me. You're going to be part of the experience, and you'll be able to examine some of the evidence for evolution along the way.
That's
So
a
why
much
is-
better
why is he reviewing-
interactive thing than what AIG has going on.
Why is he reviewing David Attenborough anyway? Isn't that really old? Is it a really old thing or something?
I think it's to just show what evolutionists believe. Like,
Evolutionists. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
yeah. And also, like, sorry, he just started talking, and I was reminded, oh yeah, David Attenborough talks at a normal person's speed. He actually sounds fast in this.
I love David Attenborough. He's such an awesome guy.
He's got the wholesome.
Rip a David Attenborough. Oh, so
Or
disorganized.
Richard, his brother.
Oh, this is
David
Richard
Attenborough's
Attenborough?
still alive, as far as I know. Yeah, Richard Attenborough played John Hammond in Jurassic Park.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yes,
They
he
are
did.
brothers.
Yeah, they were, but I thought David Attenborough died.
If he has, I have not heard it.
I thought he did.
He is presently 97 years old.
Yeah, he's
Damn,
alive.
All right.
Yeah, it is Richard Attenborough. Sir Richard Attenborough. And Sir David Attenborough, too, technically.
Yeah, and they have a third Olsen sister named Robert Attenborough. They also have two
Oh.
sisters, but I mean, like, it's just amusing
I
that there's
never heard
another brother that nobody's ever heard of. He is a senior lecturer in bioanthropology at the School of Archaeology and Anthropology at the Australian National University in Canberra.
Huh.
Yeah, so he's hanging out. Aren't all the Attenboroughs from Australia?
I don't think so. I
I-
thought that was from England.
I thought
No,
so
I'm
pretty
too.
well.
No, I'm pretty sure they're from England, because I remember in a documentary, at least David Attenborough talking about, like, hunting for fossils in the English countryside when he was a kid.
Yeah. That's most interesting. That the lost Attenborough brother is hanging out in Mark's territory these days.
I mean, I have an
Got the
uncle who's
pit
in
beetle.
Australia. It happens.
If you have a look at your screens now, you can rotate the modern human skull, and you'll see the domed forehead, the small face, the small front teeth, and on the lower jaw, the chin.
Yep.
If you keep looking through your
It's an odd ape skull.
Sounds vaguely
Very
insulting.
definitively.
screen, you will see
Roundhead,
Australopithecus
smart-faced.
afarensis, an extinct hominid who lived about 3 million years ago.
Deep sea anglers live at a depth in the ocean below 1,000 meters where there's no light, so they're living in total darkness.
It was our fishy ancestors that first developed some of our most fundamental features, our skeleton, jaws, and 4 limbs.
Hold up your screen and look through it one last time. You'll see the tree that represents.
Okay, no joke. This seems like a really cool thing.
Yeah.
Well, people are
Simon
asking
says,
which
if
stream
God made
might
us
be
from
best.
dust, if God made us
Uh,
from dust, how come there is dust still around?
Who can
Wow.
say? But currently, well, actually, Ember and Mark are basically tied for the most people. So if you want to talk with most people, feel free to hop over there.
No, it's fine.
It's okay.
It's
I,
fine.
No,
Whoever-
I
it's
don't
fine.
need a ton of views. I'm okay.
I pinned a thing to say to direct people to your stream. They can feel free
Yeah.
to hang out in my stream if you want to,
That's a good idea.
but also come subscribe to Doc Dino, because This is where lots of anti-creationist content lives.
Well,
Yeah, that's
building
pretty
slowly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here,
It's
how about we
trippy,
just
though,
add
trying
a
to
fourth
figure
channel
out.
as a chat channel?
Yeah, let's raid Dino today. How about that? Let's
no.
raid.
Oh no, Mark's about to go a Viking.
I am very white, I got to admit.
Represents all of life, past and present. We started this film with a question. Who do you think you are? And we can end it with an answer. You are, undoubtedly, like every other living thing on Earth, a member of one single family of life,
Hey,
descended from a common ancestor living thousands of millions of years ago.
Yeah,
There you have it.
pretty basic.
Yep.
But
There
yeah.
we have it. So
God, man,
it's-
Americans, why do we have Brits? I don't.
Yeah?
that is asking the real questions.
Yep.
That is the counter to when they ask if we're
Rubrics.
monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
Oh
Long time
yeah,
no
yeah.
see, Rubik.
Somebody posted earlier if we were it was Simos's. God made us from dust. Why is there still dust?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's as his counter on that one.
Yeah, but like it. Yeah, the British
do
are
you think
still
I
there, even though we have Americans and Hong Kong and Australians. Like,
Do you think I should premiere my new intro on the end of the stream for the segment that I'm going to do?
yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'm asking if you think
Thank you, it's a Rubik's. I have a short on Deinonychus on my channel if you want to check that out later.
Your great grandfather is a little tiny bacterium. Popped into existence in the primordial oceans about 3.5 billion years ago.
Let's
further back
bring
than that,
out the
mate.
straw men.
Bit further back than that, mate.
Yeah, like you need a few more grades.
Tiny bit simplified there.
Mm-hmm.
Just missing a few trillion steps.
Now that's
According
an
to
interesting
the majority of
question.
scientists. And in that video, you saw the evolution tree of life. It was represented by those blue laser beams, where each of the branches represents different kinds of plants, animals, and people, all descended from a common ancestor. In contrast to that, we have the creation forest of life, based on what the Bible says about origins. And each of the trees is a different kind of creature. So one of those trees is the dog kind, one is the elephant kind, one is the chicken kind, one is mankind, and the branches simply represent variation within the kind. And so one of the branches on the evolutionary tree is the branch of hominid evolution. And the evolutionists believe that all of the chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, modern man, all of us, as well as Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, Homo...
Orangutan, sir. Orangutan.
Yeah.
He goes on and on about kind, and it's the pronunciation of orangutan that you get upset about.
Look, I wouldn't be a fan of Guts Gibbon if I didn't point that out.
Yeah, fair.
Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, Australopithecines, these are all descended from a common ancestor, an ape-like creature. In contrast, creationists who have looked into this think that the orangutan is probably one kind of an ape, chimps and gorillas and maybe Australopithecines are another kind of ape, but mankind would include all of us as well as Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, Homo erectus, Homo ergaster. Those are all true humans descended from Adam and Eve. So two different views for the origin and history of mankind and ape-like creatures. Now, it's important to understand that everybody has the same data. They have the same evidence. They have the same fossils, the same DNA, the same living creatures to study. Doesn't matter whether they're evolutionists or creationists, they have the same evidence to study. But the question is, which of those views fits the facts? And I want to begin by showing you something of what the evolutionists have to say, and then we're going to look at what the Bible has
Bad
to say.
news for you, buddy.
Oh boy. This is not going to end well.
Got bad
Well-
news for you, buddy.
Would you believe me if I said it's all downhill from here and we started
I-
off?
I would believe you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I
Now, one of
wouldn't
the
actually
first
believe you.
creatures on the evolutionary tree leading to man is Australopithecus. Australo meaning southern, Pithecus meaning ape. So these are the southern apes, and much of the evidence for the Australopithecines has come from East Africa, particularly Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania. And the most famous Australopithecine is Lucy. How many of you have ever heard of Lucy? Yeah, Lucy is more famous today than Eve. Donald Jones.
Yeah,
and
because you guys keep talking about it.
Well, it's only famous because it was the first found. It was the first Australopithecine found, and that's why it was such a big deal.
Well,
because that, well, yes,
it wasn't
in
the
a way,
first
you're
found, but it was the first fairly complete one.
right. But it was sort of so it was that they talked about missing link for so long, right? That this didn't exist, this missing link between humans and apes, and then Lucy was the first found that seemed to be smack dab right in the middle between humans and apes. So that's why it was the missing link kind of thing.
Yeah, it filled that role very well. But I mean, to hear people on the evolution side of things talk about it, they'll either reference just the species or they'll bring up Littlefoot because he was much more complete. It's mostly the creationist side that are like Lucy this and Lucy that. Oh, she didn't even have feet. How can we trust that data? You know?
Yeah.
It's because they won't ever shut up about it.
Yeah, and when in reality we have hundreds of individuals of the genus Australopithecus. Like we have this massive library of fossils that give us a perfect picture of what they looked like. Or at least what their bones looked like. These people annoy me a bit.
Fair.
Johansson was a PhD student at the University of Chicago. He and his team found the bones of Lucy in 1974. They were not laid out in a nice, neat, orderly fashion like this, but they found about 25% of the skeleton. And because of the symmetry of the body, they could reconstruct about 75%.
Holy crap, he actually acknowledged that she's symmetrical. They never do that.
You know. Also, to answer that previous question about how many greats were missing, obviously, very, very, very rough estimate because we're talking about doubling time of everything from single-celled organisms all the way up to possibly sea turtles that can take 20 to 30 years to reach reproductive maturity. But best, very rough guess, there have been approximately 10 to the 12th generations between us and Luca. Which isn't even the beginning of life, just, last universal common ancestor.
Damn.
That's
and
a
that's
lot
life
of grandpas.
started on Earth, too, which is a whole other can of worms.
Since then, other evolutionists have found other Australopithecine fossils, and so they now have hand bones and feet bones. So this is how Lucy has been pictured in the Natural History Museum in London. And I want you to notice that she has human hands, human feet, upright posture, just like you and I stand, but an ape-like face.
Yeah, what about that backbone? It's very baboon-like. That's the stuff that they leave out, like the teeth and the arrangement of the teeth and the arrangement of the backbone and all the other features that are definitely ape-like. So yeah, they have a ton of humanish features, sure. What about all the ape features, Sonny Jim? Just going to leave that out.
Well, it's because he wants to nitpick about the human features. He's pointing at it so that he can try to. He's building a straw man. Next, he'll knock it over.
Okay. Also, you said baboon-like backbone or like back, or I think you might be confusing that with there was a baboon vertebra mixed in with Lucy's remains. Yeah. Let's see. Australopithecus already had very human-like feet, legs, hips, back. Yeah, the proportions are a bit different, but the overall structure was already very human-y.
I don't like that reconstruction either. That's
the face is a bit weird.
It's even more stretched out than a chimpanzee's, The bones don't support that.
Also, she doesn't have enough of a belly, actually. And I think the arms are too short. The legs might be a bit too long.
Yeah, so someone's pointing out, yes, the shoulders, they've got, Lucy had dangling arms, so arms that came off of the shoulders in a different way than humans, and it was more ape-like. They also had a smaller skull that was more ape-like, and a conical rib cage is more like an ape. Yeah. So like to say that this is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it is so similar to both ape and human with features that we literally could not categorize it into one or the other. And why would we? Because it's both an ape, sort of a human is an ape. So it's just, it's the missing link they all said would never be found. And, surprise,
Well,
surprise.
I mean, there have been a number of other steps along the way. Like AiG Canada recently released a video where they go nuts about how Homo erectus is so similar to Homo sapiens. And they're like, well, they're within the range of growth for normal Homo sapiens, and the bones have been found in the same place. So clearly, they're Homo sapien. And I'm like, well, that's a weird thing to say, because if they're the same species, then why is anybody going to the same site and seeing the same bones from the same species and going, these ones are different? If they're the same, why it doesn't compute to me. It's because they have this underlying necessity of everything that's too close to human to be considered non-human has to be all the way human, because humans were specially created. Everything else can just whatever, but humans have to be specially created. So Neanderthals have to be 100% human. Homo sapiens, of course Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, all the homos, they're 100% Homo sapien. That's all there is to it. And Australopithecus, they hate it, because it has to be either completely human or completely not human. And that one is on the fence enough that it's well, when you sit on a fence, you get the pointy bit up your posterior.
Well, so check out the illustration I have on stream right now. This is from a paper I'm actually going to cite in my Hoven debate. But you have a really good layout. You have what I'm guessing is a female human, a chimpanzee, and then a male and female Australopithecus in the middle.
Yeah.
They're based on Kadanumu, a male, and Lucy, female. What's really, really interesting is that the female is more chimp-like than the male. The male is a bit more human-like. So even within the same species, you have this incredible variation.
Well, I don't know as I divide them that way, because look at the hips on the female specimen. They're almost identical to the human female, whereas the male specimens are closer to the chimpanzee side.
Well, so that's just because that's just due to sexual dimorphism in bipeds. Really, females have to have the wider hips.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm getting at is that the
pelvis here, it would look almost identical to this too.
Yeah, the sexual dimorphism creates the illusion of consistency with one or the other more than is actually there in the average, I suppose. Similarly, the male skull is slightly more broader forward in the jaw, which is more like the chimpanzee, whereas Lucy's is flatter and is more like the Homo sapiens.
The arms are also different. Female Australopithecus would have been much better at climbing, and you can even see here, like their arms are almost the same length, even though they're a pretty decent height difference. And the male has proportionally longer legs too.
Sorry, can I give another shout out to Gutsick Gibbon as well? If I'd known we were doing like ape morphology, I probably would have brushed up on it, to be honest with you. But if you do want ape morphology, Gutsick Gibbon is amazing. Just incredible. Sure. I love her stuff. I might host it to people.
Yeah, like this topic is an interest of mine. It is her field.
Yes, that's right.
Also, yes,
she's a
bag of fallacies
primate
and must be on drugs.
Paleontologist. Is it a what's her actual field? Is it primate biology or something like that?
I don't remember what her specific.
Oh yeah, she's a primatologist.
Primatologist, yeah. Yeah. So I'm just going to link
Richard Taylor
in the chat.
That's not quite true. based on what we know, sexual dimorphism in apes is mostly, or primates in general, is mostly based on their social structure. If so, for example, in species where you have one male with many females, a harem, you'll have dimorphism more like this, or like in a gorilla. Whereas if it's more like a pair, like they're more paired up, like in humans or gibbons, the sexual dimorphism is very, very much lessened. And we actually see this in an earlier human ancestor, Ardipithecus, where the only real difference between male and female is just the hips. Pretty cool. Anyway, we were here for a video.
Oh, is that what we were doing?
I have no
Hey,
idea.
look, I could do a whole freaking stream on human evolution, and it might do that after the Bovin debate, actually, just teaching about it, because it's awesome. It's really cool. Anywho, back to suffering.
Just like you and I stand with an ape-like face. There are even evolutionists who would say that that is a serious misrepresentation of the fossil evidence, and that the truth is she was a knuckle walker similar to a bonobo or pygmy chimp or gorilla, and that
No.
The
Her
first
anatomy
part I
did
would
not
agree with.
allow it.
Yeah, like you can't just claim that. You have to demonstrate it.
Mhm.
And there's nothing to
Yeah.
demonstrate it with, my dude.
Yeah, like rather than getting into it, I'm just gonna say go ahead and check out Gutsit Gibbons' video on Australopith bipedality. It's a really good, really in-depth video that does the topic a lot of justice, because go figure, Erica made it. Anyway.
and that's the way that we have pictured her in our Creation Museum. Well, that's Lucy in London, but now I want to show you Lucy in St. Louis, because the St. Louis Zoo had a Lucy exhibit for many years, and that's Lucy in St. Louis. Now, she's got...
I will say I like that one more, on at least a subjective level. I like it more.
Okay, I have a quick interjection. As asked what the hell the heart does in chat. I didn't know either, so I looked it up real quick. And apparently the reason for the live reactions in the YouTube live chat is a way for viewers to express interest in something without writing a lengthy remark. They can just click on the thing, and it counts as if a comment had been entered in the live chat. Reactions can be shared as an emoji at a precise moment of the video, which in turn, when you watch back on a video and it shows you above the line of the play, the timeline, there's this little curve. The curve shows you interaction and viewer interest so that you can skip ahead to the most interesting parts. Those reactions add interest to that curve, is what's going on, basically.
Okay. Huh. Also, Ember, I saw your thumbnail for this stream. I like it.
Oh, really?
Also, I just
Don't tell me
I
what
just
it
noticed
is.
our viewership like doubled as soon as I began that rant about human evolution.
Okay.
If you'd like to see a stream about human evolution, feel free to say it in chat, folks. Like, I'd be down to do that.
It's
Anyway.
neat how when you mention stuff, all of a sudden things get really interesting.
Yeah.
a little bit more hair, but she still has human hands, human feet, and upright posture, but an ape-like face. And look at that face. Do you see the whites of the eyes? Those are human eyes. Apes don't have eyes like that.
The hell you say?
What?
So not every ape has white sclera, the white part of the eye. But it is much more common in more social ape species, like, say, chimps or bonobos. And what ape is closely related to chimps and bonobos?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
No,
we
it's not just apes
Well, we-
either. Like a lot of social
yeah.
species, like the canids, have sclera because it's a social adaptation so that other members of your group can see where you are looking.
So and here's the thing, we don't actually know what sclera their eyes had, because fossils don't have eyes. This is an artist's rendition. This is how we thought they might have looked.
Mm.
It is possible that they had. I think that some chimpanzees have a white sclera in one or both eyes, kind of thing. Like it happens infrequently, but still enough to say, hey, that it's useful.
I
But
could be
they
misremembering,
might.
but I think it runs about as high as 40%, depending on the tribe.
Okay. Well, yeah, just say it is 40%. Maybe some Australopithecines had white sclerus. Maybe some didn't. Maybe we don't know for sure. He's taking this is sort of called the this is sort of taking the model as the thing itself, kind of thing. Nobody's saying this is exactly what they looked like. Look at the sclera. Nobody's saying that. It's just this is what we envisage that they might. We do this all the time. We do this for dinosaurs. We do this for other things. It's sort of it's giving you an idea of what it might look like. But I mean, the thing is that it's weird that AiG doesn't understand this concept when they literally make religious icons to depict their religion, right? Like Christ is white and stuff. Like, the thing is, like, you do this yourselves, but whenever we do it with science, it's like, oh, well, they're making claims they can't substantiate. No one's saying that this is exactly what they look like. Stop it.
Yeah. And just rawly statistically speaking, it is definitely possible she had white sclera. It's also possible she didn't. But it's not a bad guess.
Yep.
And it makes... I think it adds to the presentation.
Oh, hey, Maya.
Here are photographs of real apes, and they have to really turn their eyes to the side for you to see.
Yeah, those aren't cherry-picked at all.
No.
Any white.
You know what? I'm gonna do a Google.
Googliness. I know I keep wandering off into Google rabbit holes while we're going. When something strikes me as curious.
Alrighty. So, ape white sclera. See, I see it here. I think I see a bit of it here. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, they're not always white either.
Yeah.
Like we can see some of them where there's clearly some kind of sclera where there's a distinction between the eyeball and the colorful irisy bit. And
oh, hey, look, this one isn't even an ape.
it is interesting that evolution eventually caused ours to become white, though, probably because it's more effective, greater contrast. It didn't have to be, you know? It could have been any color.
Yeah.
And I love how the gorilla does have white sclera. It's just, I
Yeah, you're right.
way to prove your own point wrong. Like,
Yep.
I don't.
It's like, tell me more,
he's got
Terry.
to really move his eyes over for you to see it. So what? I don't
Still
get
there.
your point. Yeah, it's still there.
In the eye. That's an imaginary creature created by an evolutionary artist. And just by putting human eyes into the picture,
Yes.
it makes it look more human. Well, that's Lucy in London and Lucy in St. Louis, but the Chicago Field Museum also has a Lucy exhibit. That's Lucy in Chicago. Now,
Hey,
she's a
another
little more
random fun
robust.
fact. Pigs have very human eyes. In fact, so human that you can actually transplant parts from pig eyeballs into human eyeballs in order to repair damaged eyeballs.
Like pig hearts.
I've heard that that's been tried, but I don't know how successful it's been.
I am curious, but not enough to side tangent right now.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
But she has heavier eyebrow ridges, but she still has human hands, human feet, upright posture, and an ape-like face. And then that's Lucy in a BBC television program in 2006. Her face.
Oh, that's Walking with Cavemen. They could have done a bit better.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
BBC
yeah,
budgets
so-
fluctuate wildly.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this whole idea that it's imaginary creatures because we don't know exactly what they look like, so we have to fill in some of the gaps. Is ludicrous. Like they're not jumping up and down and saying, "Hey, they do that for the T-Rex, for instance." Right? We don't know exactly what it looked like because we don't have any complete sort of it's so weird that they would sort of say this about Australopithecines in particular.
Actually,
And
it's
they may have
interesting. Oh, good.
they may have changed because our understanding of what they look like gets better and better as we find more fossils. I've got a funny feeling that the London Natural History Museum, that's a very, very old display kind of thing, like very old display.
It is interesting you say that, though, Mark, about T-Rex, because dinosaurs are actually one of the animal groups where we can get an idea of what their eyes looked like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some dinos have that eyeball bone.
Yeah, they have a structure called the scleral ring. It's just a ring of bone within the eye. And for example, we happen to know that Velociraptor most likely had slit pupils, which kind of interesting.
Yeah, so
Pupil
I've
shapes
got a
are
funny
weird.
feeling that display is like really old, like incredibly old. I mean, I've got their current from the London Natural History Museum, their current one. Let me show you what they're currently showing.
Okay.
I'll just share my screen.
Da-da-da. Oh yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're cherry picking images to say, hey, this is what they're saying it looks like. No, that's what they've said it has looked like in the past when our ability to share it. In fact, I'm not even sure that's from the History Museum. I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it. Keep on going. I'll see if I can pin this down where this came from.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Also,
very
just
similar.
Oh, good.
It's very similar to camera technology. Like older digital cameras got you very fuzzy images, and as the technology's improved, the resolution has increased, and we get clearer and clearer images. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. As our technology's improved, and we've gathered more fossils. English is hard. We've been able to increase our resolution of what we see in these bones, so the image is better.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Shout out to Walking with Cavemen, though, the lost Walking with special everyone forgets about. I didn't think it was that bad.
She does have that unusual hairline, but that's because the BBC is in London and the Natural History Museum is in London, so they've got to kind of have those match. But then that's Lucy in Smithsonian Magazine and Lucy in Science.
Was that a London burn?
That's just.
I guess.
Are people in London like bald in just that one? I don't understand. Of course, Terry went to college in London, so maybe he has some inside. It's an inside joke or something.
Maybe.
Whatever.
Also, I'm curious if this is actually supposed to be Lucy, considering the lack of boobs.
Yeah.
Could be a
okay,
little.
She put on a bit of weight. Don't be a hater.
Just any way the artist wants to draw her. In 1981, Richard Leakey, at the time as director of the Kenya National Museums, he is a very famous evolutionist and an atheist, and he wrote a book entitled The Making of Mankind to explain to the general public where man came from. And in that book, he said, we can now say that Australopithecines definitely walked upright. So is there any doubt in his mind about this? No, they definitely walked upright. Well, that was 1981. But in 1982, he was up in London speaking at the Royal Institution, a very famous science institute. And there was a reporter from the New Scientist magazine who went to the lecture. Now, the New Scientist is a weekly magazine published in Great Britain that summarizes the technical scientific literature for the general public so that we can stay informed on what's going on in science. And it is
I noticed that he says "we" in reference to the general public.
Yeah.
He no longer considers himself a member of the scientific community. which is fair
Oh,
and proper, but little slip of the tongue exposes that he feels that way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Aso. I have to refute this. No, I am not hating on the rack. Like, they are beautiful at any size. It's just she should have something there.
I didn't realize that dinosaurs had opinions on mammals' namesake glands.
Hey, look, man. People can be into a lot of different things. Hey, Beamsy.
It's a Beamsy.
The marvelous memories of malevolence. How could you say no?
What?
Just being an idiot. Don't worry.
Okay.
Marvelous memories of
Malevolence.
memory malevolence.
But what it comes down to is, did you also notice that in the 81 post he was actually referring to a scientific paper, but then he talks about the New Scientist Journal.
Mm-hmm.
What is the
One
problem?
thing that's not a scientific publication.
And additionally, unless I missed something in what he said, the article in New Scientist was summarizing a talk he gave. It wasn't even necessarily directly quoting him. We don't know unless we see it, you know?
But that's the thing. They're articles. They're not scientific articles.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They're not in journals. They're in science communication magazines. I get what Beam's saying.
They're an opinion piece. They're not a actual publication.
Well, it's a publication. They do publish it.
Yeah, they're not something that's up to the peer review.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, no. Anyway.
How's this?
Hey,
Leakey points out that
what's wrong
paleontologists
with
do not know
mammalian feet?
whether Australopithecus walked upright.
Humans? Everything.
Nobody has yet found an associated skeleton with a skull, he says. Well, now that's interesting. I wonder how many who read the book read that article or were at the lecture. Now that's
Wait a
interesting.
sec. In 82. This was said in 82.
Yeah.
How many
Yes,
years have passed since then?
41.
Do you think we might have found one or two? Or several dozen?
No, science never learns anything new. It's forever frozen in 2,000 years ago. Oh wait, no, that's religion. That's religion that's frozen 2,000 years ago. Sorry, my bad. I get those two confused.
Yeah. They're so easy to mix up.
And if they refer to Australopithecus, why don't they just always refer to Littlefoot? Because what is that one? It's 96% complete?
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn it, this obsession with Lucy. Like, it was a great find, don't get me wrong, but come the fuck on already.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you were talking about Australopithecus, Littlefoot should be now the pinnacle of it, because, again, I don't remember its completeness, but it is above 90%.
They don't want to talk about Littlefoot. They do not want to talk about Littlefoot.
And the only reason it's got the name Littlefoot is because it was missing one of its feet.
Also, at least according to Wikipedia, 90%. So, yeah, that is insanely complete for any fossil.
And not just that, if you actually mirror it, it is 100% complete.
Not quite 100. Looks like still mostly missing little bits of the hand and foot.
Yeah, but I mean, there's been how many fossils have been found of Afarenses? Like, there's been tons of
more
them.
than enough to fully show us what they
Yeah.
look like. But yeah, apparently this is Littlefoot. This is Littlefoot here. So missing a few little bits, but yeah, this is insanely complete as far as fossils go.
Yeah, you couldn't get any luckier than that when finding a fossil.
Yeah, basically.
But as you can see,
it would be like a once in a generation find, like the Berlin specimen Archaeopteryx.
But if you actually look at it, it is pretty much, if you mirror it, it's lit almost 99% to 100% complete. because
Yeah.
I think it's just missing its toes and a few ends of its fingertips, and that would be it.
For reference,
Yeah.
that's more complete than many humans. Like there are people walking around today who are missing 3 or 4 bones here or a couple of
Sure.
bones, you know.
Yeah.
I'm feeling attacked now.
Oh, I just realized I wasn't even showing the actual picture. Duh. Derp.
Are you walking around, Beamsy?
I'm sitting at the moment because I can't walk
Okay.
properly at the moment.
Well, you're not walking around then. That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm just attacking you more, Beamsy. Just attacking you more.
It's all right. I've been attacked for the last 5 days straight.
No. You okay, mate? How you doing?
What are you going to say? Who doesn't like getting bound and stabbed?
Okay. Well, I'm not getting into your private life.
Yeah, and we meant medically, Beamsy.
Well, that is medically, but yeah.
Keep the bedroom talk for the after show.
Look, with you, it could be a lot of different contexts.
Right.
Yeah, the nurses don't like it when I refer to that.
Which nurses?
Yeah, I can't imagine why.
Does it count
Can't
if they're in
imagine why.
cosplay?
You'd have to actually go for that one.
Stop. Just stop.
I wonder how many who read the book, read that article, or were at the lecture. The article goes on to quote Leakey. I am staggered to believe that as little as a year ago, I made the statements that I made. Well, I'm pretty staggered, too, when I think about it. So said Richard Leakey before the elegant audience of a Royal Institution evening discourse last Friday. He had come to reveal that the conventional wisdom which he had so recently espoused in his BBC television series, The Making of Mankind, was probably wrong in a number of crucial areas.
In 1982.
And also notice the very careful choice of which portions of quote to lift. Right?
Yeah.
Like saying, I'm probably wrong in a number of crucial areas. Literally every scientist says that about their own field several times a year. Because we're trying to learn more and be wrong about what we believed before. It's just expected. We don't... This is a thing creationists never seem to be able to wrap their heads around. We're not posing a model and saying, this is the truth. Like they do with the Bible. We're saying this is our best extrapolation of the data we have right now, and it's probably wrong.
So if you could go and explain that to Hufflepuff Kyle, the Mormon, I would really appreciate it. Like that Mormon Kyle who thinks that because science doesn't prove anything, we can't make any statements about the nature of the world. Karl Popper went on about this a lot, like what proof actually means in science, what we mean by to prove something in science, because overall, right, so over the field of science, nothing is proved, which means that if you mean proof as in something that is absolute truth that can never be questioned, then science doesn't prove anything. But what you have are local sort of colloquial proofs, like how do we prove that this happened kind of thing. And then you do get proofs in science. You say, hey, it's met its burden of proof. But the whole idea is there's no proof because proof suggests that it is set in stone truth that can't be questioned. And that doesn't exist in science. Nothing's set in stone. Nothing is
Except
beyond question.
in geology.
A colloquial aspect of proof is...
No, geology takes things out of stone, not
Yes.
the other way around.
That's paleontology.
No, but there's a lot of equivocation on the word proof. Like, first of all, there's a misunderstanding about what the word means. In mathematics, you can prove something, but proof in a scientific context means to put it to the test. We're taking our new technology to the proving grounds. We're going to run it through its paces, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then there's also, we can prove things out. We can rule them out. Like when we prove that we
can certainly disprove stuff. Yes.
Yeah. The Earth is categorically not flat because it is round, and we can show that. That sort of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, Popper was very, very staunch on that. You can absolutely sort of negatively disprove things. in science. Absolutely can disprove things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not going to let us gloss over the fact that you just said that Hufflepuff Mormon Kyle.
Yes.
Mark.
That's what I've called him in the past. He annoys me, so that's what I'll probably call him in the future. I
So-
did have a yeah.
There's a fella named Bryce, a former Mormonism expert person. Kyle challenged him to a debate on MDD, and poor Bryce doesn't even know what MDD is. So he's like, so what do you think about this? And I'm like, well, I mean, pluses and minuses. And then he's like, so what about this Kyle person? And I'm like, no. Unless you want an easy win, but it'll be frustrating. It'll cost you the rest of your hair. Look at Mark.
Yeah. Also, Ember, I think you got that.
I did indeed.
Yep, it's on the stream.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jake. Jake says if you can't blind them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. And
Thanks, Jake.
yeah, absolutely. That's I don't know if that was one of P.T. Barnum's things, but it's definitely a thing they use at AiG.
Aaron Ra is the one that quoted that.
Yeah, he quotes it.
Yeah, he quotes it, but I wasn't it Mark Twain that originally quoted that? Was it P.T. Barnum?
Wouldn't be surprised. So, also that said, please do feel free, everyone, to send super chats to these fine folks if you are on their streams. If you'd like the money to go to me, please tell them it's destined for me.
It was W.C. Fields.
Mostly joking there.
W.C. Fields,
yeah, and it was originally if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. But we love alliteration, so we fixed it for him.
Yeah, I found my picture of Kyle. Hold on, I got to share this. I found the picture I did of Kyle. So I put this up on MDD, not realizing he was a part of MDD Discord. Whoops, and now I don't regret it at all. So yeah.
Bring me the boy.
Bring me the boy.
I dare you to put up a debate challenge with that picture. I don't care what the challenge is. I dare you.
Oh, yeah. No, he's probably seen it. I thought it was funny.
Still, he lurks on that board so much. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
I kind of disappointed that I wasn't able to get the camera working to give our little Witless run for his money.
Oh yeah.
Oh, did you get in on the Witless action?
I was trying to listen to it, but it's the same old, same old. No one didn't bring anything new to it.
Yeah.
Oh, he rarely does.
I mean, that's part of why I don't want to debate him on that topic, because he never says anything new.
But neither side brought anything new.
Yeah, alas, things have gotten a little stale. So we're talking about a debate that just happened a couple of days ago. It was Ozian versus Austin Whitsitt, whatever the fuck his name is, and they both needed partners last minute, and so the debate just kind of it didn't go off the rails because it didn't really have rails to begin with. But that's what we're talking about now.
It was just the founding of the last minute partners, and it was a mess to begin with. I can't blame Fulton of anything, but it just wasn't really good.
Well, they asked me, and I couldn't do it because I was doing something with Ember kind of thing, but I would have loved to get Austin back in the ring. I really would have. But, I'm not going to leave Ember hanging. There's no way. So, yeah. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's just, would have loved to get Austin back in the ring.
I would have loved to see how he would have actually answered the aspect about seismology, radars, and sonars.
Oh, he completely blew off my question.
Oh, did he?
I asked about tectonic plates, how the flat Earth theory could explain them, and he just started going off on tectonic bowls, like they're supposed to be bowls on. He argued about their shape, not what they do or what they are. Go freaking figure.
And the weird thing is, he says that everything is electrostatic. Does he realize what static means?
No.
No,
No.
no. Well, somebody asked him, like, because he said that everything was electromagnetism kind of thing, and so he was asked, like, I asked him what frequency is this magnetic force on? What frequency does it occupy? What wavelength is it? And he had no idea what I was talking about. Like, literally no idea.
Yeah, that's the question I got you to ask him from me.
Yeah.
And he just... I can't remember how he dodged it, and it was sort of talking about it's all electromagnetism and it's all of it, but it's none of it, and I got confused.
That's all right. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing either.
Yeah, like Beamsy, not gonna lie, I'd love to get him between the two of us in Age of the Earth debate.
Woof. Hot.
Giggity.
Or Noah's Flood debate.
He won't do that.
Won't. Yeah, he won't do that.
His shtick
I know he
is-
would. It's a pipe dream, okay?
His biggest stick, the way he works, he believes in geocentrism and planar Earth. When he's debating just planar Earth, he'll switch between geocentrism and planar Earth, and then complain when you actually bring other things into it.
It's
And
always
then-
so funny to me when a flat earther goes geocentric, because, as you know, the flat earth movement was started by a not quite scientist using the pseudonym Parallax. And parallax is one of the ways we know the heliocentric model is the correct one.
Look, creationists are immune to irony, okay? They're immune to it. Stop. Stop.
Yeah, it just comes down. He switches between the arguments of a geocentric model and a planar Earth model, and he doesn't have one that links the two. He just switches between the two, whichever one is convenient for the most opposing side he can take at the time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But Ozian, I mean, he's got some pretty good stuff based upon his knowledge of radio signals, which he was in the Navy and he did radio communications. So he's got some pretty good stuff when it comes to that. I'm not sure what the other person had to bring to the table. I haven't seen that debate. That's one I got to watch. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who Witsit had on his side, but Ozian's
it
partner
Karen?
was Jen.
It was
Yeah,
Karen.
No, Jen didn't show up. That's why they
Oh,
were
really?
contacting me to sort of say, "Hey,
Yep.
can you cover for Jen?" kind of thing. Yeah, because
Oh,
Jen didn't
that's
show
that's
up.
unfortunate, because seeing Jen against Witsit would be hilarious.
Oh, that would be a mess. But you know, and I kind of I've had to debate globe versus flat Earth with Jen before, and it's like we're on the same team, but we're not playing the same sport, kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
We're on the same team, but she's playing like basketball and I'm playing cricket. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, seriously. And don't get me wrong, I love Jen, but I don't think the two styles of Ozian and Jen would mesh up.
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's more like you're playing soccer and football and she's playing volleyball.
What I say soccer. What are you talking about?
I don't know what Australians say. I just know most of the world doesn't say soccer.
We've got our own football. We've got Australian rules football. So we don't call football what Americans call football, and we don't call soccer football.
Okay. Well, still, like you playing soccer and her playing
Sure.
volleyball. Just
Ember, do you have your thumbnail? Do you want to have a thumbnail competition? See who came out with the best one?
Sure. Yeah, we can have
Yeah?
have the audience
oh,
vote.
dear.
It'll be
'Cause
fun.
I just finished mine. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get the audience to vote on which one
Yeah,
is the
it'll
best
be an
one.
adventure. Let me
absolutely.
find the bloody thing. Where'd I put it? It should be... I know I labeled it. See, there it is. Okay, and let's open. Come on, open. 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 You can do it. You can do it. My poor computer.
Yeah. With Witless, I think the biggest thing he wouldn't be able to explain is if you just stick with seismographs.
Oh, Beamsy, what about the... You think he'd have any shot at answering the S-wave shadow we have thanks to the liquid core?
He actually took on a seismologist in regards to that, and that was painful.
Oh, I bet.
He
I bet.
embarrassed himself. I mean, yeah.
Here's the thing. He always says, like, oh, I talk to physicists and I speak to these experts. And it's like, yeah, but you're always told that you're wrong. That's the thing. Like, he really has this inflated sense of ego. I think he's a bit of a narcissist, honestly. It just, no.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the look on his face whenever he's talking about something he believes he knows. It's got that weird grin.
I think he's like... My take on it is that he's deliberately trolling. He's making up bullshit on the fly because he thinks he's so much smarter than everyone that no one will be able to call him on it and demonstrate that he's full of shit. So this is the thumbnail I came up with.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't spend
Right.
too much time on it, but it
I'm
seemed
not
neat to
going
me.
to set up an actual vote since we're spread across like 4 channels right now, but go ahead and say it in chat, folks.
Quick poll,
Do you think Ember wins, or okay, show it, or Mark?
That's something I just did while we're on the stream, so forgive me for it.
Once again, just go ahead and say it in chat, either Ember or Mark. Who wins?
I'm glad to see that Mark has ham and eggs for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ham and Terry. Thank you very much.
Details.
Is it Terry? Is that his name? I don't even remember the dude's name. Hey, that's how much I don't care.
Yeah,
about
the guy
anything.
we're watching is Dr.
Yeah.
Terry. I only know that because I did like a 3-part series on him, and I ended up going just cursing the name of Terry for a while.
Because that's where I get all my biology information. Is Terry? Is geology? Like, I'm sorry, Benji, I gotta take it. Why can't you can say both, Shadow? You can say both. You can say both. I don't know. I like Embers because it's actually professional and stuff. But
it's really not. I just it's a play on Doc Dino's own thumbnail. I just took it, put the simulcast on there, put Doc's avatar, the AiG logo, laser beams, and then mirrored the laser beams in the simulcast thing, and just a few touches. That's all. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Speaking of what we came here for, though,
I'm going for that sort of clumsy amateur style. That's my excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so far we have 2 votes for Mark, 1 vote for Ember, and 1 vote for both.
No, actually, there's a vote for Ember. It's my vote.
Oh, wow. So we are split.
I'm just going to sit here patting my granite.
Yeah, and I vote for Doc Dino's original thumbnail because I just riffed off of that.
I mean, I think I'm going to try to go with just more simple logos from now on.
That's fair. I feel like a lot of the times I way overdo it.
No, I can't. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not qualified to offer anybody advice on YouTube thumbnails, quite frankly.
And Jake, it's not Mark Reed that he takes after. It's actually Chopper Reed he takes after.
No, that's not how you spell the serial killer Mark Reed. It's R-E-A-D, Jake. Is the serial killer? He's also not a serial killer. Chopper Reed was basically a hired thug. He was a bikie like gangster / assassinish kind of thing. Like he wasn't actually a bad bloke.
So, sorry, did you just say bikey?
Yeah, bikey.
He was just an assassin. He wasn't a bad guy at all.
Bikey.
Yeah,
The best you
Is
could
that
call
what
him
you
was he was
call
basically an
bikers?
enforcer.
it was an enforcer. Yeah, so he wasn't a serial killer. He was an enforcer. He did it for money.
You Australians are weird.
Enough people have read or will read that book. So we have to make a documentary so more people will know what's in that book. But now Leakey tells us that he was probably wrong in a number of crucial areas, not little tiny insignificant points, crucial areas. I wonder how many people who read the book or watched the documentary were at the lecture to hear that. In particular, he now sees man's oldest ancestor as being considerably younger than the 15 to 20 million years he plumped for on television. How many TV viewers ever heard that? Leakey says that the basis on which paleontologists classify fossil apes and humans is misleading, and he would like to see an entirely fresh episode of classifying. Well, that was 1982. In 1986, an article appeared in Discover magazine, another leading American science magazine, and Pat Shipman is a paleontologist writing this, and the article begins this way. An extraordinary 2.5 million year old skull found in Kenya has overturned all previous notions of the course of early hominid evolution. We no longer know who gave rise to whom, perhaps not even how or when we came into being. So if I had $1 for every time I have
Overturned everything we know about a topic. Don't we
And-
have those titles, Beamsy?
Yeah, how many titles do we see those in a year every time there's a new thing found and a newspaper wants to sell papers? This will
New
overturn
thing
all
about
our
the
knowledge.
scientists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Whenever we get something right, it's the scientists who demonstrate that the thing was wrong. It has never,
anyone
ever,
have the
ever been a
article that
dude
he-
with a Bible.
Does anyone have the name of the article he's talking about?
He just gave the title.
Right there.
1986.
Hey,
Yep.
it's
Okay.
closer than 1982.
Yeah.
Baffling limb of the family tree. That's fun. I just I mean, so the Terry, he's one of those guys who says, well, you know, cosmology says that used to say the universe is 20 billion years old, and then they trimmed it down to 14 billion years. So, you know, we can't trust them. It's the same sort of nonsense.
Yeah, it
perhaps
was
not
in a
even how or
Nature
when
magazine,
we came
huh?
into being.
Discover. Yeah, Discover. Okay.
So if I had $1 for every time I have read in the scientific literature that some discovery has overturned all their previous thinking about some aspect of evolution, I'd be a very wealthy man. These are
And they're almost all bullshit. Like, they're almost all just like confirming basic hypotheses that have been boiling for years, just waiting for evidence.
Do you remember the headline of Tiktaalik? New fish
guessing it was
fossil
something like-
overturns all knowledge of our previous understanding of evolution.
No, didn't it?
No! But that's what the title said in the article when it first was found. It was no.
Yeah. Well, that's because the magazine with the title of "Hey, we were right all along" that doesn't sell anything, right? Knowledge confirmed that we had already. It just doesn't sell.
Yeah. Like, there's a bunch of these channels that are putting out like floof science or borderline pseudoscience or even full-on pseudoscience, like the one Maya reviewed yesterday. That went all over the place with Ancient Aliens and Graham Hancock and this and that and the other, and Bree was on there too, and the channel they were reviewing. Yeah, that's what reminded me, as I just saw Bree pop up in the chat.
Hey, Bray.
It's this channel called Future Unity, and there's a bunch of channels like this, and half of their thumbnails are like some random science-looking thing, and then in big red letters it says "We were wrong." Every fucking time. But I mean, you know, they're all in the millions of views range, so we ought to be learning from them, I guess.
People suck.
These statements appear regularly in the scientific literature. But they found this skull And now they don't know who gave rise to whom, when, or how we came into being. So it's really thrown a wrench in their system. Here's a chart from Donald Johanson, who found Lucy, and Timothy White, another leading American anthropologist.
All right, just looking what we got here.
No.
Extinction?
I mean, it's missed. Whoa, what the?
Possible.
Sorry. I mean, it's missing a few bits, but could be worse. Neanderthal should be a bit, or archaic Homo sapien should be a bit above Neanderthal, but
And the offshoot should be lower than Erectus, because they're not sure if it came off habilis or lower than habilis.
for Neanderthals,
Yeah.
no, I'm pretty sure the current consensus is Neanderthals and humans are from Heidelbergensis, which was from Erectus. I'm pretty sure that's the consensus.
It's still too high anyway.
Yeah, the archaic Homo sapien. Well, isn't the split like 700,000-800,000 years? It's like I don't think the split's wrong, but Neanderthal definitely doesn't go up high enough. Oh, hey, we have a Brie.
Yeah, that breed.
Hey,
You know, I
it
can't
looks-
even find this article in archives or anything. Like, all I can find is it's cited. I cannot find it.
Yeah, Richard, you can send me the leaky article. Actually, let me see. This may be an easier way to do it.
There's room on this chart for Artie. I'm just saying.
There's room for a lot of things, but as a very bare bones diagram, you could do worse.
Yeah. I just like Artie a lot.
I will give a wrench so that you can post links. That'll make life a little easier, I think. And speaking of links, I think I have a wrench on all the relevant channels. So here's a link to Maya's Bad Science Sunday from yesterday that we were talking about with the Graham Hancock and the Australian ice wall. And it's all over the damn place. It's fantastic. So,
I'm
check that
guessing
out
this is supposed to
after
be
the
a-
stream if you haven't seen
sorry. I'm guessing this is supposed to be a better diagram, Beamsy.
This is the sort of diagram they should show. This or this.
Yeah, but like for
Don't
lay
look
people,
at
this is like what?
This is for lay people.
This one, I'm not 100% certain. Wait, are they saying Naledi? Did it have that wider range?
That's just how long it was and how long they've been around. That's. This is a.
I'm just
This one's a couple
surprised.
years
I thought
old.
Naledi was shorter, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but they should show it like that, not drawing lines the way they do, because it's wrong.
I like when they nest circles inside circles. That's what makes it look the best, in my opinion.
Oh, I had a really good diagram that I think I might have deleted, unfortunately, but it showed human evolution as just this big tree with big bushes that had groups within it.
But that's what I mean. That's the sort of thing they should show, because this is good for laymen. It doesn't show that they're all linked together, but they descend from one common line.
Man, did I find it?
Yeah, if you think about like little blotches of populations where the skulls are. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
this one's
here,
nice as well.
I really like this diagram here. Because, like, we're not sure where the exact connections are, but we can pretty well zone them a little bit. So I think the Paranthropus should be.
Down.
It's okay. Maybe it's not as good as I
neat.
thought it was, but I like it a bit. Oh wait, is it not showing? Come on, there we go. and a boop.
This is before they found the skull. And they had some questions before they got to Lucy's kind, but then they're very confident that some of Lucy's descendants went off into extinction. The others eventually evolved into man. They have that all figured out, except you have a question about Neanderthals. And then they found that skull. Now they don't know who gave rise to whom, when, or how we came into being.
Well,
Correct. We don't have the exact details ironed out.
That's why it shouldn't be showing direct lines like that, because that just confuses people.
yeah.
Yeah.
Having that, because you think of the whole thing as a gradient, and they're just pins and a dotted line along the way, but like pinned clusters. I don't know. There's a few ways to present it that you don't have to do the lines, you know. That's just lines on paper, right?
Just like on paper. Buy DVD.
Please, I'm gonna get enough of that later this week, Bree. Don't torture me already.
Will you get him to sing that on Blue song? I'd love to hear Kent Hovind. Ba-da-be-da-da-do.
That's a terrible song to begin with.
Yeah, yeah. We need to
Friggin'
songify him to more stuff. That would be fantastic.
Well, you could songify him to 9,000 penises.
Oh.
Instead of 9,000 penises, it could be to a 15-foot penis.
Well, that article in Discover went on to summarize all the fossil evidence for Australopithecus up to 1986, and the article ended this way. The bottom line of all this is that a great deal of work needs to be done. It's a new era in paleoanthropology. The things we thought we understood reasonably well, we don't.
1986, man. No shit. This was the dawn of a new freaking field, basically. Ay.
You have to dig back to get those citations. Dig deep for them.
Unfortunately, yes, you'd have to go to a library and dig pretty deep into the back of the scrolls.
Yeah, they're like trying to cherry pick, but the cherries are so freaking rotted that it's just dirt.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, and
Not really worth anything right now.
for additional context, Lucy was discovered in 1974. That's why all these articles he's quoting are from the early 80s. Well, 86, I suppose, is an early 80s, but you know what I mean.
We never found any more hominids ever after that.
That's right.
That was it. Lucy, and that's Lucy and done.
No better argument can be made to support the time, trouble, and cost of fieldwork than this new skull. Like an earthquake, the new skull has reduced our nicely organized constructs to a rubble of awkward, sharp-edged new hypotheses. That's a scientific word for guess. It's a sure sign of scientific...
Damn it, Terry. As a fake scientist, you should know better.
What did he define hypothesis as?
Hypotheses.
I
That's
guess.
a scientific word for guess.
No! No.
Bad Terry.
No.
Gonna take your diploma away.
No, but that is a sign of scientific progress. It's basically saying, hey, we have all of these models and they've been put back into hypotheses. That's the way science works. Like, what's bad about this? This doesn't, like, just because they basically go, hey, there's things we don't understand, that's fantastic. Let's go and try and understand them. Doesn't mean that you go, well, there you go, it's God.
Mark's running from his creator.
Yeah,
you can
these
tell.
are the words of a very excited scientist who has like the next 10 or 20 years worth of funding secured. Like,
I wonder how things turned out for Pat Shipman from John Hopkins School of Medicine.
wait,
Well, I can't find this Discover magazine thing, but I mean, Discover magazine isn't a
wait,
academic
I'll be right back.
journal.
Baffling limb on the family tree. Discover September. Do we have Pat Shipman though?
I knew the name sounded familiar. I have her book. I have a
she's
book of hers
retired.
on bird evolution.
Does it tell you how to make a turkey?
It goes over like the
Hey,
importance of
crocodile.
Archaeopteryx, the history behind it, stuff like that. Really, really, really fascinating read so far. I'm only like a chapter or two in, but
but
she's a really good writer.
Invaders.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure she's an anthropologist by trade, but she decided to dip her toe into bird evolution, and I appreciate it because
No, she's a paleontologist.
just I thought she specialized in anthropology, like paleoanthropology. Yeah, this book credits her as an anthropologist.
No, you could be right. Her PhD dissertation was in paleoecology, taphonomic history, and population dynamics of the vertebrate fossil assemblage from the Middle Miocene deposits exposed at Fort Tenyon in Kenya.
So you're saying she's a bit rotten?
She was writing back up. This 2015. This actually looks interesting. The Invaders: How Humans and Their Dogs Drove Neanderthals to Extinction. It's interesting because you do think about the time period that we domesticated dogs, which was way like 10,000 years before we domesticated anything else. It was about the same time Neanderthals disappeared. So it's like, I wonder if that's the conclusion she's drawing here.
Oh, and Mark, taphonomy is the study of how things decay. If you wanted to get the joke.
I mean, isn't it also the study of how things fossilize? It's what happens after or during and after fossilization.
It's actually after an organism dies, all the way up to its complete fossilization.
Okay. I thought it was also what happened after that, though.
That's the study of the process of decomposition of an organism. That includes the final
what am I
stage
thinking
if it gets lithified.
Like, there's something about like after the fossil is made.
Somebody picked up a new member somewhere along the way. I don't think it was me, so I think it must have been you, Ember. Jester, the Lord of Fools.
Jester,
you might want to
Lord
give a
of
shout
Fools.
out.
Yeah, Jester's awesome.
So do y'all like triple stream this?
Yeah.
Really quadruple, because Ember's also on Twitch with one viewer.
Yep. There's
what a viewer. But what a viewer.
Yeah, you're the MVP tonight, Twitch viewer. Yeah.
Big shout out to random Twitch viewer. Always awesome.
50-50 odds it's Rubik's. Oh, it's
Beamsy.
I lost that bet.
Well, that's a bit of a letdown.
You lost the mystique now. You could have been anybody. Beamsy.
Yeah, I tried to stream to everything, but when you stream to your own destinations from a stream that you're a guest on, you can only pick two. So,
I have a way that I can. I've been thinking about just starting to do stuff on Twitch, but I don't know if I want to do anything other than Live from the Hive on Twitch. But the thing is, they won't let you do that, and you're doing it on YouTube as well. They make a big fit about it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. You're doing it right now though, so maybe you can.
Yeah, because I often use Twitch as a backup for when the YouTube bots start being overly aggressive. I just tell everybody, okay, this isn't working. Let's all go to Twitch. The stream's already running. The whole thing is there, etc. And Owen Morgan does a similar thing. He streams to both locations because there are people who prefer to use Twitch as opposed to YouTube. So it's not just a backup in his case. It's like an equal audience kind of thing.
Bray, the only time that actually occurs is when you're a partner.
When you're a partner, then you have to make that arrangement.
Yes, with the partnership with Twitch, they have an exclusivity contract with it. But if you're a affiliate, it's fine.
I was not aware.
Yeah,
it's a sure sign of science.
I have very little info on how Twitch even works. I know there's something about bits involved. It's there. I know less about Twitch than about Discord, in fact, which is not a lot.
I mean, I have heard there that you make more money if you take off your shirt, but I could be wrong about that.
Oh, I thought that was OnlyFans. I can't stream to OnlyFans, unfortunately.
No,
What's
OnlyFans
the
is the pants.
difference?
Scientific progress. Well, it is progress. It's progress when you find out that what you thought was true is wrong. That is progress, but they're not getting closer to the truth. They're getting more confused, as I'm going to show you.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Terry.
1994, Nova Television had a series of programs on human origins, and I want to show you a clip from the first program. It features Dr. Owen Lovejoy, who is another American paleontologist up at Kent State University in Ohio. And I want you to watch and listen to what he is doing to a plaster cast of Lucy's hip bones. And the voice narrating in the background is Donald Johansson, who found Lucy. So watch and listen.
Oh, this is bad. I think I've seen this before.
I just realized I was muted. Yeah, they always harp on this. Like, the thing is, the bones wouldn't function if they were as it was, so they had to reconstruct it. And then we found actual, like, articulated Australopithecus hips, confirming it.
Articulopithecus. Articulopithecus.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think that might have been the biggest point of psychic damage so far this stream.
Dino, you're the paleontologist here. If I remember correctly, what is it, about 60% articulation on most skeletons when it comes to fossils? I know it drops
very
something
much
chronic.
depends on the state of
Oh my gosh, are you
preservation.
aware of this, Doc? I'm dropping this in the side chat. It popped up on my feed when I was looking at that book that books by that author that was on that last slide, and this popped up on my feed, and I remember this book from back in the day. Oh, hold on, that could be the customer reviews. I didn't mean to do that. So I was looking to see if it was here, the second link. There we go.
Oh, that sounds horrifying.
Yeah, it's really like the worst pseudoscience you can imagine on paleoanthropology, like ever.
But there you go, Bree. There's probably one you would find more interesting.
Maybe. Beamsy. Anyway, it really depends on the state of preservation at the time of fossilization. It depends on a lot of things.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm just trying to remember the average.
Usually is.
That's totally free too.
It also varies a lot just based on species too. Some species hold together better than others. Like, actually, I think the percentage is higher in mammals because they have less cartilage between the joints.
The Photoshop artist in me really wants to just bang my head into the desk looking at the cover of that. So it's a romance novel called Taken by the T-Rex, and it's not the worst Photoshop I've ever seen, but even the scantily clad woman on the cover isn't even a single woman. There's a head from one person and a chest from another person and an abdomen from another person.
Holy shit, right. What
Creighton's favorite woman or perfect woman?
I can show. What is this?
Dinosaur erotica.
Isn't this how you live your life, Doc?
No.
I was thinking this was your only work. This is what you do to get yourself through school, and I wasn't throwing any shade.
Uh-oh.
You can get it for nothing on audiobook.
Freaking Popo T-Rex too? Is that like the cheapest, most common T-Rex toy in existence? Oh god.
It's almost fucking magical.
It's like having a Ken doll on your normal romance novel.
She's
free on Audible, you say?
She's got Princess Leia's top.
Is it?
From the
Not quite. It's not.
I think it's from Showgirls.
that's what it's alluding to, though. You got to see that. Come on, you got to see it. Gold bikini.
No, Princess
Big
Leia's
monster.
top's got the swirls, the gold swirls on the red background. I
Oh,
think
they're
it is,
imprinted
yeah.
on Mark's brain. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then,
Okay, but also though, like that bikini top with
Jeans.
I might be judging a little bit there, girl. Little bit
Well-
of judging, not much, but little bit.
Have you seen the rest
this-
of her books?
Yeah, and her. Okay, she used her OnlyFans picture for her author profile, which is hilarious. So we have titles such as "Ravaged by the Ogre's Tribe," "Ravished by the Triceratops," "Dino Park After Dark," "Forced by the
Jesus.
Ogre King,"
Dino Park After Dark.
Oh,
"Doing
wait.
the Dragon Anthology." So there's an
Sorry.
anthology.
Sorry,
Sacrifice to the
Pandora
raptor.
in chat just reminded me of a magical author. Have you guys ever heard of Chuck Tingle?
No. Oh,
That sounds fun.
Oh
Gaining the
God!
Dragon. That sounds like a euphemism for masturbation, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's not free on Audible. It's only free if you sign up for the free trial of Audible, and that counts as your complimentary free book.
Can you gift these to somebody though?
I'm sorry. What in the Kentucky Fried Fuck did I just read? No, okay. I need to read this out. Trans wizard Harriet Porber and the bad boy Parasaurolophus.
What?
An adult romance novel. Oh, okay. My billionaire Triceratops craves gay ass.
And this one's called Training the Dragon, but I thought I said Draining the Dragon for a second.
Now that's definitely a euphemism for masturbation.
How about Glazed by the Gay Living Donuts?
So there's like these really like D-list horror movies out there, and we watched this one called Return to Bloodfart Lake.
What?
Which author are we looking at right now?
I'm still looking at Alara Branwin's.
Okay, I'm looking at Chuck
Okay.
Tingle, and his are just
Okay, Dr. Dino, you've done like reading out of Jurassic Park before. I think your next one should be reading of Taken by the T-Rex. Should be your next
Yes.
reading.
It's only a 38-minute according to Audible, so you should
Wait
be able
a
to nail
second.
it in a single. You should be able to nail it in a single episode.
Yeah. Nice.
wait a second. This title, Not Pounded by Anything: 6 Platonic Tales of Non-Sexual Encounters.
That sounds disappointing.
Absolutely no thoughts of pounding during my fun day with this kind T-Rex because I'm aromantic and asexual, and that's wonderful, valid, and way to prove love is real.
You tell him, Beans.
Sorry, I think I might have found the crown of all of these. Donald Trump pounded in the butt by the handsome Russian T-Rex, who also peed on his butt and then blackmailed him with the videos of his butt getting peed on. I am not joking.
Written by a 12-year-old, I see.
Named
Yeah.
Chuck Tingle. You can look at the chat.
I have no butt and I must pound.
There's just
Pokebut go, pounded by them all.
Just an assortment of poundings and butts and yeah.
Slammed in the butthole by my concept of linear time.
This is not the topic I thought I was going to be.
None of us did. No, not even a little bit. All right, Doc. I've got what us ace people consider to be erotica.
I mean, hey, those are really freaking good.
Hell yeah.
But
only
yeah,
if you have a lot of marinara sauce to dip them in.
okay, if just for people who want to hear more of these titles as well as what's in them, just look up The Blessed Pipeman reads Chuck Tingle. It's this weird British guy with the most outrageous voice reading these already absolutely insane quote-unquote romance novels. It is an experience.
You still can't get past Gilbert Godfrey reads 50 Shades of Grey.
I'm sorry.
Believe
not
it or not,
pounded
it's
by
better.
the admittedly handsome sentient firework display because he really freaks out my dog. Can I just...
The hell
Like,
stream are we on right now?
I've got to...
I'm gonna wake up soon, right? This is not real.
Hold it. I gotta share this. I'm not even joking. I gotta make sure you know this is real. This is absolutely real.
No, I believe you. But I just want to point out that we didn't lose any viewers during this. Y'all are sick fucks.
You've got to show this. Yes,
Why
this
did-
is not pounded by the admittedly handsome sentient firework display because he really freaks out my dog.
From
and
two-time
that's Chuck
Hugo
Tingle.
Award finalist.
And he hit the timeout, sentient firework display. I'm not into that kind of jazz. That's not my style.
My dog is a little freaked out. We're gonna go. We're
My
gonna go
dog-
now.
hold it. The dog's freaked out. We got to put a hold on.
Welcome to
is
the
wrong
wonderful
with this
world
guy?
of Chuck Tingle. You have been blessed.
You know, the live chat's really to blame. They let us keep going like that without abandoning ship.
Well,
What? Pounded
Nothing
by
more-
the physical manifestation of feeling that I ordered the wrong thing because I wasn't quite ready when the waiter came over, but my friends were.
Oh, I feel that so bad.
so you guys, you all lucky folks are the blessed beneficiaries of what will eventually become a clip of Doc Dino's exclusive members-only content.
No, not members only. Everyone has the right to see this.
This is going to be your highest viewed video ever.
I am fine with this.
Pounded in the butt by my handsome sentient library card who seems otherworldly, but in reality is just a natural part of the priceless resources our library system provides.
Okay, no more for now.
I will apologize to all. This deviant was my fault.
You
Deviants
brought up
from
something. I
Beamsy.
brought up Chuck Tingle. We're both at fault.
I would say deviation, but yeah, I was going to say deviation, but it has to be deviant.
Listen,
The entire continent of Australia pounds me in the butt.
okay, sorry. We need to get back to...
Down under.
Oh, that's it. I'm done. This is too much.
That's starting to hurt.
Oh, dude. You know what? The crazy thing is, AiG's more ridiculous.
Let's get back to Dr. Terry pounding us in the brain.
This has caused the two bones, in fact, to fit together so well that they're in an anatomically impossible position.
The perfect fit was an illusion that made Lucy's hip bone seem to flare out like a chimp's. But all was not lost. Lovejoy decided he could restore the pelvis to its natural shape.
How did he know what that was?
He didn't want to tamper with the original, so he made a copy in plaster. He cut the damaged pieces out and put them back together the way they were before Lucy died.
And how did he know what that was?
It was a tricky job, but after taking the kink out of the pelvis, it all fit together perfectly, like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle.
That's perfect.
As a result, the angle of the hip looks nothing like a chimp's, but a lot like ours.
Well, of course it does. He ground it to look like ours. Now listen, If a creationist did that to the fossil evidence or plaster cast of the fossil evidence, he'd be crucified.
Wait a second.
An evolutionist does
That's
this.
not how.
He'd be
That's not how you.
crucified, he says.
That's not how you. That's not how you cut the excess. I love that image of the guy with the little rotary tool or whatever, just chopping away at it like he's.
Yeah, the stock footage of the guy working in his wood shop was priceless.
Yeah.
It's just the balls on these people. Oh, if a creationist tried that, we'd be equal to Jesus. We'd be martyred for the cause. We're suffering for all humanity. Sacrificing our lives for truth.
Do I have to read that one?
No, you don't have to.
the book, I mean, do I have to read that book? I fear I might have to read that book.
Oh boy. This is good science. No, this is manipulating the evidence to fit a preconceived idea.
They would know all about that, wouldn't they?
None of them are accurate. She didn't walk upright. She wasn't our relative. That's something like Lucy. She's not our relative.
No, still a relative.
Wait, and see this hinges on not having any other Australopithecines. Not there are 2 species of Australopithecines that we have, maybe 3.
Yeah,
but
I think it's 4 or 5. But yeah.
Yeah.
Roll 1d6 for the number of species we have.
We have multiple species of Australopithecines though. That just speaks for itself, including their feet and their pelvises and hands and skulls. The skulls, I think, are the more important thing than the hips in this matter for the upright posture.
They're both
we
pretty
have
important.
We have other specimens. And we can tell when bones have been sort of put into an unnatural position because they won't work as a chimpanzee, a limb in the position that they were in. Like it's this whole idea that because we make some inferences, then we don't know what we're talking about. Come on, guys. I don't know. This whole thing, and plus he didn't even do it on the original. He did it on the fossil. On the duplicate, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my wife's now asking me what I'm laughing about. Like, so I've got
to just a little tidbit for all you aspiring anatomists out there. When you find a hip that's folded over like a taco, it's probably not naturally like that.
What?
Neanderthals were discovered in 1856 in the Neander Valley in Germany, and this is the way they were pictured. They were pretty robust, stooped in the shoulders, ape-like in the head, and not wearing very many clothes. Of course, the clothes are not preserved in the fossil record, so that's pure imagination. But they found more Neanderthal skeletons in different places in Europe and the Middle East and elsewhere. And there are now evolutionists who would say
that picture was from 1856. Dude, what's wrong with you?
Also, fun fact: in the intervening time, we have found early human and Neanderthal crafted sewing needles.
Oh, yeah. We found, what was it? Evidence of frickin' metallurgy in Neanderthal settlements in Spain.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I forget how long ago it was, and I don't want to screw up the date, but yeah, they found, it was one of those hard stones that you cannot chisel with other stones, so they had to have metal chisels to do the chiseling. They didn't find the actual tools. They're still looking to see if they can find remnants or something. But the fact that the stone was chiseled meant they had to have metal to do it.
Interesting.
I mean,
yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting indeed.
So I'm finding... Wait. Okay, I'm finding stuff about them being poisoned by heavy metals in caves, but At least I'm not so far. I'm not seeing anything about that.
What about them tossing beehives into enemy caves to drive them out so they can crack their heads with rocks?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, seems like a good idea, a good like strategy. But you'd have to have cloth so you'll sell.
I'd say that if you dressed up Neanderthal in a coat and tie and a hat, and you put him in the Creation Museum or the Ark Encounter, nobody would take a second look. In fact, 25 years ago now, Time Magazine had an article, The Changing Faces of Neanderthal, and they showed how Neanderthals have been represented over the years. So here you have 1873, Harper's Weekly, and he needs a haircut, but otherwise he could be an American Olympic athlete. But then in 1909, he's ape-like in the head, but human otherwise, and naked. In 1953, he's behaving like some humans, but he's ape-like in the head. Then in 1984, he needs a haircut and a shave, taught not to eat live frogs or mice, whatever he's got there in his hand.
That's a film!
Then in 1988...
yeah, also, let's just look at... Or what are we looking at here?
Show us Encino Man.
Yeah, Encino Man. He's basically human. It's changed again. Look, this is ridiculous. And it's sort of like, even if these were scientific representations, which a lot of them are not, may I add, even if that was
none of them are.
Like maybe
we have magazine, movie, and art piece.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, even if they were, it's like saying, well, because medicine has changed since 1873, then we should just throw out all medicine, right? Just because we were wrong about, say, what caused, bacterial infection or what the causes of epilepsy are. We should just, just forget about medicine. They've obviously got it wrong so many times. What a ridiculous statement.
Well, I'll be right back. I'm going to the barbers for my daily bleed.
We got to get our leeches on.
Well, see you soon. Also, Mark, I just find it funny you say that when a lot of these people are also anti-vaxxers.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if they break a leg, they'll be going to the emergency room.
True.
It's sort of this whole idea of, well, I'm going to disagree with whatever. I personally, my beliefs contradict, but if when the rubber hits the road, they will go with what helps their lives, essentially.
Yeah. It's the cherry picking, but in reverse. Like, because they have the preconception, they have to cherry pick out things that they disagree with. Because there's nothing that supports their view, so all they can do is try to knock down what they perceive as the key supports of the other view that shows their view is a lie. If you can't prove yourself right, at least deny others the ability to call you a liar.
Yeah, like they haven't given any explanation of they haven't pointed to any evidence of special creation or anything, which is like their whole freaking deal. Like, just nothing.
Yeah, like you wouldn't have to put in so much work trying to fight back against the huge amount of evidence for evolution if you could just demonstrate that your claim had any validity at all. The fact that you can't kind of proves our point.
Yeah, and I'm sure Beamsy can agree here. If they had evidence, we would be overjoyed to see it because it's a new opportunity to learn.
Any evidence is good evidence because it's something that you learn that you didn't know before.
Yeah.
And I can't find that art piece. I found his books, Shaping Humanity, but I can't find that art piece.
Maybe it's in the book and just no one's scanned it or taken a picture or anything.
Project Gutenberg, get on it.
Couldn't be. That's from 2013, his book.
Or I mean, could be a painting, maybe.
It says the title of is called "Is He Speaking?" and I cannot find that.
Yeah, might be like a painting or something, and just was never put on the internet.
Yeah, artist John Gertchie, and it called "Is He Speaking?" and
He's showing that he needs to go to the dentist, but he's human. But then CNN has him more ape-like in 2006. He's got a lot more hair in 2007, and he's perfectly human in Science Daily in 2008. The Neanderthal Museum in Germany for many years had a statue of the 1983 version and a picture of the 1909 version. And one evolutionist commenting on this said, "From his bestial 19th century persona to just another guy in a suit, Neanderthals have been pigeonholed according to the times." But like any good museum, the Neanderthal Museum has updated their exhibits. And this is what they looked like in 2010. Now, the guy on the left has been out in the sun a little bit too long. And he does have a pretty big nose. But I've been doing scientific observations during this lecture. And I've noticed that some of you have big noses. And I've been wondering, where you are on the evolutionary tree. Oh, that's ridiculous.
There's a whole lot of other things that differentiate Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis. Like
he's been doing
it's more than
scientific observations during the lecture because the plural of anecdote is data.
And just looking at stuff isn't scientific observations, sir. Like that isn't just and plus, don't humans have a certain percentage of their DNA as Homo neanderthalensis? Like, don't we have like a
depending on your ancestry, but yeah.
Yeah, it depends on your ancestry, but yes.
Yeah,
generally
most of
between
us,
1% and 5%.
So what does that show? Gee, I see a bunch of people that could have features similar to Neanderthal. Well, yeah.
Yep.
So, right?
Yeah.
I know he's kind of verging on barking up a tree no one is hiding on, right? Because of the fact there is genetic compatibility. We've generally agreed that Neanderthal is a subspecies of Homo sapiens. We're Homo sapiens sapiens. They're Homo sapiens neanderthalis. It's like saying, "Oh, dogs can breed." Okay, cool.
It's a bit. It's a contentious issue, which is it's always going to be in human evolution.
Yeah, because weirdly enough, life doesn't really care how we describe things or what categories we make up. It's going to do what it's always done anyway.
Yeah, I think it's... I could be wrong, but I think based on the research of human Neanderthal hybrids, only the females were fertile? Like, I could be wrong about that.
I don't know that we even have enough DNA to be able
to
determine that.
Well, I think it's because we don't have modern humans with Neanderthal Y chromosome. I could be wrong.
And I've just been looking around, and the John Gertrude is not a painter. He is exclusively a sculptor and a paleo artist.
Okay.
So I cannot find that artwork. I'll keep digging, but although the best sculptures that are the most accurate, they're all his work.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, Richard Sadler says up to 3% Neanderthal DNA on average. Sure.
Yeah, and from what I'm finding, yeah, it seems to be that the male Neanderthal human hybrids might just have not been fertile, which can happen in some hybrids. That's usually a pretty good sign that they're pretty well speciated.
Ridiculous. Those are humans. There are probably people that look like that. Yes, but the Neanderthals, now they were primitive. They had primitive stone tools, primitive culture. That proves that they weren't fully human. No, it doesn't. When George Washington was president of the United States, living in the presidential palace in Philadelphia with Persian rugs on the floor, fine china and cutlery, and a toilet in the house, living in the very same country at the very same time, were Native American Indians living in teepees with no Persian rugs on the floor, no fine china and cutlery, and no toilet in the teepee. And they were just as human as George Washington.
Oh, stop.
And we have people today.
Yes.
Well, that's awfully generous of him to admit that Native Americans were full humans.
Who's saying that's not the case? I don't understand.
He's trying to say that since Neanderthals didn't have as many things as Homo sapiens,
He's
Like,
comparing
you're
Native
saying they
Americans to
were humans
Neanderthals.
because of that? Just
Yeah, but that's
because of
not how
that?
we classify Neanderthals. We're not saying, hey, their technology was worse. They actually had bigger brains, as far as I remember.
Larger brain
Yeah.
cases. We don't know for sure
Larger
about
brain
the actual
case.
brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true.
Actually,
but yeah,
funnily enough, I had a discussion with Chris Thompson about this the other day.
Dr. Chris Thompson, neurologist.
Yeah,
Isn't
the
he?
neurologist. So the main difference between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis is Homo sapiens has an extra expression of a specific, I think it's a protein. It's either a protein or amino acid. And that one difference, like, triples or quadruples the amount of neurons in the frontal part of the brain, which is responsible for like higher learning, logical thinking, all kinds of stuff like that. So that one mutation would have led to Homo sapiens having frankly, just a much more creative mind, much more logical mind.
Yeah, wondering
Also,
about
a lot
things
greater
more.
impulse control, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that's a thing our species could definitely benefit more from, but we definitely have an advantage over many other species that we hang out with, like dogs. We have to train the hell out of dogs to teach them even the basics of impulse control. Now, we also have to train our toddlers, but it's a different thing,
Yeah, I mean, Homo sapiens is the only living Homo species.
Turns out we're also very violent, tribal, and really good at making weapons.
Yeah, we're creative you are creative to a detrimental degree. So.
We're also really good at
Sorry,
putting things into
Deinonychus is
groups.
perfect, I'll have you know. There's only one of me, but I am perfect. I am Legion. Did you say? I heard you say something. I didn't catch it.
Oh, I just said humans are really good at putting things into groups.
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
turned, like, way down.
The several people have posed
you're quieter
that.
for sure.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
But yeah, several people have posed that our ability to put things into categories was the beginnings of science. Like we went, this, these are this, and this is this, and then this does this, and it just, yeah.
Because
I'm trying to avoid a lengthy tangent.
Hey, what else are we here for, Ember?
Right.
That in our Western arrogance, we call primitive. People like the Aborigines of Australia. They're different from us. They have a different lifestyle, but they're fully human. They're Aborigine children who go off to Australian universities. And if you drop me by helicopter into the forest where they live...
Well...
They don't live in the forest. They live in the bush, you dumbass. Come on now.
He may be telling on himself a little bit here, because there is this trend that it isn't completely extinguished from the Western world, where we think of people who are more technologically primitive as subhuman savages. I mean, that we literally fought a war over this in the United States.
No, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
It's not completely gone, and he may be kind of exposing the fact that he has a few of those thoughts lingering in his muddled brain.
I mean, what's a large Christian organization that has a problem with multiple races? Oh, also, hey, Titan.
Titan!
Hello, Titan.
Oh, yeah, and I found that picture. I found where it's actually from. It's from the Magazine of Science of Junior Archives from Spain from 1977. And it was... oh,
God.
And it was used in a display in Gibraltar of John Gurushu's paleo artistry.
Cool. And Beansy and Mark need you to confirm this claim from Captive Desk.
Well, I mean, most Australians laughed Ken Ham out of them, but I don't think so. I don't know.
I do know that
is this true? Do they not have a form of alcohol?
Not to my knowledge, no. They were really hit hard by the import of rum and other alcohols to Australia. because they didn't have a tolerance for it.
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, anyway, so take it with a grain of salt. He said there's a gene in people of Asian descent, the people groups that split off from Asia, that including like Native Americans and Polynesians and all that they have a gene or they're missing a gene to help them handle alcohol and alcoholism. So that's why they were hit so hard with it. But again, that's from Neil deGrasse Tyson, so take it with a grain of salt because it's not his field.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that it's possible because there's definitely alcohol tolerance variance between different people groups.
Yeah, what's advantageous if you don't have alcohol? But it's very much like the lactose tolerance thing. You know, it's the sects of humanity, for lack of a better term, that had milk producing livestock and could benefit from that as a nutrient source, develop the tolerance for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it is true that the Australian Aboriginal people did not develop an alcoholic drink, and that's one of the reasons they were hit so hard by it. Except for the Tasmanian Aboriginals and some of the Western Aboriginals. The Aboriginals, which are referred to as the Aboriginals of Australia, are actually the second lot to go through. The only surviving remnants were on the far western side of Australia and on Tasmania. They were the first to come in. They actually came in through Madagascar. The ones who came through Asia then overtook Australia, and there was actually a third invasion going on about the Torres Strait Islanders.
Interesting.
And so there's actually 3 individual groups. Unfortunately, one was wiped out by absolute stupidity.
Yeah.
And also worth saying, it's the Aboriginal cultures that still exist and we can check.
Yeah, one unfortunately was completely wiped out, so it's very...
Tasmanian Aborigines were wiped out. Just it's the only case of successful genocide that we know about in the world. And sorry, Benji, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's absolutely disgusting and should be remembered so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Just be nice to people. Be nice to people. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, we're gonna need those Aboriginals at some point.
Just like really quick, we are here to laugh at dumb crap creation to say, but they are still people, and if we can convince them to think differently, that would be my personal goal.
Well.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think anybody's advocating, us marching on the Ark Encounter and committing Christian genocide or something.
Yeah.
No, but sorry, go ahead, Emma.
Oh, it's just that laughing at ideas that are patently dumb is one of the many tools to help try to convince people that those beliefs are not good and there's other things that are better, like science, stuff you can check for yourself. Like, you don't want to be laughed at like this guy, so maybe look into what you are considering.
Yeah.
It's just one tool among many, though.
Well, I think there becomes a certain point where stopping people from being bigoted towards others and from holding ideas that will lead to the disenfranchisement and the oppression of others is not bigotry, right? So if you're basically saying, hey, stop thinking you're special people because you have this person you think has deemed you, this omnipotent magic man that's deemed you a special, stop thinking like that. There's nothing special about you. That's not bigotry. That's just stating, hey, you're an equal member of society like everybody else. The problem is whenever we try and stop Christians and other religions from being bigoted and horrible, they're like, well, no, you've got to respect my... No, I don't. I don't
You're
have
persecuting
to
my
respect that.
beliefs.
Correct, yeah, that's the catch.
You're
cry.
infringing on my right to infringe on others' rights.
Yeah, basically. So no, you like at a certain point, sort of standing up to these ideas is not bigotry. It's not prejudice. It's not.
I agree. It's mostly just that when you have two polarized groups, it's easy for one side to dehumanize the other, if not literally in a way.
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons that we at least, not to speak for everyone, but many of us in the community are humanist, because we don't want to do that tribal nonsense of you're on our team or you're subhuman and need to be destroyed. Like we want everybody to join the future and build a better future together with us. That's part of the point of what we're all about.
Yeah.
With just the clothes on my body, even though I have a university degree and a PhD, I'd probably be dead in 3 days. I'd eat some poisonous plant. I wouldn't know how to make a spear or a boomerang, and even if I did, I wouldn't know how to kill anything. So they're different from us, but they're fully human. Yes, but the Neanderthals lived in caves. That proves that they weren't fully human. No, it doesn't.
No.
In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found
Just
in the
rolling out the straw men. Just rolling out the straw men. Yeah.
He so proudly
okay.
knocks him down. He's just,
Yep. Like my dude. This is one of my favorite things to say. We still live in caves, Terry. We build artificial ones where we can control the temperature and environment and keep our food and pets and shit. But it's still a damn cave.
And I mean,
I got a man cave. Don't know about you guys.
There's towns that are still in
Do
caves.
you have a lady cave? Do you have a lady cave? That's probably a wrong question.
That's a personal question, yeah.
There's a cave town in Australia, isn't there?
Yep. I forgot the name of it. They do a lot of opal mining there. God, what's the name of that?
Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec.
I've seen
you
pictures of it.
broke it.
Radical. It's radical to look at it.
Yeah. It's, hey,
we got a
what's
sleeping
the,
Mew Mew.
What's the place where they live underground?
G'day.
In Australia. No, it's not Kalgoorlie.
Is there a place that does that?
Yeah, there's a whole
I've never heard of it.
town.
Yeah. It's amazing. They all live underground because it's too damn hot. Coober Pedy. They literally lives in. Oh, thanks, Sydney Raptor.
It's
Thanks,
like
John.
The mined out town.
Aussie, you got it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a. Speaking as someone who was a tour guide in a cave for a whole summer, they are fantastic shelters. Like they're underrated homes, honestly. As long as they're not too wet.
It's one of our advantages is we gain the ability to see what animals do and learn from them. And one of the very first things we picked up is, all these other mammals keep setting up their dens in caves. I wonder why. Oh, look, it's a relatively controlled temperature. You're out of the weather. Once you control the cave, you can mostly keep other pests out. This is some good shit.
Yeah, even like
here's a sleeping bear. We can kill it and have food for the winter.
Yeah, even in really, really cold climates, caves, they generally stay, depending on the depth, somewhere you find one. So like once you get down, was like 60 feet down, the temperature is 58 degrees, and it stays there.
Well, so it's dependent on the temperature of the surrounding area. It's going to be about the yearly average, though there can be some fluctuation.
Yeah.
So like I'm in Iowa, the average cave temperature here is about 50 degrees, I think.
You have caves in Iowa?
Oh yeah, there's tons of limestone here. There's always caves in limestone.
Hell yeah. No, but he's distracting us with his nonsense about cave people. He's showing us a clip, a photo of the caves where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, which is a weird thing for him to bring up, because the Dead Sea Scrolls, they show not only the known books of the Bible, and show that the versions that we have today are not the same as they've always been, but they also show us other books that were not in the Bible.
And Dead Sea Scrolls, famously written by Neanderthals. You know,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just saying.
Well, he's saying human, like Homo sapiens, lived or used caves as well. That's what he's trying to say.
Uh-huh.
Of the Dead Sea in Israel. Copies of the Hebrew Old Testament and other ancient Jewish writings put in clay pots by a group of Jews called the Essenes who were living out there just before and after the time of Jesus. And did you know that the Bible speaks of cavemen? There are no ape men in the Bible, but there are cavemen in the Bible. Hebrews 11 mentions men of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and mountains, in dens and caves of the earth. And there are a lot of caves in Israel because there's a lot of limestone rock. And Sarah, Jacob, Lazarus.
Oh, hey, I just said that.
Yeah, you guys are on the same wavelength. Maybe just have a cup of coffee, see where things go.
Well, I just realized I was muted. Yeah, but that a grunt of disgust.
Lazarus
So
and Jesus were
just
buried in
because
the cave,
the Bible
just like-
mentions people living in caves, they were referring to cave, like, dude, what?
I don't even know if that refers to them living in caves, because it's talking about traveling people, right? So, like, they're like camping in caves, as like the same way like camp under a wandering pine.
Maybe.
Not to circle it all the way back to dirty books again, but I read this dirty book where this guy got drunk and banged his daughters in a cave.
Oh, you mean the Bible?
Was that the Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I can't recommend that one. It's not very well written.
how much of it is?
And Lot,
There's some
Elijah, and
plot
David lived
holes.
in a cave for a while.
Plot holes.
Well, now, why did they live in a cave? Well, because God told Lot to get out of Sodom, and so he went up into the mountains, into a cave. Elijah.
Oh, Titan's asking,
this is-
how did he define human? He didn't.
Did I just predict the bringing up a lot too?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm on the same wavelength.
First Doc got the
Wow.
cave, and now you're on the incest, and
So if I drink some battery acid, then he'll. Anyway, yeah, Titan. He didn't define human. He's just saying that they're not. Or well, he said Australopithecus wasn't human. I think he's trying to say
human.
that Neanderthals were just human, but he's not defining humans. So
We all agree
Well-
human is genus Homo, right?
Yes.
arguably, there's a bit of a fuzzy area.
yeah, of course it's fuzzy, but it's also worth noting from the other side of the coin, cavemen, whatever the hell you want to call them, Neanderthals, Homo sapien, whatever, there were definitely people definitely living in caves and definitely making cave art, and not one of them ever drew a cross or a Jesus fish. That's kind of kind of an important detail, I think.
Well, depends. Some of them did make crosses because a cross is just two perpendicular intersecting lines.
And I wouldn't
Yeah,
be
there were a
surprised to
lot of
find out
X's.
those fish were popular symbols on maybe seaside caves, but I bet seaside caves don't hold their paintings for very long because of the
Depends on
nature
how
of
deep
seaside.
they are into the cave.
Yeah.
It's like that.
But-
The main thing about cave living is you want to be at least 100 feet into the cave. At that point, you're safe from most major temperature fluctuations and climate fluctuations.
Really?
Yeah, it depends on the cave, but the average is usually about 100 feet.
Yeah. I used to spelunk when I was a kid. Me and my brother would go out and spelunk, and we would crawl way back up in there. My mom would have killed us if she knew what we were doing. we would take a rope with us. Eventually, we get the routes
insanely
down.
dangerous.
Yeah, I was about 9 to I think last time we did it, it was right before we got our licenses. So yeah, there was a series of caves in our little hometown. But Missouri's like Iowa, limestone everywhere, caves.
Yep.
As far as I can see, there's caves all over.
Yeah, I always loved exploring caves but I refused to go into places that I couldn't walk into, just in case. Because I'd always heard stories of people crawling in somewhere and getting stuck.
Oh yeah, getting stuck
And
sucks.
that is just
That's
one
what
of, if not
happened
the
to-
most horrifying things for me to imagine.
That's what happened to the guy in Nutty Putty Cave, and then they closed it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want no.
I won't
no,
talk.
no,
I won't
no.
talk about it no more. I'm sorry. It was bad.
It's horrible.
They
really
they never got him out. Just, I mean,
And
Elijah was running from King Ahab. David was on the assassin's list of King Saul. And if you're running for your life, a cave is a really good place to hide. And we have cavemen today. Very famous one died just a few years ago. His name was Osama bin Laden. And why was he living in the caves of the mountains of Afghanistan, we are told? Because the necessities of life required it. Very smart
God
man.
damn it, Terry.
The archaeological
America!
evidence that
America!
Neanderthals were 100% human is just
Also, the cave paintings and other artifacts left in very, very old caves are really, really easy to date to prehistoric times, which is a problem for the folks at AiG because, according to them, there is no prehistory.
But carbon dating no work because coal.
Clean
coal.
Why is he mentioning something that expressly just completely debunks his entire pile of nonsense?
Because he's a creationist. He just
I
glosses
love-
over it because his
I love
audience doesn't catch it.
self-refuting dipshits. It's fantastic.
overwhelming. They made sophisticated spears, needles, and stone tools. Now, a bird will use a piece of straw to get a bug out of a tree. An ape or a monkey might use a stick to get ants out of an anthill. An otter will use a rock to break open an oyster on its belly. But animals don't make tools. Only humans do that. They used makeup.
Dude.
We have
That is a
records
tool.
of chimpanzees making simple spears now.
Yes.
They might be aping humans, but we have seen it.
Well, we just talked about, our Ember was saying a minute ago how we mimicked animals when we learned how to build nests or whatever down in our burrows, and apes mimicking us. That's just nature. That's what you do, right?
Yeah. It is ironic because like much of our early technology was swiped from other living things. Like we swiped control of fire from Homo erectus or Homo naledi. We probably came up with basket weaving based on watching birds make nests. You know, there's so much of our early technology is just straight up us reverse engineering shit animals did.
And we've
King
seen
brings
that-
up a point. Just crows and ravens. They make tools all the time.
Yeah. And we've seen not only the chimpanzees make tools, they like file rocks and sort of shape spears kind of thing. They also pass them along to their descendants. They give them and pass them on. So we're sort of seeing chimpanzees go through a stone age now. So when you say, well, only humans make tools, that is demonstrably wrong.
Well, I think one of the key distinguishers between tool use in a formal sense, as in this species is a tool user, and these one-offs of like, you know, an elephant picking up a tree to swat a lion with or something, is teaching. When they show their young how to reproduce the construction of the tool, that, I think, crosses a threshold, you know?
Yeah. And also just when chimps do make spears for hunting, how do you think they like to move while holding those spears?
They like to boogie.
They stand
They
up.
like to move on
right?
two legs.
If you want to see something terrifying, look at the machete chimps.
Oh yeah, that.
What?
Ew.
Yeah,
Was
that's
it a
like
tribe
was
or a group of mercenaries taught chimps how to use machetes for protection.
it's not real though. It was fanfare for that Planet of the Apes movie.
No, it
Was
has actually happened.
No, it's it's become an
No.
urban legend.
Ray
because
and I
so many
looked
people
into
believed
this.
it. Me and Mark already debunked it. We embarrassed ourselves saying it was real, and then got
I never
called
said
out.
it was real.
I said it was
never
real. I said,
No,
check this
it's-
out.
the real part is there are chimps that are with machetes in the jungle in that region. The false part is they were trained to use that, and they've been butchering passerbyers. There is multiple sightings of chimps actually using old rusted machetes as basically as a lever and not as a weapon. So the urban legend part is that they're actually using it as a weapon and that they were trained to do so.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually true.
It's a
I
it's a
think
true
there's
story that's
anecdotal
been
evidence, but I don't think it's actually like been.
I mean, okay, I
I'm
will
interested
say,
in knowing
regardless
more
of if
about
it
it.
is actually a real event or not, I could believe it is the thing. Because chimps do that with other tools.
Mhm.
Like, I could believe it had happened at some point.
Not just chimps either, bonobos and
Yeah.
orangutans. I've watched gorillas use tools. I've sat and watched them in the zoo use tools. Not like stuff that was made for them to use, but like taking straw from their bed and using it to poke holes and get stuff out of logs. It was really interesting to observe.
Like, the main difference between at least modern humans and most apes is just the level of fine motor control. Like, humans sacrificed a lot of muscle strength for precision.
And I still stub my toe upon like coffee tables.
Yeah, but you can write with a pencil.
The twitch motor functions.
Fast versus slow twitch. Yeah, we lost fast twitch muscle fibers.
Really?
I think that's the case. I could be wrong, but I do know that human muscles are weaker than most other ape muscles.
But is that an on average thing or a diminished capacity thing? Like, if we're
on average, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, if we're gathering data off of modern humans, we're pretty lazy. Like, we've developed technology to the point.
Athletes as well.
Yeah, because that's what I'd want to look at for comparison is people who are actually pushing their physical limits, because most of us don't have to. We, thanks to the gifts of agriculture, we don't have to hunter or gatherer anymore.
I wonder if living in one of these cave houses would, if the sound would be different. You might get terrible internet connection though.
Oh, but so yeah, some of the acoustics are amazing though.
Okay, so I'm looking at a National Institute of Health. Yeah, chimpanzee muscle fibers are approximately 35% stronger than human muscle fibers.
That seems right. I'll take that.
Yeah, and that seems to be in athletes. With normal average people, it could be up to 1.5 times.
Yeah. I don't have like a problem with chimpanzees being stronger because things are stronger than us. Elephants are stronger. Tigers are stronger. Yeah. It's not a big deal.
Are stronger.
It's all I was suggesting is that it's hard to make a valid comparison because we're no longer limited by our physiology as much anymore. So we've stopped. Yeah. In fact, we probably have regressed a little bit on average.
Yeah, like why do I need to hit harder when I can make something that hits harder?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
While also being able to run down a frickin' horse in a marathon.
Yeah, the only thing that can keep up with us is wolves, and that's why we became partners. Like, hey, we're both really good at running these animals to death. Just run them to death so they don't get any fight left in them. Keep them running.
Yeah.
Follow them until they collapse
I'm not
in
sure
exhaustion.
Can wild wolves keep up with humans trained humans over long distances?
I think humans will eventually outpace them, I believe.
Okay. I think one of the only natural species that can outperform humans in long distance is like a camel. because camels can just lope for freaking days.
Humans don't think of ourselves as awesome as we really are at doing something physical like that.
Humans can outrun wolves. However, wolves can put on a speed boost. Fast humans run about 28 miles per hour. Wolves can hit 38 miles per hour even after a long endurance run. So we could outrun them, but they can sprint at any time and overtake us.
Correct, yeah.
Fair.
Well, seashell jewelry and painted art in caves. They hunted dolphins and seals. Humans are the only land creatures that do that. They dove for living sea mollusks. They used fire to cook food, made glue, and baby ropes and nets. And they built homes from animal skins. Now, beavers will build dams. Ants will build high-rise anthills. Birds will build nests, but animals don't make homes from the skins.
Do you say that humans were the only people that are the only things that hunted sea animals? Because I think
land animals, the only land animals. Which
I don't think that's true either.
And I know for a fact that brown hyenas hunt seals. So, I mean, there's that.
Or what was he talking? Yeah, land animals do hunt seals, but the dolphins, I think humans are the only land animals.
I don't know if we'd say that we've ever hunted dolphins to any.
Well, there's passages in the Bible that talk about making leather out of dolphin skin for certain specific rituals.
Yeah.
That may just be for ritual purposes, though, not because they're particularly good for any, meal type reason, but just because the leather you get is distinct from other kinds of leather. So they went, Yahweh might like this kind of pretty leather or something.
I mean, once you have a boat and a spear, it's pretty easy. You just got to wait from the surface.
Well, we don't really rely on archaeological evidence to determine what is human and what is not. Humans sort of, like what we categorize as human, is physiological or morphological. We don't say, hey, because Homo habilis could make tools, then it's a form of human kind of thing. That's not how we designate it.
It's really complicated. It's really complicated.
Yeah, it's not a case of, if it can make a spear, then it's a human, because chimps can make spears.
Yeah. The criteria used to be if it can make a tool. Then we found out that other species make tools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I always say, there's not one thing humans do that no other species does. It's just we're better at the things we're better at.
Yep.
Well, I've been able to name one thing that humans do that other species don't do.
Right porn?
Right
porn?
No, that's debatable, but it's more...
Right T-Rex porn.
No, judge others on arbitrary aspects of each other.
Well, I mean,
what do you mean by arbitrary?
Animals don't do that.
I think your definition of arbitrary is itself arbitrary.
Exactly.
That's being meta-judgmental.
The actual statement is a lot more complex than that, but I didn't want to sidetrack this any further than what we've gone through.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get at least halfway through by the end of this stream.
Beavers will build dams. Ants will build high-rise anthills. Birds will build nests, but animals don't make homes from the skins of animals. Only humans do that. They made flutes from bear femurs, headdresses from feathers. They cared for their sick and did surgery. We can tell that because there are Neanderthal bones that were clearly cut or operated on and healed. They ceremonially buried their dead. They made and sailed boats. And they possessed a hyoid bone in the voice box, which scientists say is almost identical to modern humans. They had the species-associated gene FOXP2, and they interbred with modern.
Fun fact, we do know what Neanderthals would have sounded like. Would have been a lot like modern humans, except much more high-pitched.
Damn, there goes my...
Name an insect that does cover itself with the carcasses of its prey.
Yeah, and just
is it a kind of assassin bug?
true bug. It's the larva. Let me pull up the name of it. Some assassin bugs are in. Hold on.
I have heard.
I think it's a baby lacewing, I believe.
Okay, and what were you saying, Mark?
Well, just because like they can interbreed doesn't mean they're the same species. Like we're saying, like if you have some offspring that is infertile, then it's probably you've speciated enough so that interbreeding is difficult, but it can still be possible over different species. So, and here's the thing: this whole problem with differentiating what is human from what is not human is not our problem, right? That the model that we use, it's a gradient going back to apes. So if we say, hey, we don't know whether to categorize this as a human or not a human, that's not a problem for us because we don't have the orchard model where things are created separately.
Exactly.
They have the orchard model. So
this is basically another straw man. He's arguing something that nobody's fighting him on.
Correct. Because what is human and what isn't human is kind of just a category designation that is really fuzzy, and sort of as we've gone back, it sort of all blends into one thing. We don't have that problem of, well, is this human or not human? We would expect to find confusion over that thing. It is the creationists that have to designate the categories because they say they were created separately. So they've got the problem and they're trying to push that problem onto evolution and say, oh, well, you don't know if this is human or ape. Correct. Which is exactly what we'd expect with evolution.
Mm-hmm. In fact, even predicted.
Yes.
Several early evolutionary biologists said that, if you take modern day humans or any modern species and you take its ancestor and then line up all the iterations between, there will be no single point that you can go, that right there. From here on up, it's a chicken. From here back, it's a man. It's a little Diogenes joke.
Yeah, it's whenever you hear they start arguing if it's one thing or another, that's the best indication of a transitional form.
Can somebody share my screen real quick? I just wanted to show the bug I was talking about.
Well, Doc would have to share the screen.
Yeah, there's that.
Someone put that guy in charge.
There's the mandibles down here. This is all just stuff that dead bugs that stacked on its back. But yeah, they got venom, so they inject the thing with venom, and they drink all the juices out of it, and then they just throw it back up on their back.
Looks like an antlion.
Okay, I love it because
it's similar to an antlion.
In addition to being cool, it refutes Terry's claim that humans are the only creatures that turn their victims into clothing.
Someone in the hermit crabs.
Well, I mean, and some wasps lay eggs in other animals and turn them into an incubator, basically.
Yeah, pretty gruesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, what we were just talking about the fuzzy gradient. I was recommended by someone a debate where Kent Hovind had a debate with a professor of biology, and the professor brought up 4 different creationist books that Hovind was selling on his website. And all of these books compared 2 skulls. Now, one said that both were ape. One said that both were human. One said that the first was human and the second was ape. And the last one said the first was ape and the last was human. So in those 4 books, all of which Kent was selling, they all said, or you got one of each variation of what could possibly be.
Yep.
Yeah, ask 4 Christians to agree on a definition for God. You're going to get 4 different definitions.
Well, they'll try wherever possible not to be pinned down to that kind of thing, because the awkward questions start to come. They'll say, Lucy was just an ape, and the question is, well, where does the bipedality come from? and they won't say that it's a human. So they've got this real problem with not being able to classify. Like we're trying to classify these things. We're trying to say, was this a human? Does it have all the traits necessary to be an ape? Should there be another designation for what's in between? They're basically going, no, don't look at it. Like it's whatever. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just the defining line of where species are. Like, it's the biological Loki's wager. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No, what's Loki's wager? Is that like the one with Thor where he said he couldn't?
Well, it was Loki, the Norse god of chaos and everything, was
Mischief,
captured by some enemies. And he said, you can have my head, but you have to cut off my head in a manner that does not harm the neck, in a manner that does not harm either the neck or the head. Like, you can't find the right line where you're like, it's a gradient between it's always a gradient
Neck and
between
head.
neck and head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually a challenge to the dwarves. He tricked them into making I forgot what it was. It was a ring of some sort, and he said he would give them his head if they could do it. They did, and they said, "Okay, that's fine. You can have my head, but you cannot harm my neck."
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because the neck was not
take
part
his
of the
head, but
bet.
couldn't harm his neck, and they couldn't find any part that would give them the entire head, but not part of the neck.
There's also a fallacy named for that. It's what's used to describe a situation where two parties cannot agree on the definition of a term.
Debate.
Mm-hmm. So, like,
Sorry
if you're
about jumping in
debating
like that.
Kent Hovind and you want to know what the fuck he means by a kind, and he just will not sit on something, Loki's wager is the term for that.
Yeah, and first, Beamsy, yeah, you're fine jumping in like that. Feel free. It's okay. Second, that's why in the third slide of my debate, I have defined kind for the debate. Like,
Yeah, and
here's the proposition for the definition. Either stick with it or give me a better one.
yeah, and I just know a lot more about the mythologies because I've done a hell of a lot of research into it. So, unfortunately,
Hey, totally
too much
fine.
information.
I am happy to learn. I'm happy to be proven wrong as long as it's replaced with the truth.
You weren't wrong. You just were misrepresenting it in confused.
I did not intend to. I heard of it once on a podcast like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Modern humans. They had children with modern humans. A few years ago, I was speaking in California, and this man came up to me after I gave this lecture, something similar to it, and he said, "You've got to use me in your lecture in the future." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Because I've had my DNA mapped, and I am 3% Neanderthal." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, I'm from Lithuania." I've since learned that, except for black Africans, all human beings have 1 to 3% Neanderthal DNA. So you're part Neanderthal, most of you. So am I. And Dave was not primitive. He worked for Google in technical support, so I'm sure he's a lot smarter than me. Well, there's a Christian leader, scientist, who's influenced a lot of Christians to believe in millions of years. And this is what his organization, Reasons to Believe, says about hominids, and particularly Neanderthals. Reasons to Believe biblical creation model identifies hominids, Neanderthals, Homo erectus.
Oh no, a semi-reasonable Christian. How dare he?
Actually, it's weird that he's quoting Hugh Ross, because Hugh Ross is an old Earth creationist. He thinks these AiG guys are absolute imbeciles, and he goes on and on at great length about it.
Yeah.
Actually, we have a couple questions. Has Ham or Hovind ever offered a definition for kind? Hovind has offered several. He never sticks with one.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hovind generally goes with sort of things that can breed among themselves, but whenever you bring up things that, like the squirrel problem, like you have many varieties of squirrel and not all of them can interbreed, so a squirrel's the same kind, he backs off of it and he'll sort of say, well, the animals know which is their kind, which is the dumbest. if the animals can't relay that to us, then it's useless for humans, which they can't. So
Yeah, he tried that with the dinosaur bird question. The birds don't care what we call them.
Correct. Yes, that's what he goes to, and it's just a red herring because he's not actually addressing what he categorizes as a kind, because I think that he knows that what he comes out with doesn't make any sense. Like, because the usual one that I went to was the eagles. Like, so the number of chromosomes in a American bald eagle and a wedge-tail eagle over in Australia are like they cannot interbreed. But he considers them the eagle kind until you press him on that, and he said maybe they're different kinds, maybe that we don't know. And the whole point is, well, you're talking about this like an expert, and you've got this sort of this categorization.
Mark, I'm not asking to get that taught into the public schools. That's
right.
At public taxpayer expense.
All of this is just deflection. Like all of it's just deflection from the fact that he has a categorization system that doesn't work, can't be applied, and whenever you get into the specifics of it, he basically waves it away like it doesn't matter, which is terrible categorization system.
Yeah, like here's how I defined kind. I basically went with the biological species concept. A population of organisms that can interbreed to produce viable, fertile offspring.
Well, he'll bring up that we've got problems with better definition. Well, he'll bring up that we have problems with species as well, and that's the whole point that I was making earlier. Yes, there is grey area between species, and we're not sure of where one species ends and one begins. That's not a problem for evolution. It's a problem for creationism. Because we're saying everything's related, so you would expect there to be grey areas and a sort of difficulty categorizing them. He's not. He said they have definitive categories that were created separately, so his model should work better than ours, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and like I said, it was the definition I was offering for the purposes of the debate. Not the end.
Yours sounds more like species than kind. I think kind.
Yeah, it was the biological species concept.
And don't forget that when he inevitably brings out, well, the Bible says those that bring forth after their kind. Do remind him that Leviticus makes it very clear that bats are part of bird kind. So
they're also part of locusts.
I would love to see him produce a half bat, half bird to prove that they can bring forth after their kind, as the Bible says.
Yeah, whales are fish.
I'm actually going to note that down. That's a good idea.
But there are two kinds of birds mentioned by name in the Bible. So there's kinds of birds. Then what is bird if bird isn't a kind? Because is bird a kind, or are there kinds of birds? And if there's not kinds of birds, then what do you call the grouping that's birds? What is that? It's a kind.
The birds know what's part of their kind.
Yes, the birds have better definitions than we do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying that you think your grandmother was a strawberry.
And that's the other thing I was telling Doc about. Like, whenever you pin him on something, he'll make a sweeping, hostile statement that sort of tries to get you to follow down that. Well, you don't know the science. It's the stupidest thing you've ever come up with. It's just
and I'm just going to do what I did in our discussion. I'm just going to call him out on it and tell him to get back on topic.
Yep, that's the best way to do it.
I don't care about your debate or about your bait. I don't care about your kindergarten insults. Talk to me like an actual person.
Or a dinosaur in this case.
Kent Hovind talk to you like an actual person instead of, a sinner and disbeliever and a heretic.
I don't know. I kind of want to try something that Peter put forward, and it's so tempting. I want to try it, but at the same time, I also don't want to talk to Kent. But if I ever did, I might be willing to give it a go.
Is it his conceding idea?
Yeah, basically, approach him in a Socratic way. Like, you start off by conceding every single point he wants. Give him all of it. And then ask him how the fuck shit works.
Yeah. I like the idea because he and I actually talk. He gave me a lot of good advice. I like the idea and I would love to try it out, but not for my first debate.
The tactic called the enough rope method. You give them more than enough rope to hang themselves, and then let it go.
I think Jay Bundy kind of tried that. To be honest with you, I think he more or less did that in his debate.
Mhm.
I hadn't seen that one, but it seems
there was
fun
another
to be
guy,
like, of course you're so wise, you're so correct, Dr. Hoven, but please explain to me with my tiny little, evolutionist brain, how exactly do bats and birds reproduce? Because they're the same kind, they bring forth after their kind. So where are the half bat, half birds? I don't understand.
Ben Wagner also did something like that. He was the guy who brought up the 4 books with contradictory skulls in a debate.
I think Bree can actually.
Dr. Hovind, I don't want to deceive my students. Can you please set me right? And Kent absolutely freaking refused.
Yeah, I think Bree can support this. If you get all the skeletons of all the colubrids out there, one of the different types of snakes, just the skeletons, it would be nigh impossible to be able to tell which one is which species.
Yeah, from the skeletons.
Yeah,
I can believe
colubrid skeletons are so close together, you could not tell the species. If they're all about this, if they're all about the same size, you could not tell which one is which.
I can definitely believe that.
Whereas if you do it to the domestic dog, you could look at the skeleton of a domestic dog and just go, "Oh, that is that. That is that."
Mm-hmm.
Why is there so much difference between one of his kinds to another of his kinds?
I love that I was able to look at a dog skull that was in the anatomy lab collection when I TA'd in it, and I was immediately able to tell, oh, hey, that's a boxer.
Yeah. Well, that shows the difference between letting nature sculpt an organism and artificially picking what you want instead.
Yeah.
Which is smushed face, big eyes, floppy ears. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the same route the foxes are going down?
Yeah, with the silver foxes. Yep. In Russia.
Yep.
Erectus and others as animals created by God. These extraordinary creatures walked erect and possessed enough intelligence to assemble crude tools and even adopt some level of culture. The Reasons to Believe model maintains that hominids are not spiritual beings made in the image of God. RTB's model reserves this status exclusively for Adam and Eve and their descendants, modern humans. But that's not what science says. Science says the Neanderthals were human. And look at this reconstruction of a Neanderthal at the University of Zurich. Does she look subhuman to you?
Okay, first, Neanderthal child. Like, humans have this interesting thing where they retain a lot of neonatal features. They retain baby features more so than most apes do.
But also, who's saying that? I mean, the words subhuman are really weird to use, kind of thing. Like, we're not like that. That's it seems very loaded language, like subhuman. Like they're a form of human, but they're not supposed to be the same. Like, if Neanderthals are similar enough to interbreed with humans, then they're gonna be similar in a lot of different senses. Like, I really have issues. Like, it's like saying, well, wolves are sub dogs.
Yeah.
What sense does that make?
Yeah, but like my main point was, like, the kids are going to look similar. A child Neanderthal is going to look like a child Homo sapien, more so than the adults will, because they're not going to have the big brow ridges. The face isn't going to be as prognathic out. Like, it's no shit. If you know anything about biology, this is really simple.
Does she look like an animal to you?
Sorry, we were just talking about dogs. a lot of dog puppies look the freaking same when they're puppies, but the adults look completely different.
I tell you right now, though, if you try to go down the route of talking about neoteny, he's going to accuse you of talking about recapitulation or whatever, however you say it, the old Victorian theory where the Haeckel drawings and all that good stuff.
Oh.
Well, he can try, and then I'll point out he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, because that's not what I'm talking about.
No, the Neanderthals were fully human. And because of where we found their bones, we conclude that they are people who migrated from the Tower of Babel after Noah's flood. Well, the Australopithecines are not our relatives. The Neanderthals are our relatives. What about some other missing links that the evolutionists have brought forth? Well, Piltdown Man was discovered in 1912, and the Illustrated London News had a picture of what he...
Here we go.
Piltdown Man? Really?
Well, you gotta go with the frauds, and I gotta say everything else is a fraud, even though figuring out these were frauds made us look at everything else with way more scrutiny. Like they improved the scientific process.
You guys act like this wasn't preordained, though. You guys act like this wasn't expected. Nebraska man's going to be next.
It was a
which
fraud,
was a big
so everything must be fake.
Bree, are you psychic?
Oh,
there was be psychic, Bree.
There was some fake Mayan relics, so therefore the Mayans never existed. Don't you know?
Yeah, I've been in this game a long time. If I predicted Nebraska man next and it's right, then yeah. I probably need to touch grass more.
Oh, you also, Ember says all these mammals look the same to me. Correct.
What he looked like based on the evidence. It was a piece of jaw, 2 molar teeth, a canine tooth, and a piece of skull. And the confident interpretation by the Geological Society of London was he's 500,000 to 1 million years old, and the bones leave no possible doubt but that they represent a man who must be regarded as affording us a link with our remote ancestors, the apes. No,
hold on.
Well,
He's not. Hang on. He's not quoting the London Geological Society. He's quoting a newspaper, right? Illustrated London News.
Ooh.
That's not what they said. It's almost like he's quoting a non-scientific source for some reason.
Look how similar those two look.
Aww.
Oh, let me put you up on this screensy beamsy.
Screensy beam.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess gorilla and chimp.
Yeah, good guess.
You look at enough primates, you start to see some similarities.
And
yeah,
but you put up a
they've
baby
got the same
in there and a baby orangutan. Like,
oh, the orangutan's a dead giveaway though with the orange hair, but those were the two close together, and that's what I mean. That the only real difference, if you actually lighten one or darken the other, you probably could not tell the difference.
You can tell with the ears and the head shape, but
there is a lot of
unless you know what to look for, you will not know.
On a passing glance, they look very, very close.
Yeah. Like, you would have to be very familiar with primate anatomy to be able to tell. If you colored them the same.
So just for the record, almost from the outset, Woodward, who reconstructed the Piltdown Man, reconstruction of the Piltdown fragments was strongly challenged by some researchers at the Royal College, and surgeons copied of the same fragments used by the British Museum in their reconstruction were used to produce an entirely different model, one with a brain size and other features resembled a modern human. So there was a lot of pushback against this, even from the very start. As early as 1913, David Watterson of King's College London produced his conclusion that the sample consisted of an ape mandible and a human skull.
Mm-hmm.
And it was found in 1912. So less than a year later, they're basically saying no. But even from when it was first put together in 1912, people in the Royal College of Surgeons were saying no, it's not a specimen we should take seriously. So
it doesn't.
he's
Piltdown
Right.
Man was a great learning tool for just our
Mhm.
like our hubris. Like, take everything with a grain of salt and actually analyze it. Don't just accept it immediately because it confirms your inner biases.
But
Like,
Yeah,
this
it
whole
wasn't.
idea had all of science fooled is as a lie. It didn't.
Most of the science is basically it doesn't quite look right. We're not sure. We'll put it back there until we get better information. And when we get better information, it just went, no, it's definitely not right. And it just worked out the way it should have. I don't know how they said it fooled anyone other than the tabloids.
Which, of course,
the
they got
person
fooled.
that
They're fooled
found it-
today.
The person that found it was an amateur archaeologist. He was responsible for the fraudulent evidence.
Oh, with Piltdown Mound, there's no direct finger pointing of who actually is responsible for the fraud.
Guys, I'm getting tired up here. I'm going to go ahead and turn in for the night. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Bree. Take care. And Beamsy is now in charge.
Oh no,
we're all doomed. Because I don't even know how to do anything.
No, no.
I mean, that's a bad sign. You have the. It's not a captain hat, lieutenant.
Yeah, there's no fronds on it.
So the confident interpretation, that wasn't the confident interpretation. That was one dude in the
news
Natural History Museum.
Oh, okay.
And basically it says Smith would reconstruct the skull fragments and hypothesize that they belong to a human ancestor 500,000 years ago.
Yeah. Also, Beamsy, I could be wrong, but this was before we had radiometric dating, right? Or at most in its very infancy.
It was very much in infancy.
Yeah.
So well, when did the Currys do their work?
Was it the 20s? I feel like it was the 20s.
Yeah, 23. I think if it was correct, if Curie was correct.
Yeah. So yeah, radiometric dating might have just been theory at this point. Maybe not even that. Maybe just hypothesis. Anyway.
Is affording us a link with our remote ancestors, the apes. No possible doubt. Well, the bones went into the Natural History Museum in London. There were other artistic representations, this one more ape-like. But there were scientists who said, we would like to look at those bones. And the Natural History Museum said, we'd be happy to show you plaster casts of the bones. They didn't let anybody actually look at the real bones for 40 years. Finally, in 1953, they let some scientists, they were actually evolutionists, look at those bones. And what they found was a deliberate hoax. The jawbone was from an orangutan. They estimated it died about 50 years earlier. The skull was human. They carbon dated it to be about 500 to 700 years old. The bones were artificially colored with chemicals to make them look old. And when they examined the teeth under the microscope, they could see file marks. They had been filed to make them look more human.
So what you're saying is science figured out that something was a hoax that was already being questioned by a lot of people.
Yep.
And this is a point against science. Why?
Yeah, and it's not like it was put in a drawer and it wasn't brought out for people who were asking for it. No one was asking about it because it was aware of a lot of people, and they just went, it doesn't quite fit, but so we won't look at that yet. We've got all this much more interesting work that's coming out of Africa.
Mm-hmm. Well, had we found any hominins in Africa yet by 1912?
Yes.
When was the earliest hominin evidence found in Africa?
I think it was the 1880s when the first one was found.
Well, I think the thing about the Piltdown Man, it was hailed as like the missing link, like we have found the missing link kind of thing. So it was a case where I think that maybe some people were eager to believe it because it matched up with evolutionary theory. that it was what we had expected to find.
So yes and no. So when Darwin dipped his toe in human evolution, because he never did much more than that, he hypothesized that humans came from Africa. I don't remember if he specifically said East Africa, but he said Africa. There was a lot of contention, though. Okay, yeah, there had been Homo erectus found in Asia. There had been Neanderthalensis in Europe. So it was pretty contentious. It's a bunch of yes and no. But then we actually found the oldest ones in Africa.
And the evidence was some of the leading British scientists involved.
Good.
The earliest I can find is the 1960s. Homo.
I saw something about Australopithecus in the 1920s.
Yeah, I haven't gone through all the results I've found because going for early hominid remains, you get two different types of results you got to go through.
Timeline of fossil discoveries. Okay, yeah, Homo neanderthalensis in 1848. Some early modern humans in France in 1860s. Homo erectus in Java in 1890. Heidelbergensis in Germany in 1908. Piltdown Man. Yeah, okay, we didn't find anything in Africa until 1924 with the Tong child. And then from there, it just snowballed in Africa.
Yeah, so they found hominid remains a lot earlier than I thought. I thought it was in the 1880s they were finding them.
Yeah, Darwin saw Erectus and Neanderthalensis. But he still based his idea of human origins in Africa. And right, he did it because of chimps. He did it because of chimps and gorillas. Or was it? No, it was because of chimps. Gorillas hadn't been formally discovered yet. But he said this is the closest non-human to humans, so it was probably there. And he was right.
Involved in this hoax, but they were already dead. But think about that. How many people who read the article in 1912 lived to 1953 to find out it was a hoax? Then there was Nebraska Man, and the Illustrated London News had a...
Yep, like I said, Bree is psychic.
Bree's predictions.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this image was from a newspaper. It was in a newspaper commissioned by the newspaper. This was not done by scientists. And every frickin' scientist on Earth, including the guy who kept insisting it was a human tooth, all said this was inaccurate and just a bad idea.
Had a picture of what his wife were doing when they found when they lost the only bit of evidence that the scientists found, which was a single tooth. And from that tooth, they reconstructed the whole scene.
It also wasn't a single tooth, it was several teeth and a jaw. But details.
Well, they kept digging there in Nebraska, and by 1927, they had found more fossil evidence. And in a technical article, not in a daily newspaper, using a technical scientific name, not Nebraska Man, they quietly announced, oops, we made a mistake. That wasn't an ape man. That was actually an extinct species of pig. So that's the real Nebraska Man.
Mistake. They didn't make a mistake. Well, the peccary isn't extinct. Peccary is still
well, it wasn't a pig. Of peccary.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, just.
But they basically said this is a fraud. They're not saying, "Hey, we made a mistake." Like this is just a straw man of what actually happened. They didn't get fooled and went, "Oh, we made a mistake." They basically said, "Hey, this is a fraud. that we knew was a fraud from the outset. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, like almost all of the scientific community disagreed with it being a human tooth. It didn't fit any of the evidence, nothing. It was basically one prominent scientist's pet theory, which happens.
And this is after
And-
we started discovering evidence for early hominids in Africa.
Mhm. And again, to give him a tiny bit of credit, I think Gutsick Gibbon did a good video on this recently. If you look at comparisons of the tooth or of one of the teeth they found to actual primate teeth, it looks a ton like them. Like, you have to be an expert on the anatomy to be able to tell the difference.
Okay, from its initial description, Hesperopithecus, which is what the scientific name was regarded as an inconclusive find by a large portion of the scientific community. Examinations of the specimen continued, and the original describers continued to draw comparisons between Hesperopithecus and apes.
Hesperopithecus,
Further fieldwork on the site in the summer of 1925 and 1926 uncovered other parts of the skeleton. These discoveries revealed that the tooth was incorrectly identified. It was only found in 1922, only heralded as a sort of missing link in 1922. So it was 3 years later that it was basically uncovered. How long did he? Yeah, he sort of said that it's 5 years
27.
later.
Yeah. And,
so the retraction happened in 1927, but they found it was 1925, 1926.
Was it Osborne? I feel like it was Henry Fairfield Osborne.
Yeah, Dr. Henry Osborne.
Yeah, okay. So I was thinking of the right guy. Okay. Stephanie in the chat. No, we did not make a whole skeleton from this. The picture of Nebraska Man was just a drawing for a newspaper that the newspaper paid for. Every scientist, including the guy pushing this as a human tooth, completely disagreed with it.
And look, it did get published in Science, in the journal Science, so it was published. But we know that things do slip through the scientific process upon occasion. That is something that does happen.
And to be fair, this was one, the 20s, and two, the director of the American Museum of Natural History. Wait, you're going to tell him no?
Well, I mean, even stuff that shouldn't get through sometimes does. You know, I'm looking at you, Andrew Wakefield, kind of thing. You know, that was a published thing, right? So. And we rely on peer review and things. And when things do slip through, we rely on people challenging it and doing replication studies and sort of challenging it to overthrow it. And that's what happened in this case. You know, nobody's saying that the process is absolutely perfect, but you're pointing out where science thought they had the right answer. People challenged it, and it went for you know, it actually reinterpreted correctly as it's not a flaw. It's not a flaw.
Yeah, it's part of the system. We see this in all the other sciences, like, you know, for centuries. Newton, unquestionably one of the greatest scientists of all time, believed in alchemy. You know, people get ideas, they test them. Sometimes we see people make claims and then results can't be reproduced. And so we're looking at a 5-year span between the claim being made and the thing being debunked. And in the 1920s, hell, there's stuff today that we spend more than 5 years before we go from the initial claim to saying, no, this is junk.
Yeah, and so just because somebody manages to get some kind of, like, just say somebody manages to get a snake oil or some kind of fraudulent medicine in medicine, it doesn't mean that we just go, hey, we found out this not to work, it is incorrect, retract that article. That doesn't mean we just go, well, let's just throw medicine out the window, let's just forget, let's shut down all the hospitals. That's not what we do. Just because one case is found to be fraudulent doesn't invalidate all of it. That's the thing.
Hey, the paper I did for my PhD, the dating of Lahara landslides through radiometric dating, and the message you can actually get a bracket date for them. Most people who have read it are quite confident it'll be accepted. It's still under review after 18 months, and they think it will be another 2 or 3 years before it's even published properly and accepted.
Yeah,
and
we're
that's
careful
in the
about this
modern
shit
world.
now.
Yeah, like just for a few examples, playing off what Mark said about hospitals, the miasmatic theory of disease. People used to think that diseases were entirely based on air. Now we do know there are some airborne diseases, but it's not the air that's doing it. No one looks at that and says, "Oh, well, that was debunked, so hospitals are garbage." In physics, the luminiferous aether, right? Like everybody thought. And this wasn't even like an isolated case. It was generally held that light went through some type of medium that we had no way of perceiving until finally Michelson-Morley came up with a way to test it and found, nope, not there. You know, there's all kinds of things. The stress theory of ulcers, that continents are immutable, the phlogiston, the four humors, the static universe, the young Earth, the flat Earth. Like, the list is almost endless.
Yeah, just in summary, point being, science got things wrong, but we know that, and we're much more careful now. So bringing up these hoaxes doesn't have any bearing on modern science.
How do we fix it?
More science. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or as Matt Damon might put it in one of Andy Weir's best stories ever, we need to science the shit out of this.
Yeah, that was an amazing film. I haven't read the book, but that film was just
the book
incredible.
is better. Of course, the book is better, but I mean, the book is better.
Yeah. No, I have
so
to read
good.
it. I have to read it, and you know, I'll read it just after I finish Taken by the T-Rex. Okay, just as soon as I finish that book, I will be right on Martian.
And
All right,
it's not
Mark,
a matter
you can
of
go ahead and start reading that. I'll put you on mute.
Yeah, and I haven't even been published yet. I've just put forth a publication. It hasn't even been accepted to publish yet. And it's been out for 18 months now. And it won't be there for another 2 or 3 years because it's still going through the tests that I did to actually prove it or disprove it.
Yeah, because, you know, being able to replicate the experiments is a key part of the verification process.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could do the experiments again. It's playing with flume chambers. I love playing with those things.
And I'd like to say this is a case where a pig made a monkey out of a man. Chris Stringer is a leading evolutionist expert on supposed human evolution. He's at the Natural History Museum in London. In a book review.
Yep. There's one for the Hovind debate.
Oh, dear.
1993, about a book about human evolution. He said this: the study of human origin seems to be a field in which each discovery raises...
Yeah, it's only 30 years old instead of 40.
The debate to a more sophisticated level of uncertainty. True to the traditions of the field, the arguments swirl around the questions of the correct classification of the fossils and of the presumed relationships between the species of humans.
Hey, wait, just a sec.
When it comes to everything within paleontology, every single individual, there is always going to be uncertainty about it. All the Archaeopteryx we found is not necessarily part of the ancestry to the avian kind, but they have the correct anatomical features that we'd expect of that ancestor.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, what he's talking about here, like, I'm pretty sure what he's just talking about is like, okay, is this genus split into species A or species B? Oh, it's split, or it's only species A. Okay, but is it subspecies A or subspecies B? Like, it's not that we don't have no idea. Scientists are just pedantic fucking nerds, okay?
Yep.
And pre-humans.
And this confusion is
more
exactly what we'd expect to see. This confusion is exactly what we'd expect to see if everything had a common ancestor and was just branches of the same, like as they say, mangrove forest more than tree. It's confusing and uncertain and nebulous at times. whereas yours, it shouldn't be. It should be perfectly clear what is what, and it's not.
Yeah, special creation means that everything should be exactly what it is, and there's no fuzziness.
I am very, very much tempted in my presentation for Hovind. Just have like 3 or 4 skulls on screen and say, well, which of these is human, which of these is ape.
They knew which ones were human and which ones were ape.
The reconstruction of Littlefoot would be great for that.
Yeah.
Relationships between the species of humans and pre-humans. So they're just getting more and more sophisticated in their uncertainty. Well, that was 1993. In 2000, an article appeared in National Geographic. I couldn't believe it was in the magazine. I'm going to show you the whole
I love
article.
that he says
page.
that we're getting more and more sophisticated in our uncertainty, because it reminds me of what Plato's writing of what Socrates said, that saying you don't know is the beginning of wisdom. It's the people who confidently declare shit that's wrong that have like a negative wisdom score, to paraphrase.
Yeah. Also, just looking at this, if this is all the bones we have of the specimen, we can already tell quite a bit from it. Like looks like we got an upper jaw here, complete with some teeth, or at least teeth fragments, and a few long bones. That's more than enough to identify it as a primate, let alone an ape or whatever.
And
yes,
everything on that
Sydney,
page.
Project Hail Mary is one of it's even better than The Martian. It's one of my all-time favorite books ever. Top 5 for sure.
What is it?
They had a picture of those.
Project Hail Mary.
Okay.
Oh.
6 bones and a piece of jaw, and they said it's hard to find someone who can draw a realistic-looking early hominid. That's why the Geographic's art department conducted a search for new talent. 4 artists were picked to receive casts of 2-million-year-old female Homo habilis fossils. From these bits of evidence, now that's accurate, isn't it? Bits of evidence. They were to sketch in skeletal and fleshed-out form the hominid to whom the bones belong. So here's the assignment. We want you to take a look at those bones, and we want you to draw a complete skeleton, and then we want you to draw a picture of what that creature looked like when it had muscles and skin and hair.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's actually a pretty fair test. Like seeing what they can infer from bits of bone, that's a fair test for students of what biological illustration. I know it's called something different than that, but yeah, drawing.
But the thing is, they didn't even do it with the bits they're showing. They actually do it with skulls.
Oh, so even worse for what he's trying to paint.
Yes. If you look into it, this is the 2000 one. They gave out multiple different skulls to get a better idea of what people's interpretations were like. And so they came back a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it was a good investigative research for those students.
Yeah. And I mean,
and they were students.
Yep. Yeah, and I think bioillustration is a good enough word. Not just in bioillustration. In my geology field camp, like, we had to use what we'd learned to try and reconstruct an interpretation of an environment. And you were basically scored according to how you made your inferences. And I mean, interestingly enough, all of my diagrams were basically point-for-point copies of my professor's interpretation, except for this one little section on the very last diorama.
Yeah, we were given sedimentary rocks and told, okay, draw what this sort of area would look like.
Yeah. Oh, hey, ocean, beach, sabka, beach, desert, blah, 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 swamp.
Tasty fish.
Yeah, I basically interpreted a dead lagoon as an ocean trench. But, it's fun stuff to do. This is very, very common in the sciences.
Go on.
You're testing your interpretation.
Each artist had 2 weeks with the bones before they were sent on to the next persons. Research was completely up to the individual. That's why their work looks so different. There's no one way to draw her. Now that's significant. They conclude, paleoanthropologists reviewed the results. Intrigued with all 4 entries, the art department has invited the artists to paint finished versions based on input from the consultants. Now, I just have a question. How will that help? because the paleontologists don't have any more fossil evidence than the artists, and they're not as good at art. So how will that help? Would you be interested to see what they drew? Well, even if you're not, I'm going to show you because this is very educational. Let's start with the head. All they have from the head is a piece of jaw. And remember, there's no one way to draw her. So let's see what they drew. Ape-like head, more human-like. Ape-like head, ape-like head.
Okay, sorry. I gotta get a good look here. I mean, like, they're mostly just different based on the hairstyles, honestly.
Yeah.
And a little bit of fleshiness. Like, the one on the left is more bare bones, whereas the one on the right is more fleshy.
Well,
other than that, these are completely reasonable interpretations.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, we've got the same jaw for all of them. And there's going to be some artistic license with the parts you don't have. It looks to me like the main differences that he's describing, ape-like or human-like, have to do with the brow ridge and the nose.
Mm-hmm. Also, sorry, Beams, you said they actually had a full skull to work with?
No, they had sections of skull to work with.
Sections of skull, okay.
Yeah, what he was showing was, I think it was 2 ribs and part of a clavic, but they had a lot more to work with than just that.
Okay. And also just I guess a second from the left. Her face seems to be less prognaathic, though that could just be the angle.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you only have parts of the skull to work with, that can be more interpretation.
But they're all different. Now we'll look at the body, but before I show you the body, I want to remind you of 2 facts. The first fact is, they only had 6 bones, but they're 207.
That's not 6.
That's 1 sample.
Sorry, but also, that's not 6. I see 7, and that's if you don't want to be pedantic and count the at least 2. Well, depends on if you count teeth as bones.
Yeah.
It's more than 6. Point being, like, it's your own presentation. Learn to count.
7 bones in the human body, so that's not much to work with. But notice those bones. They're bone fragments. They're not complete bones. So the artist will have to guess, well, how long was that bone when it was a complete bone? The second fact you need to remember is that humans have an arm-to-leg ratio of 3/4 to 1. So our hands come to the middle of our thighs when we stand up. But apes have much longer arms compared to their legs. If they could stand up straight, their hands would come to their knees or even farther. They all had the same bones, incomplete bones. There's no one way to draw her, so let's see what they drew. Human-length arms, getting down to ape-length arms. Human-length arms with curved hands to give it that tree-dwelling look. And this one's in a tree. Those arms are looking awfully long. Folks.
Okay. First off, yeah, of course, Christians have a problem with nudity because Christians. I mean, from what I can see,
the censorship bugs me because they're drawings, right? But also with the models of Lucy earlier, they had no problem with the boobs.
True.
Like,
also,
what is this nonsense?
He's talking about the arm length. Like, the arm length in all of these is pretty consistent. Like, it seems to differ by maybe a few inches, honestly. Like,
and when standing, really I can
Sorry, go ahead.
And when I'm standing, I can actually scratch my knees.
Yeah, it's different in individuals, but, like, point being, from an anatomical perspective, these are pretty consistent. Like, the main variable just seems to be weight. Like, some of them are heavier than others. And some seem to be wanting to highlight the bones, like the one on the left.
And so the one with long arms seems to have straight down arms, but the other 2 have their arms bent, so it's sort of hard to tell where they'd come down to. So I'm not entirely sure that they are that different. I mean, sure, there's absolutely differences, sure, because they're an artist's interpretation, but no one's sort of claiming that these are exactly how they looked. There's a reason why these are artist renditions.
I also enjoy that the artist on the far right went way above and beyond all the others and actually created some environment, not just the figure.
But yeah, like, from an anatomist perspective, I look at these drawings, I could easily believe they're all in the same species. Like, easily. Just individual variation.
Folks, this is not science. This is art and imagination. In National Geographic, arguably one of the greatest propaganda organs of the evolutionists, published in multiple languages around the world. Well, the next year in 2001, Daniel Lieberman, a leading scientist, published a technical article in Nature. And he said this: until a few years ago, the evolutionary history of our species was thought to be reasonably straightforward. Well, I would dispute that statement just on the basis of what I've already shown you. But he goes on, lately confusion has been sown in the human evolutionary tree. The confusion now looks set to increase still further.
Okay, another face in our family tree. I'm going to guess we discovered a new species. 2001.
Oh, what did we find in 2001?
Auroran tuganensis, looks like. Or are they talking about Sahelanthropus? Oh, hey, actually, yeah, that year, 2 new species. Auroran tuganensis and Ardipithecus cadava. So, yeah, we found new species. Now we have to figure out where they line up.
Right. And that's all good shit. It's a weird quote. Like, he seems to be implying that this scientific researcher guy is questioning the validity of evolution, at least in terms of how it applies to humans. But the guy in question, Daniel Lieberman, is the chair of the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology at Harvard. He's not going to make a statement that's like, oh, my whole field is garbage, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was about to say that, yeah. Like, but this is the thing about cherry picking, right? You don't take the whole thing and come and include the conclusions of the person. You just find where they've said, hey, we have a lack of knowledge about this, or there is a problem, determining this. And then you take that as the entire field is crap, even though that person will have even, I've seen papers where people have proposed solutions to the problems that come up. They said, hey, more investigation is required. It could be this, it could be this, it could be this. But, they will take it as that hasn't been solved. There's no way to address it. And so therefore it's all just complete crap. It is the most dishonest interpretation of a scientific paper I have seen.
So, Beamsy, I'm going to guess you're looking up this article.
Nope.
Oh, maybe not.
Scratching his knees.
Knowing Beamsy, I guessed he would probably be looking this up. So he usually chimes in about now saying, well, actually, it was this.
Well, it's okay. Maybe he's had enough. Well, it has sort of been halfway. I don't know when you do want to call this thing.
I mean, that's kind of up
maybe
to
now
you guys. I'm not really feeling too tired, but
yeah, I'm all right for now. Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, I might bail because I've got lunch and then I want to do a subscriber only stream in a bit. But people can go over to Doc Dino's channel. Absolutely.
well, thank you.
Yeah. So I pinned. I actually have had the link pinned all the time. So good to see Carol, Brian, Victoria, Simos, of course. Everybody, if Maya, if you do want more, Doc's link is in there. I'm going to bail. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Before you go, though, I did look it up.
Yeah.
I managed to find the article too, Ember.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just saying we found new specimens and now we got to place them. That's it. And he's he's being a creationist.
And it's Lieberman himself who was in. He was part of the team. He didn't it wasn't, oh, look, I found the skull. No, he was part of the team. But it was his team's findings that he's talking about. It's not like, oh, some rando brought me another skull.
Yeah. But anyway, thanks for joining us, Mark. You have a good one.
No problem. Take care.
You can always leave it here.
What is the topic of your members-only stream?
It's just me. I'm doing a occasional stream of Medieval Dynasty, where you
Cool.
basically are a peasant making a village. But it's for my second tier members and above, because that's one of my member awards kind of thing. So I'll occasionally do that, and I had it planned for today. So I do apologize. I wish I had a bit more time, but yeah.
you're fine. You're fine.
All right, thank you so
Have
much,
fun,
guys.
fun.
And I'll yeah, and if you do want to see the rest of it, get over to Duck Dinos. Just give us subscribe. You know, it doesn't cost anything. He does some awesome stuff. You'll have some debates and things coming up. So definitely recommend. And don't
feel
forget
free to
about
subscribe
Ember,
if you want to see me beat up an old man soon.
That's a fun way
especially
to put it.
when the old man is Kent Hovind. That's what I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Anyway, peeps, lots of love.
Fun time.
Take care. Be kind. And yeah, have a good one.
Later, Mark. Yeah, that's cool stuff. And any of you who want to get in on Mark's members only streams, you can join. Mark has memberships available. His custom emojis aren't nearly as cool as mine, but they are pretty cool.
Also, sorry, Beamsy, I think we cut you off there like a minute or two back. Were you trying to say something?
We misplaced our Beamsy again.
Oh dear. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, he's just misrepresenting the article. Go figure. Go figure.
They're getting more confused as time goes on. And look at his chart. You've got those bold bars of blue, green, red, black. That represents the fossil evidence. And down the left, you've got the timeline of 6 million years. And then you've got those black lines with question marks. What are those? Well, that's not the fossil evidence. That's the evolutionary imagination about relationships.
No, those are the hypothetical relationships because we're not certain. Like, this is being a good scientist. Like, showing we don't know everything, but here's what we think might be true.
Yeah.
Question marks. What are those?
Mark Leaving raises an interesting question. At what point do the simulcast streams stop? Like, will it just keep streaming until the end of the stream, or does Mark have a way to shut his off?
I'm not sure. Mark, I see you there in the chat. If you want me to shut down your stream, I can do that on my end. Otherwise, sure, you can take the rest of this.
I mean, if Mark's going to start his stream, I know it's possible. I've seen SpaceX do it. I've seen AXP do it. You can have multiple live streams going on your channel at the same time. So he could just leave it running and go do his stream.
Yeah. Oh, it's up to him. If he wants it shut down, then I can shut it down. But I don't really matter to me. I'm good.
Well, that's not the fossil evidence. That's the evolutionary imagination about relationships. So let's get rid of those so we can see the fossil evidence clearly. That looks like different kinds of creatures have always been different kinds of creatures.
Then why are they separated by time? Like, it is a procession of different apes separated by expansive stretches of time.
Yeah, if Homo sapiens were created at the beginning with everything else, then why the fuck aren't there Homo sapiens all the way back at the beginning with everything else? I don't know.
Well, then there was an article in...
Beamsy, were you about to say something?
No, I was turning the mic off because of the helicopter going over the head.
Well, still, welcome back. I think we cut you off a couple times on accident earlier.
In 2006, Lucy's baby, an extraordinary new fossil. And they showed us what they found. That's the stuff in orange. White is imagination.
Okay.
God damn it, Terry.
That's a lot of the skeleton.
It's not imagination, it's extrapolation based on other fossils of the same fucking species, you twit.
And even if this was the first one we found, that is a shit ton of the fossil. Like, we can tell a lot from this.
Like, the knee is one of the more important joints to tell whether it was biped or quadruped.
Yeah. The knee joint, the ankle joint, the structure of the feet. Looks like we got most of at least the left foot. Also, there's stuff in the head that'll tell you. The shoulder joints can tell you if they were weight supporting or not.
Backbone. All kinds of
Looks
goodies.
like we have a couple finger bones here. Definitely useful for figuring out if it's climber or not, though. Guessing female Australopith, so probably better climber. Because, like I said, sexually dimorphic, but yeah.
I mean, they like to make a big deal about the curved fingers good for climbing trees. We have curved fingers. We're not, freaking the monkeys that steal everything in India. I forget the actual name of them. But we're not as good as them. But we can still climb trees.
So human fingers do curve when they're just relaxed, right? That's their natural position. What we're usually talking about in terms of Australopithecus and chimps, animals like that, the actual finger bones are long, thin, and they curve over their length. They curve a little bit forward. So even if they try to hold their hand straight, they can't. They will curve. Makes it easier to hold on to trees. They also have proportionally longer fingers and shorter palms.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with differences in traits, just that when AiG makes a big deal out of the fact that the fingers are long and curved because they climb trees, yada yada, we still climb trees. That's not a point to say they're not humans at all, you know?
You also have to take into account this is also an infant.
It is an infant, okay.
Yeah. Capuchin monkeys. That's the ticket.
How old? I'm actually curious now. Lucy's baby.
Sorry, I closed it. It said it was an infant.
Aw. Oh, wait, is it the Dakika infant?
No, it's just referred to as Lucy's baby.
Dakika was nearby.
Yes.
Okay. Huh, yeah, it is an infant. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, it just says infant. There's no real age given when I'm reading at the moment.
Foramen Magnum.
Well, I mean, judged to be at that of a 3-year-old girl. Okay. Yeah, so very small. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and she does have a name. Salam.
Nice. Peace.
Yeah, meaning peace in a few Ethiopian languages.
And Arabic.
Yeah, that's
Farsi.
cute. That's cute.
Yeah, I dig it. James Duncan makes an interesting salient point. The location of the foramen magnum. That tells a lot about how a critter stood. And when, like Homo sapiens, the foramen magnum, if you hold the skull so you're looking at the bottom, it's almost in the very center of the skull. The nerve cord goes straight down because that's how we stand. If it were a quadruped, the nerve cord would enter more towards the back.
Yeah, and also, when we're talking about the valgus knee, if you see my mouse here, you can see how her knees are closer together than where her hips connect. Like her hip connects to the femur. That makes it a lot easier to balance when the point you have to balance is closer together. Whereas if we look at a chimp, they're either going to be straight down, basically, or slightly sprawled. Because they have to stretch their legs out to grab the trees and stuff like that.
And they told us what they found. Shoulder blades and neck vertebrae like a gorilla. Inner ear canals like African apes. Long curved finger like a tree-dwelling ape. But now look at the picture. All they have from the arms is that one finger and a little bit of the upper arm bone. The rest is imagination. But they've drawn the
extrapolation
arm the length of a human arm. had a voice box like a chimpanzee's, cranial capacity like a chimpanzee. So according to them, all the
Yes, that's what we expect from female Australopithecus. Also a baby. You know what baby apes tend to do? They hang on to their mothers.
What?
And then the
Show
mother
me-
carries them around.
Yeah, show me a picture of an infant human and that has their hands fully spread.
Uh-huh. Ember, you've had children. Have you ever had one of them just like hook their arms around your neck and hold on?
Oh
while you're
yeah,
feeding them?
yeah. They're clingy little critters. They're
Yeah.
anything that gets near their palm, they whomp. But yeah, if
that's a holdover from when
they
we
want to
lived in
get picked
freaking
up.
trees, and if they didn't do that, they'd fall.
Yeah, they always want to get picked up, and it's an instinctive thing.
Mm-hmm.
Every single baby does this. Toddlers and such, they want to be carried around, and they're close, they're protected. They've got the adult around. There's a whole bunch of different factors that go into the why, the psychology, the urge, the instinct, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they absolutely want to dangle off of you as much as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, so this
The
is not a
evidence is
very good analogy he's making from an infant skeleton. It just
Yeah. Like, compare her skeleton to an infant human. I think you'll find a lot of similarities. Or a 3-year-old Australopith, so like maybe a 5-year-old human, I think, would be about equivalent. Like, you'll find a ton of similarities.
But look at the way they drew the picture. Human length arms, and it looks like it's standing upright, just like you and I.
Are they human length, though? Like, another thing to consider about Australopiths, they have short legs and long torsos and arms.
I think
Much more so than humans.
I think Terry may be anthropomorphizing the diagram even more than the people he's accusing of anthropomorphizing it.
Mm-hmm.
You and I. Well, I didn't give you the whole title of the article. It didn't say Lucy's Baby, an extraordinary new fossil. It said Lucy's Baby, an extraordinary new human fossil. But all the evidence is ape. So they should have said a new ape fossil.
Shock!
What are
Humans are apes! Oh my god!
Even if it is a side branch, it is in the human lineage. Get over it.
And if they'd said that, there'd be no reason to publish the article. Because who cares about an ape fossil?
Get the fuck out of
lot
here,
of
Terry! Biologists, zoologists, primatologists, paleontologists. Like, there's a huge list of people who would care about a new ape fossil. Fuck you, Terry.
Oh,
He should care about this
remember
too.
Jack Horner exists. Yeah, Jack Horner is very infamous for that. Right on T-Rex. Seems to maybe be wrong about the others. But yeah, like, a lot of humans love learning about fossils. Go figure. They're curious as shit.
Old bones. It brings up that whole sense of a mystery. Like, maybe it's just me, but as a child, I'd enjoy digging in the dirt and finding weird things, and similarly finding little hidey hole places where there might be secrets where no one has been for years and years, and finding bones in the dirt, it elicits a little bit of that old sensation of, I found something that no one else knows, and now I get to show them, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. I've had that same feeling a lot.
It's like I've said a few times, it's anyone who's actually an expert in their field, they'll always get to that childlike wanting to share with everyone if they discover something.
Mm-hmm. Because it's fun to do. And it's fun to see other people's reactions.
Whereas if you think yourself the smartest person in the room, you'll just talk down to every person in the room.
Yeah, no one wants to fucking talk to you.
That's why smug assholes are so miserable. Because they're constantly bored. Because they never have that dopamine hit of that sense of wonder. Must be a miserable way to live.
Have an open mind, folks, and be open to learning new things. I don't know jack shit about automotives, but I love learning new things about cars. Like, they're neat.
I'm meh about cars, possibly because I had too many uncles who were car guys, and I got so bored by their endless chatter about it. But I'm fascinated by machines. Like, I can't go near a construction site without seeing, like, the giant frickin' payloaders and going, wow, somebody designed that and then built it, and look at what it's doing. This is so cool, you know?
Mm-hmm. Or, like, I remember watching a documentary about construction as a kid, and I saw, like, this thing some companies use to, like, level pavement, and I just sat there, mouth open, like, that's how they make it flat.
Yeah, it's amazing when you really look, when you really get inquisitive, the shit that humans have come up with. I mean, we have our drawbacks. Like, there's organizations like AiG around, but we've done some really cool. I mean, think about a heart transplant for a minute. Just think about the concept of cutting the heart out of a dead human, preserving it, and rushing it to a live human, opening their body, removing their existing heart, and installing the new one, and the person doesn't die. Holy fuck, that's amazing!
Yeah.
It's why I think all these creationists are just so miserable. Yeah. I know God did this. I know. No, you don't. And that knowing sort of stifles your curiosity.
Yeah, fuck you. That's boring. Like, tell me how. Give me the how. Let me learn the how.
Yeah.
Let me pull it to pieces. Pull and see it works again when I put it back together.
Okay. I need two things. I need my rock hammer and I need my scalpel. Let's get to work.
I'm still partial towards the pickaxe style.
Tell you what, you can have one half, I'll take the other.
No, I have both, but I still am partial towards the pickaxe style of rock hammer.
Shoot, where do I put my pickaxe?
Everyone has their flair. Everyone has their own way.
I have an actual pickaxe in my room somewhere, but my room is cluttered.
We're not talking about pickaxes. We're talking about rock hammers.
Yeah.
I'm just an old school miner type. I have an actual pickaxe.
Oh, I've had those too. They can be kind of unwieldy though.
Mm-hmm.
So I prefer my little hammer.
You always got a shovel, a pickaxe. You've got chisels and hammers.
Crowbar.
Yeah, but always on your side, you've always got your trusty rock hammer, and you've always got it.
Okay, question, Beamsy. Do you hold yours by the handle or do you hold it by the head?
That sounds personal.
Normally by the handle, because I've got a nice comfortable leather handle on the thing.
Fair. Like, there's two main grips. Either you hold it by the handle, or you hold it so, like, the neck of the hammer is between your middle and ring finger, and your other fingers are on either side. There's two types of geologists, and everyone belongs to one of two camps.
This is more ape-man deception in one of our leading science magazines, Scientific American.
Someone's being deceptive.
For sure.
Well, you're saying there's various ways to make an ape-man. You can take a few human bones, add imagination, and make an ape-man. Or you can take a few ape bones. Or you don't even need an ape bone. You can use a pig tooth if you want. Add imagination and make an ape-man. Or you can take a few human bones and a few ape bones, add imagination, and make an ape-man. And if all those methods fail, you can always get an electric grinder or file and change the shape of the bones, add imagination, and make an ape-man. But there never have been any ape-men. Neanderthals were fully human. Piltdown man was a hoax. Nebraska man was a pig. Australopithecines are apes. And we could talk about Peking man and Java man and Ida and Homo naledi. They're either fully ape, fully human, or imaginary. And in the book, Searching for Adam, which I edited and contributed to with 15 other authors, we've got 2 fabulous chapters on the fossil evidence showing that it does not support the theory of evolution. What about DNA evidence? Have any of you ever seen something like this, which appeared in National Geographic recently? Picture of an ape and a baby, and they say the DNA profiles of these two are nearly 99% the same. Anybody ever heard something like that?
Yes, and if you knew anything about anatomy, you'd see the anatomy supports it.
Well, as Erica goes out of her way to point out, because she insists on being fair to the greatest extent possible, it depends on how you measure the DNA.
True.
Like there are some naysayers, shall we say, who put the percentage much, much lower. I'm not sure how the hell they measure, but the way Erica measures is active genes. Get rid of all the junk DNA and compare the active genes, and you get somewhere around 93% similar. If you want to go with total genomic sequencing, then you can get around 97% similar, but it's not, it's the 99% is as much of a pushing it as the Creaty Boys, it's only 86% or whatever.
The first thing they had to do was take away the X and the Y chromosomes and exclude them from the genomic comparison.
Are they both highly variable? I know the Y chromosome is.
The X, not so much. It's still relatively robust, but it does still have some noticeable differences.
Yeah, so it's the 99% thing. It's closer to truth, but you still need to do a little wiggling with the data to make it come out that way.
It's somewhere between 90 to 95% is the truth.
Depends on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, still the most common non-human to a human. And that's just living DNA. That's not including like Neanderthals.
Oh yeah, Neanderthals are definitely much closer than any non-human primate would be. But I do believe that the bonobos are also they're almost exactly the same genetic difference.
So, if my understanding is correct, bonobos and chimps are each other's common ancestor, or are each other's closest common relative, and then both of them are separately closest to humans. I could be wrong on that. Are they both Homo troglodytes?
I'm not sure.
I haven't really looked into it as much anymore. I know that's been a huge argument. Are they the same genus?
Okay, it's Pan paniscus versus Pan troglodytes. So they are sister genre or sister species.
But who cares about people fudging the data? It's not like they do it all the time. Like asking for an ape man would be like asking for, hey, Ember, can you get me a wolf dog?
Have you ever seen a wolf give birth to a dog?
Yes. Well, not seen them give birth, but I've seen a dog with puppies.
How about a fish tuna?
I personally like the turkey bird.
It's just that how stupid it is saying ape man. It just
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's false. Because when they make that claim, they didn't compare the whole chimp genome with the whole human genome. They selected parts, and they used the human genome as a template. On our website, we have a technical article by Jeffrey Tompkins. He's a PhD geneticist.
Tompkins! I've heard that name in Gutsick Gibson videos. Yeah.
People, feel free to go check out her 3-hour stream debunking Tompkins. Just her latest one.
And am I the only one that every time I hear template, I just go straight to the Portal 2? The turret scene? Template? Accepted.
Never played Portal. Always wanted to. Never actually had it.
Yeah, me either. I'll have to...
Maybe next time it goes on sale.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye
Oh,
out. That can be
okay,
another
I got
thing
a
we
big
can.
backlog of games I got to get through.
Well, they do have a multiplayer mode, so maybe we could use that for
Ooh.
another alternative for multi-people gaming. I don't know.
How multiplayer? Is it just 2-player? Or?
It's exclusively co-op because one
Ooh.
person plays as Atlas, the other one plays as Peabody, and it's better to play it when neither person has played it before. I've never found anyone to play it with, so I don't know anything other than one is called Atlas, one is called Peabody.
Yeah, I haven't played either single or double player. I've seen some videos from like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye from years and years ago, but that was years and years ago.
I'd be down someday.
And he got the full chimp genome and full human genome and compared them and found by careful analysis that the DNA similarity is only about 85% or maybe even less. And that fits exactly what a 5-year-old would figure going to the zoo and seeing a chimpanzee. I mean, they do hold their banana the same way we do, though they peel it from the other end. But it's obvious.
Is that what a 5-year-old would figure?
It's obvious to the child.
Yeah, and also, do they though? Because humans do it different ways.
Yeah, I tend to peel it from the bottom end, which I think is what he means, because it opens easier, it's cleaner, you have a handle to hold it by. There's so many benefits to doing it from the bottom. But
where's the viral video of the guy showing people how he does it? And he's just like, duh. And it set the internet on fire.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen it or what have you. I'm just stuck on this 85% thing because I'm trying to think of a 5-year-old who even knows how to calculate percentages. It's not impossible, but you have to be an autodidact, right? You have to teach yourself that because school won't do it until like 7th grade or something.
Okay, sorry, just we've been torturing ourselves with this for a bit. I think we can deserve a little bit of a laugh. So this is the video I'm talking about. It starts off with this guy cutting a banana free for some freaking reason. Also muting just in case music. Like, what the shit is this? And then this guy just goes.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Just the internet exploded because not many people do it. Yeah. And that guy has a ton of other great little, like, no shit memes.
Yeah, that's his whole shtick.
Yeah. Like, you moron. It's fun. It's fun.
That the ape is in the cage and the kid isn't.
Because the humans put it in the cage. And then sometimes humans fall into the cage. And then you know what happens.
Rip Harambe.
Well, I did recently just hear of another young child falling into a gorilla enclosure. And a female gorilla picked up the kid carefully and just took it over to the door of the habitat so the keepers could take him out.
Here's a stupid thing.
You're naked in.
Yeah, here's a stupid thing I just found out. Do you know what Lucy's child's paleontology number is?
What?
DIK11.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how the convention works.
Doc,
Sometimes it's unfortunate.
I feel like there's a dick joke in there somewhere.
Well, not only does the fossil evidence support what Genesis says, as we will see what it says in a minute, but the genetic
Not when it comes to children. That's for the creationists.
evidence also confirms that we are
I
descended
was actually
from
more
two
talking
humans,
about what he's got on what he's got on the stand in front of him.
Oh, I thought you were referring mostly to the DIK part.
Yes.
Yeah, I did too. But yeah,
No.
that's a good
Yeah,
call
I
though.
see,
The 1 thing.
But see, you got the DIC. Sorry, you got the DIK up the top there, and then there's 1-1. So that's Lucy Child we've got in front of us.
No, he's way too ugly. Throw him back.
The genetic evidence also confirms that we are descended from two humans only a few thousand years ago.
No, it doesn't. That's a misrepresentation.
No, not even remotely close. And also, where'd they get the pictures of those two humans from thousands of years ago? And also, I don't want to, sound sexist, but those look like two males to me. And Terry's crowd seems to be... Hush, I'm mischaracterizing them the same way they do to real evidence.
What's the time difference between Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve? Isn't it like several 100,000 years?
Yeah, it's in the six figures range somewhere.
Yeah, mitochondrial Eve, I think, is around 250,000 years, and Adam can only go back to about 5,000, maybe 6.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to look it up again. Have you seen that the Twitch is better for emotes?
I've heard that, but I do what I can with YouTube. I'm glad we got the nope added, or the no is the new emoji, because I say no a lot.
So there really is no evidence that man evolved that stands up to scrutiny. Rather, imagination and art are the keys, and over time, the evolutionists are getting more confused. So let's look at what the Bible has to say, and we really need to think carefully about this.
Oh, goody.
Because in the church today, there are people publishing books and giving lectures saying that there never was an Adam and Eve, that Adam and Eve are a myth. These are two books published in recent years by two respected evangelical publishers, and both of those books deny a historical Adam and what the Bible says. And the leading proponent of theistic evolution or evolutionary creation is Biologos Forum. And they believe what the evolutionists say. They believe that we evolved from an ape-like creature. But the Bible is very clear that Adam and Eve were created super
creatures.
Yeah.
And as you can see
again, how dare they be semi-rational?
Yeah, and as you can see in chat, Twitch is better.
I see a very gay unicorn splooging something on a ball. Is that correct?
It's more the fact that it shows up.
Yeah. The fact that the emojis actually show up in StreamYard is a plus, I suppose. As we can all see the unicorn vomiting rainbows on what appears to be the Earth.
Yeah, let's go with vomiting.
Yes.
It's actually throwing a bucket of rainbow onto the Earth, but yeah.
Oh, well, that's less fun.
Supernaturally, and we're unique from all other creatures. So consider the biblical evidence.
Give me one aspect of human anatomy that is unique.
Did he say the biblical evidence? That's an interesting phrase.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
I would love to see some biblical evidence. Either evidence that is proposed by the Bible, like, how it says the empty tomb this, and the 500 witnesses that. Show me some of that evidence. Or show me some evidence that indicates we should believe anything the Bible has to say. I will take either option.
I mean, question. Let's say we somehow managed to find the exact body of Jesus, and we could somehow verify that it was Jesus.
Oh, that should be relatively easy.
To spin it?
It'd only have 23 chromosomes and somehow still be male.
Yeah. But so how do you think they would try to spin it to ignore the contradiction about the resurrection?
Oh, they'd immediately say it's a lie. It's a hoax. It doesn't matter what the evidence is. It's a hoax. It has to be, because the Bible is true.
For that statement. In Genesis chapter 1, we read, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. So both male and female are made in the image of God, and humans are the only creatures made in the image of God. And it doesn't matter what their age is, what their mental capabilities are, what their health is, whether they're inside the womb or outside the womb, they're all made in the image of God.
Okay, then.
So what exactly does the image of God
we'll just
mean?
scoot by that last bit. Oh, sorry. What?
You want to skip over all the Bibleness?
And
The
what
part about the womb?
and
I
what
d- I
does
don't
he
wanna get into
mean
that tonight.
that? Yeah, what does he mean that Adam and Eve were created in the image of God when only Adam was in the garden alone? And then you have to give God a bone to actually get a Eve.
So
Yeah, that's one of those fun contradictions. That whole he created the male and female, but then he didn't because he only created a male, and then he made a female later out of the male.
I mean, couldn't you hypothetically say that since God represents both, God could be a hermaphrodite, and then Adam would have begun as a hermaphrodite, but then be
Many
split?
people have, and in fact, I've heard a number of Bible scholars say that the original Hebrew says that it wasn't a rib taken from Adam, but his entire side. He was basically split into two beings. And so original Adam was intersex, meaning the being created in the image of God was an intersex person. Suck on that, conservatives.
So that means Amy is closer to God than anyone else that she's ever talked to.
Possibly. I haven't compared plumbing with people, but yeah.
No, it's just the fact being Amy is openly about being that she is intersex.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Amy usually just says trans woman because it's easier, but sometimes she'll get into the details and be like, I was ambiguous, so I picked one.
Huh. Okay. I mean, cool. Like the biologist in me finds that cool.
Yeah, people with
And
ambiguous
the other part of me
genitalia.
just says, "Okay, it's Amy. New fact acquired."
Absolutely. Yeah, it's
Amy is
it's
Amy.
nifty
That's
stuff.
yeah.
Amy is definitely Amy. But yeah, people with ambiguous genitalia are more common than people with IQs over 130.
Isn't it like 1 in 100,000, or is it even that rare?
It's surprisingly common.
So you're saying that I'm rarer than Amy? Yes.
You both are one of a kind, BMZ.
In my case, it's probably thank goodness. No, I'm 158, so that's.
Oh wow! Wait, no, it's up to 1.7%. Huh? Or at least has an intersex trait.
I think Victoria's got the point.
Yes, they misspelled Adam and it was actually supposed to be Amy.
Or just Newman.
Amy is the second coming. That's why the Newman part.
And then we turn to chapter 2 and we read about the creation of the first man.
Why is it that every time we get together, we end up founding a new church based on some other YouTuber?
Well, hey, it's creation science theater. The science is what we find along the way.
Dust of the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. This is a critically important verse. And I have found in my reading that people who reject a literal Adam don't pay attention to this verse.
Because it doesn't matter, and it's nonsense to anyone who believes in naturalism. No shit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. Anyone who rejects the biblical description pays no attention to the verse.
Yeah, that's literally a golem spell. Make a golem, and abracadabra, I breathe life into you. That's...
Like the people who don't see, or who the people who point out that we have no evidence for the supernatural don't accept my supernatural claim.
Yeah, I mean, bring me some evidence and I'll reconsider, but until then, meh.
Yeah.
Those last two words, living being, are translated the same way in the NIV, the New American Standard, the Christian Standard Bible. The ESV translates the Hebrew words living creature. The King James translates living soul. The Hebrew words are
Don't
nefesh chaya.
care.
I mean,
Where's
hey,
Rick?
they're actually acknowledging different translations. That is much different than what they usually do.
Yeah, they often go King James, King James, King James. But now that it supports their thesis, whatever the hell their thesis is, I'm just, I don't know. I'm thinking about that meme the kids have been doing lately. One will come up to the other and go, hey, where's Rick? And the other will start to say something, and it doesn't matter what, because they get cut off immediately with a, don't care, where's Rick? I don't even know where it's from, but it, yeah.
I would be curious to hear a Hebrew-speaking person's translation of this, though. Like, I know Dapper Dino knows at least some Hebrew.
You could bother Tomer from, I don't know if Tomer has his own channel. Well, I'm sure he does. I just don't know if he, like, does anything with it. But you can find him at Aaron's Bible reading shows, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sunday for the Book of Mormon. But I don't think there is one this Wednesday because Aaron's off to Cancun. He said he's going to try to get a stream going, but it depends on the internet, so probably not. But anyway, if you catch up with Tomer...
B.S. Lewis got the translation. In other words, life came from rocks.
Yeah, weird, right? How that's what their book says. But okay, somebody should tell Matt
those words
Powell.
are really important because those same two words are used in Genesis 1 on day 5.
Was it you who someone just put out a video about Matt Powell?
There's been a lot of Matt Powell videos lately.
Has he started doing dumb shit again?
He's never stopped. It's just every so often when there's it seems like when there's a lull in the other idiocy in the universe, people go back to Matt Powell to replenish their supply.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I someone made like a 20-minute video that got published today that I meant to watch, but I didn't because I was busy making a presentation.
To refer to sea creatures and birds. The same two Hebrew words are used in Genesis 1 on day 6 to refer to land animals. They are also living creatures. The same words are used in Genesis 2 when Adam named creatures that God brought to him. And in chapter 9 when the animals came off the ark. They're living creatures. Now, they're not made in the image of God, but the Bible says those are living creatures, and Adam was a living creature. But notice what the Bible says. We can diagram that sentence this way. God made man from the dust of the ground. He breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living being, a living creature. Paul says the same thing in 1 Corinthians. The first man, Adam, became a living being. But contrast that with what theistic evolutionists say, that God took a living creature, breathed into it the breath of life after it had evolved the body like he wanted, and that became man. But that is exactly the opposite of what the Bible says. In Hebrew or English or German or Russian or Korean, God did not take a pre-existing living creature and transform it into man. That's wrong. It's impossible to harmonize with the Bible.
I agree.
Said it's wrong because in chapter 3, after Adam and Eve sinned, God said to them,
He's got the wrong in the wrong place, but I agree. It's impossible to harmonize.
Yeah. But even if he was right, theistic evolutionists are looking at the actual evidence and acknowledging it exists and just trying to accommodate their religion around that. Or they're accommodating it within their religion. Which, I mean, I have some problems with, but it's a hell of a lot better than whatever he's doing.
It's a lot healthier too, because practicing denial on that level creates a kind of cognitive dissonance that it will drive you batty. It hurts every area of your life. Your critical thinking is diminished. Your intellectual ability is diminished. Your happiness is diminished. Your decision-making processes are... It's just bad for you. Whereas a theistic evolutionist, they're aiming for a best of both worlds kind of thing. Right? They're like, so here's what I want to believe, and here's what I know to be true. So I'll keep what I know to be true, and then I'll sprinkle what I want to believe on top, like frosting on a cupcake or something. And it doesn't really lead to truth, but maybe that's that sweet spot where ignorance is bliss, I suppose.
Damn it, Sydney.
Yeah, this theater presentation is not based on a real story. Many humans will be harmed by this presentation. But yeah, like I don't have a problem with religious people filling the gaps we do have with their religion, as long as they acknowledge that those gaps are probably gonna be filled.
Well,
Like they're
I
just a
don't.
placeholder.
I mean, I don't like it just as a general practice, but I'm also reminded of what Emma Thorne says about it, that God of the Gaps is a problematic way to hold to your religion because it means the power of the God you believe in keeps getting smaller and smaller, and that's not really it's a disservice to the God too. But more importantly, there has never been a gap where science was pried out and God filled it in as the correct answer.
Yeah. Like I guess I find it a healthier option than saying there is a gap here and it will never be filled. And my God has to be correct.
Yeah,
Only
how
for the next generation to come around and ignore what they said.
yeah, how disheartening to, have this once mighty religion that ruled the world and oppressed all people and made everyone live in dark ages with no medicine and no science for 1,000 years, and now all that's left is this tiny little gap where this omnipotent, I almost said impotent, this omnipotent God is now impotently shoved in. That's the
I
only
was gonna
place
say.
left that God exists.
He can't get it up anymore, so he has to be fit into small gaps.
In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return. And other scriptures say that we will all return to the dust when we die. And that's literal dust, because Adam was made from literal dust. Well, Adam was created, and God created a garden, and he placed Adam in the garden, and then he gave Adam an assignment to name animals. And God brought animals to Adam. And so he gave names to all the cattle and the birds of the air and the beasts of the field, but for Adam there was not found a helper comparable to him. So in the process of naming those animals, Adam realized there were no humans for him to relate to. And so God put Adam to sleep. And God took the rib, which he had taken from the man, and he made it into a woman, and he brought...
Little point on that one that I learned from the Bible readings with Aaron. That word is not helper. That word is partner. Adam could not find anything that he could hump regularly. Like, the sheep were close. The goats resisted too much. Whatever. However, I no, just whatever.
He brought her to the man. Now, in this case, Eve was made from a pre-existing living creature, Adam. But there's no way you can harmonize this verse with evolution. This is describing supernatural surgery. Genesis 3 says that Eve was the mother of all the living, and 1 Corinthians says Adam was the first man. So there were no people before them. Everybody is descended from them, and they were created supernaturally. And all of us are created naturally through procreation from the first two humans.
Cool story, bro. Prove it.
Well, Genesis 5 and 11.
Yeah, prove it.
Well, the only surgery I can think of he would be looking into would be a colonoscopy.
Oh, we got the age of the flood. Oh, no.
It was genealogies from Adam to Noah, and then Shem, who was on the boat with Noah, to Abraham. And these genealogies are unique in the Bible and in all ancient Near Eastern literature because they tell us the age of the patriarch when the next man was born, and then how long that man lived. So it doesn't matter whether Seth was the son or the grandson or the great-grandson of Adam. He was born when Adam was 130 years old. So you can't, there might be some missing names. I don't think there are. I've read the arguments for missing names. They're not persuasive, but there are no missing years. And so we can total up the years. It's about 2,000 years from Adam to Abraham. And then there's several verses in the Old and New Testament that pinpoint Abraham at about 2,000 years before Jesus. We're about 2,000 years after Jesus. And so the Bible is really clear. Adam was created on the sixth day of history, just 2 days after the sun, moon, and stars, about 6,000 years ago. In Searching for Adam, I wrote the chapter on the biblical evidence for this conclusion. And in Searching for Adam, the chapter on genetics, they show that the genetics, in particular, the mutation rates in the human genome, confirm the biblical timescale and doesn't fit at all the evolutionary story. Well,
Nope. Nope.
That's just painful. This is probably where...
If you're just gonna make shit up, Terry, then why not just wave your arms and say magic? Just own it, you know?
And it's funny, the really old ones, before they're pre-floods, in big brackets, if you divide them by 12, they seem to come out to more reasonable ages. Oh yeah, that's right. They were using a base 6 system to count with.
But then don't they point out that one of them would be like 5 or something when he made a son? I know
No,
there's some counter to that.
They used to use the knuckles of their four main fingers to count with.
Well, no, I'm saying there's supposed to be someone in the Bible who, if going by that system, would have been like 5 or 6 when he made a son.
In the pre-flood ones, and most of them, the Mesopotamian ones would be the easy way of putting it. They used a base 12 counting system that actually used the 3 knuckles of each of your fingers to count with.
Right.
So one for
sorry,
you.
maybe I'm not getting this across right. I know that they did that. What I'm saying is, if we say, so Adam was only, or so Adam was, fuck it.
Adam was 130 when Seth was born.
Yeah, sure. That's history. Fuck it.
Yeah, why not?
11 or
that's one
12
way to raise income.
is about the right age you can actually have kids with at the sort of thing they might be talking about in the Mesopotamian region.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care for the base 6 idea because it means that Noah was still 100 years old when he built the ark.
He's 12.
Yeah, if he was 600, and then in base 12 that would be 100.
Or would it be 50, or am I misunderstanding it?
You basically divide it by 12.
So 600 divided by 12, that'd be 50.
Is my meat brain too sleepy to do basic math? Because I feel like my meat brain might not be doing basic math.
Yeah, but the counting system, you know how you've got your 4 main fingers and each has 3 knuckles?
Uh-huh.
Instead of counting 1 to 10, they would go 1 to 12, and then that's 1 unit, and then 1 to 12, that's 1 unit, and that's how they would count, because it was easier to show how people could count by using the knuckles on their fingers.
Yeah.
Also, can we acknowledge that most of these drawings are frickin' cursed?
I know, we talk about how AI mucks things up.
Like, there's a reason why most cartoon faces aren't very detailed. It just looks weird as hell when you... Just weird as hell.
It's almost like these were intended to be caricatures rather than, actual illustrations.
Yeah, and not good ones for most of them. Like, some are okay, and some are just, what the hell is going on?
Like the bottom right and the top left, just what have they done?
This one right here looks like she's ready to suck out my soul.
I'm looking at
And
the
again,
person.
so does he.
One down and one left of that last dude you pointed out, who clearly is the offspring of a banshee and a beaver.
I think I found Darwin's inbred cousin.
I thought that was Friar Tuck. But the expression of the one to the right of Friar Tuck, that's just, oh no.
What is going on with the neck here? What is that?
I've heard of double chin, but that's close. She must be Tasmanian. That's the second head.
I think that might be the most absurd case of hyperthyroidism I've ever seen.
Excuse me, I've got to go get my paperwork. I've got to show something.
Oh dear.
We have to document these anomalies.
No, just P-Town being P-Town.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, where? Oh, say, Ember, I noticed P-Town is in at least some of the Bible readings.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he a Christian?
Sure is.
He just tags along just because? Or?
So, it's one of those weird situations. Aaron thinks that he could benefit from seeing how other people see the Bible, and P-Town thinks that all of us heathens could benefit from having a real believer around to properly interpret the Bible.
not
And-
understand that most of you used to be real believers.
Well, here's the fun thing. He never actually read the Bible himself. So this is his first full
Oh.
read through.
Oh, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like they're both into it because they're hoping that the process will convince the other. P-Town at least does have the humility to say he's learning a lot, and it's helping him explore and understand his faith in a more dynamic way.
Oh,
Oh, hey,
good.
it's a P-Town. Apparently I misspoke.
Huh. Also, did you ever see that movie Sing?
No.
No. One of the main characters is a pig. I feel like this woman is like a human representation of that character. Because I feel she makes a lot of faces like that.
I don't know. I am really bad with evaluating people's expressions and shit. It's just the way my brain works. But it kind of makes me think of a Stanford Wives kind of thing. Like the artist may not have had a living subject to work with, so was going based on mental imagery. That's pure speculation, but it seems like such an unnatural expression. I don't know.
I mean, maybe. I'm looking at I think the eyes and the eyebrows, like, really makes me think of that, and then the awkward smile. So that happens a few times in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just weird.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with the caricature thing because some of these shapes, the facial features are definitely over exaggerated, and that makes me think that's intentional. Like the dude on the center right, he's got like
Here?
no, the fellow all the way at the end on the right side. You know, he's got like this I don't know, the jawline is like really, really over accentuated. And then the Rastafarian dude, his cheekbones are way, way, way too wide. Like the whole point is to accentuate the dominant facial feature kind of thing. Like in his case, it's the big beard, so you give him a nice wide face to really show off the beard, you know?
Mm.
But again, I'm
still
just
curious what the
spitballing.
hell's happening with this neck.
Honest guess, they miscolored it. It was supposed to be hair.
You're lucky I don't come back with a cat hat.
So what was all that about there?
The fact that I disconnected.
Yeah, and like having to run off for P-Town paperwork or something.
Oh, I've got my DMC i3 paperwork. I'm just covering the associated things.
Okay.
Are you wanting to prove your IQ or something?
No, I didn't need to prove it. I can actually show the paperwork, so that's not a matter of proof. That's just what they say I am. Whether it's true or not, I don't really think. I think I'm a lot lower than that.
Well, I mean, as we all say, you know, IQ tests are not super reliable. They only test for one kind of intelligence, and they heavily favor very certain characteristics over others, and etc.
That's why I don't think it's accurate. It's just got big numbers.
Yeah, I took a test, I think, when I was 14 or something, but meh. I don't know.
Yeah, another problem. I do have to admit a little bit of emotional bias about it. I took a test in grade school, and because of that, I was brought around to the local Mensa groups to see if I wanted to join, and it could just be my own local groups, but it seemed like there were two kinds of people involved in Mensa. There were the people who walked around and said, hi, my name's Greg, I have an IQ of 195, what's yours? And the other group were people who were like, it's so hard being a super genius, no one understands me. And I'm like, oh my god, I can't be around these people. So people bragging about their IQ, it brings me back to those moments, and I'm like, which one of these two types of people? I try not to judge people based on it, but it always brings back that memory, and I'm like, let's just not even talk about IQ. Like, everybody's got intelligence in a whole bunch of different ways. Sometimes it's that nerdiness, absorbing facts in a certain area that's of particular interest to you. Sometimes it's social intelligence, the ability to charm people or lead or communicate. Sometimes it's like more of a mechanical, physical, spatial kind of thing where you're really good at building machines. Like, there's so many different kinds of intelligence that IQ tests are almost useless.
I don't think they're accurate because I think I'm a lot dumber than what it says.
I mean, depends. Depends on the people.
I just think it's a person. I just don't think I'm as smart as people claim I am with that stupid test. That I don't like the test.
I just think that some of the people on here have a family tree that's more of a Christmas wreath.
Well, that's easy. The Bible says there is only one race. In Acts 17, God who made the world and everything in it, he has made from one blood every nation of men to dwell on the face of all the earth. There's only one race, Adam's race. So the next time you fill out a census for the United States government, put other, Adam's race, and you'll give some bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. Real trouble. We have different people groups, different languages, but we only have one race. And how do we explain that? Well, the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11. People came off the ark. God told them to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. They did the fruitful and multiply part. They said, no, we're not going to fill the earth. And they stayed. They built a tower. They descended into idolatry. That tower was probably for the worship of the sun, moon, and stars and sacrifice. And,
probably.
God said, well, you're not going to finish.
Does the Bible give a purpose for the Tower of Babel?
I haven't gotten to that part yet in the read-through.
That's some fast talking. Yeah, this is on 2x speed because he's just preaching and it's annoying.
Going to finish that building project. And so he confused their one language and supernaturally created different languages, forcing people to move apart. And what we know of genetics today, that event would divide the gene pool, the genetic information. Recessive genes would become dominant, and it's easy to explain where the different superficial physical characteristics come from. Well, in 2000, the Human Genome Project finished mapping the human genome, and the scientists involved in that made a unanimous announcement. It's a biological fact. There's only one race. There's no scientific basis for talking about a black race, a white race, a brown race.
You know what? Darwin would agree with you.
Yeah, I'm also inclined to, I mean, not with the source of the legend, but yeah, I think this is one area where, granted, he's viewing it through the modern lens. You know, 100 or 200 years ago, he'd be using the Bible to justify how some races of human are more subhuman than others. But all other things being equal, I think this is one area where he could conceivably make an argument that theology was ahead of social sciences, because the racism of the past several centuries, people justified it with the Bible, but people also justified it with the sciences. And the people who were abolitionists, who were, you know, I don't know if there's a term for it, but like proto-humanists, thinking that all humans deserve human rights, they would look at the Bible and they'd say, clearly there's one human race. And it wasn't until a little bit later that science caught up to that assertion.
Yeah, it happens that way sometimes. Like, I will agree that there are differences between humans. Of course, there's variation. That's going to happen just based on where you're from, what your ancestry is, etc.
Yeah,
but
couple comments real quick. Coming home, evolution is both a fact and a theory. Just like gravity, there is the theory of gravity that tells us how gravity works, but there's also the law of gravity, which is just the math of how gravity works. So you can have both a fact and a theory. The theory is the fact plus several other facts piled up together to explain the biodiversity we see today. And Command Cyborg, The Curse of Ham, I should elaborate for people who haven't heard this one. Back in the day, and there's still people today who say this, I've heard Southern Baptists say this within the past year, explain that African Americans and actual Africans are subhuman because of the curse of Ham. And what that is Noah and his kids did the ark thing, whatever. Noah got roaring drunk and passed out with his pants up around his eyeballs, or his junk was hanging out. And so Ham walks in, beheld his father's nudity, and got his brothers, and they took care of him. But his other brothers didn't look at his father's shame. Only Ham had seen his father's shame. So when Noah woke up and found out about it, he cursed Ham and all his descendants to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. And according to the story, Ham was the father of the African races. So that's why they're cursed by Ham, and that's why they're lesser, etc., etc. That's not a thing that you'll find in the Bible. That's a connection between a Bible story and what bullshit people want to believe. But it was everywhere in the 1950s and 60s, and it's still not entirely gone today.
At any rate, from a biology point of view, all humans, Homo sapiens, are the same species. There are variations, there are differences, and there always will be. But, like, they are still human. Every single group of humans is human, even if some we would like to cast out.
And if you looked on the Discord, I threw it up on there. I just had to get rid of my personal information that was on there.
Okay.
On the Discord, you say? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you ever take the ACT, or is that not an Australian thing?
Not an Australian thing. I would have before, but again, that's before I had my issues.
How about SAT? Is that an Australian thing?
I don't remember. Like I said, I don't have much memory from before that.
Okay. Yeah, I remember what my scores were. I remember my highest was science and my lowest was math. But they were decent, at least. But hey, doesn't matter a whole lot. You know what you know. And you seem pretty smart to me, dude. So, deal with it.
Race, a yellow race. There's only one race. If everybody believed what the Bible said, we wouldn't have any racism. But Charles Darwin was very racist. He said this in his book, The Descent of Man.
Oh, boy. Okay, so with the civilized races and savage races. So that bit he was talking about as an unfortunate just thing of what was happening at the time. That was what was happening. Like the British were going everywhere and just killing and taking over and enslaving all kinds of shit. Spanish were doing the same thing. French were doing the same thing. Belgians, etc. And the anthropomorphous apes, he's talking about stuff like chimps and orangs. Again, they were doing that. Sadly, some groups are still doing that. Yeah, he's not happy about it. He's just describing what's happening. Sorry, were you saying something, Beebsy?
No, I was just playing with my rocks.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said many, many times before, I don't really give a damn what Darwin had to say any more than I give a damn about what Terry's best friend at the Discovery Institute has to say. Like, show me the evidence. Don't try to name drop and convince me.
I do agree, but at the same time, from a lot of stuff I've read about the guy and just what I know about him, I think Darwin, while not a perfect person, was a pretty good guy, especially for the time. And I would really like to give him the chance to see what his work has brought about.
I don't think he would even recognize it.
No, and he'd be happy for that. Like, holy shit, you did all this with what I was thinking? How does it work? That's the kind of guy he seemed to be. You know? For the time, he was pretty open-minded.
At some future period, not very distant, as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes will no doubt be exterminated. The break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state, as we may hope, even than the Caucasian, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of as now between the Negro or Australian Aborigine and the gorilla.
Yeah, he's not happy about it. He's just saying that's what seems to be happening.
It's incredibly racist. Stephen Jay Gould.
Terry.
Because it has the old N-word in it? Is that why it's racist?
Terry. Mentioning that there are tribal distinctions between humanity. Like me saying there are Africans and African Americans and also Europeans and also Asians. That's not racist. You know, if I were to say one is better than another, then that would be racist.
Yeah.
Like, come on now.
Like if I say that categorically more people of African descent have to deal with sickle cell anemia. More people of East Asian descent have a lower alcohol tolerance, and most people of European descent get sunburned easily. I am just stating facts about those populations. That in itself is not racist. If I choose to take that and use it as an excuse to be prejudiced against them, that is racist. All Darwin is doing is chronicling what is occurring in the present and what had been occurring for several hundred years before he wrote that. That's it. And he used a word that was common parlance then. Congrats, language changes. Just like his definition of race. It's just basically a group. Like you could just replace it with you could just replace it with the civilized people will exterminate the savage people. Like it'd be the same.
Well, the great Harvard evolutionary geologist of the 20th century said, biological arguments for racism may have been common before 1850, but they increased by orders of magnitude following the acceptance of evolutionary theory.
Any clue why that might be?
Because jackasses like Terry were quick to take the information and misinterpret it to serve their own ends? Just a off-the-cuff guess.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just a little bit. Science can give us a lot of good information, but that information can be misused. See our understanding of the atom, and then what America used it for to end World War II. Like, regardless of if you think that had to happen to end the war or not, it led to a lot of things in the resulting few decades. So the ensuing decades.
I actually had to debate that in debate class. Now, as I've mentioned before, I'm trying to put together a debate club in my Discord server where people argue a position that's determined randomly. The topic is assigned. Your position is based on a coin flip. So you can't argue just the stuff that you already believe in. And the point here is to make you a better debater because you have to understand both sides of the argument. And hopefully that increases understanding between people who ordinarily would disagree as well. But mostly I'd want to make debates suck less on the internet. This is based on the debate classes I went through. And in those debate classes, one of the things that we had to discuss is whether it was actually a good thing or not to drop the atomic weapons in World War II. And on the one side of it, it ended the war faster, which saved lives on both sides. On the other side, it killed civilians, lots of them. So there isn't really a clear-cut good answer on this one. People will use their bias to justify their preferred answer, but it's not a clear yes, this is good, no, this is bad, moral conundrum, you know? Both ways, both alternatives have shitty ends. If we didn't use it, then lots and lots more people die. If we do use it, we're killing civilians instead of soldiers. Neither is acceptable. So what do you do?
At that stage of the war, civilians were already in the line of fire. That's what was happening on the islands. Civilians were taking part in banzai charges, in addition to they were killing themselves after the hostilities ended. They were committing mass suicides.
Can we just? This is an interesting discussion. It's not one I feel like I want to have right now. Let's just agree: war fucking sucks.
Yep. Very much so.
Who said war is hell? Whoever it is, they're right.
Pretty much every soldier, commander, officer, and a fair amount of the politicians.
Well, you're actually talking to someone who's been in a battlefield, so yeah.
About that debate Discord though, Ember. You know the online thing where people like spin a wheel and it lands on a thing? You could just put in the Discord server a request for ideas and build a wheel off of that. And then just a little coin toss for or against. How much prep time would you give to the debaters?
I hadn't really given much thought to that. Probably I'd ask them how much time they need or when they're available to do the debate or what have you. If they're feeling really spicy and just want to go right then with a randomly determined topic, if they feel they're that badass about debate, then that could be fun too. But I think probably once there's a few contenders, we can start setting up matches, and then they'll have however much time until their debate day to do their prep.
Or maybe like a fun thing you could possibly do. Like have a central stream where people can just be there to discuss the topic. And then you can have the debaters start their own streams. And they get like an hour or 2 hours to research their side of the topic. Or just the topic in general. And then reconvene in the main stream.
Well, it's not really designed for a stream, at least not yet. It's just a kind of a debate club in the Discord. But there is a stage utility in Discord that I intend to utilize, where the moderator will have control over the stage, will invite the two debaters on the stage, and there will be a gallery mode for the audience, and they can watch, they can type in the chat and do all the things, but the only speakers will be the actual debaters.
Also, what did you link in the chat, Beansy?
World War II death comparison by country in 3 dimensions. It literally shows a stack of coffins to give a visual indication of how many people were killed in the conflict.
Okay, I'm gonna guess there are 2 skyscrapers in Germany. Well, sorry, just like Central Eastern Europe and then Russia. Just a wild guess. I don't know why I'd guess that.
Yeah, you'll see it's just very somber when you see just an accurate comparison of how many were involved.
Yeah, I'm just clicking through it. Yeah, we've passed the Burj Khalifa.
And that's Japan.
Well, don't just click through things off screen. If you're going to watch it, put it on the stream.
The link's in the chat. I'm not going to say who comes out on top, but there are a big 3, let's say.
It's terrifying when you look at it, and you can't visualize that.
Yeah.
Now, evolutionary theory isn't the cause of racism. It's sin that's the cause of racism. But evolutionary theory has fueled racism.
Okay, can you quantify sin for me?
or define it even?
Well, they'd probably just define it as ungodly actions or something.
Well,
Slash
that's the thing.
thoughts.
We can't assume another person's definitions. And I have heard a number of people define it as a crime against God for many, many years. And so I was generally working with that. But then doing the Bible readings with Aaron, there's several passages where it refers to sins against your fellow man. So it's not a crime against God. So what the fuck is it?
Well, here, it's AiG, so can we just agree it's probably shit?
And given people supposedly scientific justification for racism. And the diagrams that the evolutionists use to convince people of evolution are inherently racist. This one from Time Life, the skin gets...
So here we go with we knew this was coming because he's been building this
the
straw man, and now
racism shit.
Exactly, because people used evolution and science to promote their racist beliefs. That means the science is wrong, because morally wrong is equal to factually wrong, apparently.
And it's even funnier when you actually look at people who are staunch realists who follow things like evolution and ethics and that. You'll find those sort of people are far more accepting than anything that you'd see on a religious aspect.
Yeah. Like, when you spend time around other humans, you start to realize that they're humans. But when you shut yourself up in a group that all thinks the same, all looks the same, all that other shit, your prejudices start to build because you don't have anything to fact check what your beliefs are.
It's tricky because that whole tribalism instinct thing, that's a thing that's it's instinctual, hence the name. But it was a survival advantage for our ancestors. It's part of our wiring. So we have to go out of our way to override it or overwrite it or reconceptualize it so that it serves our interests today. Like a lot of the things that humanists talk about can be conceptualized as re-envisioning your people as not just the people in your city, not just I'm American, so all Americans are my people, that sort of thing, but like all humans. And some people go even farther and try to include all the other sentient and near sentient life forms. But I mean, maybe if we could stop killing other humans for stupid reasons, that would be a good start, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, do you think he's just going to harp on the fact that the drawing ends in what I think is a white dude?
I don't know.
Because it goes from dark to light.
He may be trying to make that inference, which, of course, is not actually even the case. It's my problem is, like I said before, the fact that it ends on a Homo sapien implies that evolution was heading here the whole time, and that we're the end.
Yeah. Like, the thought behind the diagram was okay. The execution of the March of Progress leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, some are better than others, but it's super easy to misinterpret.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
It gets lighter, and the last one is a Caucasian. Or this one from...
Oh, hey, called it! This one...
National Geographic. Or this one from Discovery Channel. These are inherently racist diagrams.
Cool. Now can we talk about how the Bible is racist because apparently Jesus was white even though he was born in the frickin' Middle East?
Yeah, and that second one, they all looked rather brown to me. Not white, but yeah.
Yeah, kind of. And just like... So, here's a funny thing people might not know. The closer you are to the equator, the more likely you are to be dark-skinned. This happens in every single part of the world that gets lots of sunlight. Whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Asia, whether you're in Australia or the Pacific Islands or Mesoamerica, you're in a place with a ton of sun. Not only are you going to tan, but those of you that have a lower chance of getting skin cancer are more likely to have kids and pass that trait on. Like,
Yeah. Conversely, the
melanism
lighter
in
skin.
humans, if you want to call it that, has re-evolved multiple times because it's useful and it's easy to do.
Yeah, conversely, the lighter skin has to do with less necessity to deflect sun rays and a greater utility in absorbing sunlight for vitamin D production. We're in a weird balance where we have to try to block the harmful shit, but still use sunlight to synthesize vitamin D because we can't do it any other way. And we need that for a bunch of fun things, including regulating our immune systems. Without vitamin D, autoimmune disorders become a big problem really quickly.
Yeah, like, believe it or not, color is one of the most variable things in the animal kingdom, particularly because different colors are better in different environments. Like, if you look at a lion and you look at a tiger, and you take the skin off, it's almost impossible to tell them apart by the skeleton unless you know exactly what to look for. There are different colors to suit different environments. Humans are the same way, and we've re-evolved different skin tones many times. This is also why I get mad when they talk about how, like, most depictions of Lucy have dark skin. Yeah, because she lived in sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, also the fuzziness.
Yeah, also the fuzz. The fuzz. Yeah. I'm talking about, like, the parts of her, like, bare skin, like the face, is usually darker. Just because, yeah, that's how that works. At least in primates, that's usually how that works.
Or this one from Discovery Channel. These are inherently racist diagrams. But there's only one race. But let me ask you a question. Which of the people in that picture are colored people? I submit to you they're all colored. We are stuck with this language that just confuses issues and keeps us from thinking and believing the truth. I am not white. This lady in the front row has a white sweater on. I'm not white, I'm light brown. If you find anybody who's white, you should call 911 because they're in real big trouble.
or they're from Siberia. So this reminds me of a couple salient things. First, my oldest came home from school one day in elementary school and says to me, "Why does everyone say I'm a white person?" And held out their arm and was like, "Look, I'm peachy. What does this white business mean?" And the second is a joke that I heard in the 80s. I can't remember who the hell it was. It was around that time when Eddie Murphy was still putting out records and shit. And maybe it was Eddie Murphy. I don't fucking know. Because I was a child in the 80s. But the joke is a black man talking to a white man. And the black man says, I don't understand why you people call my people colored. Because I'm brown. Okay. When I'm sick, I'm still brown. When you get sick, you turn green. When I'm sad, I'm still brown, but you turn blue. When I'm angry, I'm still brown, but you get red in the face. Like, and he goes on for a few more, and finally he says, you people have some audacity calling me colored. You're a goddamn rainbow.
Yeah, that's actually from Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Beamsy questions his own IQ and then shows up with an obscure fact from 40 years ago.
Actually, it was before 40 years ago. The first time he did that was in Perth in 1977, if you really want to look at that and see his first occurrence.
Also, like, he does have what is Terry has sort of half a point here. Like, human skin color is determined by three main things. First, melanin. It's the obvious one. Makes you darker in general. Beta carotene, which can lead to an orangish color if it has a high enough concentration, but it's usually more yellow. and just blood, which is, red or pink. And everyone has some mix of the three. Everyone does. That's
I need more
part
blood.
of how we know that we're all one species, because it's just different levels of all three.
And we've got some people back here that have much darker skin than me, but they're not black. I can tell. Their hair is black, but their skin is dark brown. We actually all have the same color. We all have a pigment in our skin called melanin. And it's just that some of us have DNA information that says, just make a little bit of melanin. And they're light brown like me. And then you have others, the DNA says, no, let's make lots of melanin for these. And they're much darker skin. And then there are others who have DNA that say, well, just make kind of a medium amount. And so we have people like Asian people or Middle Eastern people or Hispanic people.
That's racist.
Which person in that picture is a black person? I submit to you, none of them are. They're all brown. Very shades of brown.
He does understand how spectrums work. Holy shit!
Only when they're useful. Only when they're useful.
Ay, ay, ay.
And how do we define what a black person is? Is it how dark their skin is? Or is it that they have wide nostrils? Well, if you looked at all those pictures very carefully, you'd see that some of those black people don't have wide nostrils. Is it thick lips? Well, no, some of them don't have thick lips. What is it? I submit to you, we're just stuck. We're trapped in this language that is leading to all kinds of wrong thinking and behavior. So researchers have found at least 15 different genes that make a major contribution to skin color. So it's a complex thing. We're going to just illustrate what's going on here with...
oh, wait a second. Yeah, researchers...
Tompkins.
Okay.
Damn it, Tompkins.
I don't doubt that might be true, but I noticed the name and where it was published.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a complex...
It's suspect, but I don't have any problem with that particular assertion. I don't see a reason to bother chasing it down.
Yeah. I can believe that something roughly like that is true.
Thing. We're going to just illustrate what's going on here with saying that there's just 4, or really 2 genes with different versions. But let's say big A and big B make lots of melanin.
I mean, that should be more of like a circle or triangle, but whatever.
And little a and little b make is information saying just make a little bit of melanin. So if you combine those together in different combinations, you can have very dark skin, medium brown skin, and light brown skin. Well, what color was Adam and Eve? Well, if they just had little a, little b, they'd be very light-skinned, and all they would produce would be light-skinned children. If they would...
Oh, are they going to make an argument for whatever it is, lots of heterozygosity?
I think so. He's I mean, maybe you could demonstrate they existed at all, my guy.
They'd only produce very dark-skinned children. So they lack genetic variation. So we think, from what we understand of genetics today, that Adam and Eve were middle brown, like Middle Easterners, because that would have given them genetic information for producing a whole kaleidoscope of color of brown that we see in the human family. And they could have had that variation right in the first generation, because Hebrew tradition says they had 53 children. And you say, well, okay, now wait a minute, that's impossible. Well, no, look at this family.
Wait, what?
53? I mean, I understand Adam lived like 900 years or some shit, according to the story. We don't know how long Eve lived, because who cares about the women, right? But I don't care how long you live. Every additional pregnancy takes a toll on a woman's body. So, I don't know. I feel like after 12, you're nearing that point where you're going to hit like 100% on the certain death chart. Particularly in an era where no one had even thought of medicine yet.
Yeah. Also, like, Brian Stevens, I think, has a great spectrum in the chat of how my brain has gone during this.
Yeah, and
AiG loves to peddle stupid. Pod. Okay.
Yeah, and I would link that joke, but it's actually part of his Nigel Walkabout, and let's put it this way: that's the tamest one of his jokes.
The guy with the
you're a rainbow joke.
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin Bloody Wilson. It's part of his Nigel Walkabout routine, and that one is very bad.
Oh.
Well,
you humans are weird. I just get to be flamboyant as shit during mating season. Jeez, get your act together.
I'm
Family.
flamboyant as shit all
Fathers.
the time. It's not my fault that most of my clothes are in neutral colors.
close.
Hey, look, I got my lab coat. I don't need nothing else.
German, and the mother is from Ghana. They had twins, and one of the babies is darker than the other.
What?
Or look at this couple, where one of the babies is darker than mom and dad. Twins. How in the world did that
this
happen?
happens.
Well, both mom and dad have a black father and a white mother. There's nothing mysterious here when we understand genetics. It's just a shuffling of the genetic information. We all have the same.
Hypothesis then. What if Adam was black and Eve was white?
Ooh.
Oh, wait, some of your following might have a problem with that insinuation.
So, we
And
talk
it
about
wouldn't quite
mongoloid
work
Negro.
because Eve was a clone.
Yeah, but God and shit.
Negroid, Caucasian, and then Cro-Magnon, Homo erectus, Neanderthal. These are man-made labels for slight differences, superficial physical differences.
Okay, the differences between modern Homo sapiens and Cro-Magnon, modern Homo sapiens, between all of these is way bigger than what you see in the modern races. The modern races, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at those skull shapes, right? Like the dimensions of the face, the forwardness of the jaw. You know, modern humans and Cro-Magnons have like this. I don't know. It's almost a deformity how flat our faces are.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other apes, yeah. Oh, also, Aunt Jer, I am a Deinonychus. I'm not a T-Rex. I don't have tiny arms. I have big arms with big fans.
It's Aunt Jer to rhyme with fur. I had to be corrected the first time I read it out loud too.
You know what? I'll just go Cajun. Angers.
Nope. Still, Jer.
I'm tired as shit, but can I do a Cajun accent? Dr. Dinah, I'm trying to imagine Jay's hands with tiny arms. No,
That was
I don't
more
know what
Australian.
that was.
It sounded to me.
I don't know. I'm starting to talk like Beamsy a little bit.
Crikey!
That normally comes with a couple of head injuries, but we could try that.
I mean, I can slam back a couple beers, see how that does things.
Foster's, Australian for beer.
For slight differences, superficial physical differences. But they're all descended from Noah and his family, who descended from Adam and Eve. So when we really look carefully at the evidence, the evolutionary tree doesn't fit the facts. They have to use imagination, art, and, when necessary, fraud to
And you just use a shit ton of misrepresentations and cherry picking.
But you know, when you set aside the religious mumbo jumbo, he's actually making a case for a last universal common ancestor. Whoops.
Well, yeah. Well, not universal, more like homoversal.
to convince the public. But what we see fits with what the Bible says. Man is man, animals are animals, apes are apes.
Well, actually, if you think about it, the term homosexual technically means attraction to the same.
Mm-hmm.
And if Eve is from Adam, then Eve is the same as Adam. So if they had kids, that means that both Adam and Eve were homosexual.
I mean, you could argue that all Homo sapiens are homosexuals because they're, with some notable exceptions, attracted to other Homo sapiens.
True.
Apes, and they're
my brain is freaking fried. Can you tell?
not related. So what? Does it really matter? Well, yes, it does. A few years ago, the London Zoo had an exhibit in the summer. They had people dressed up in swimming costumes with fig leaves tied onto their swimming suits. They were in a cage next to an ape cage. And this was a video on YouTube, the last I looked. And the people were having a lot of fun, pretending like they were picking bugs out of the one guy's hair. They were laughing, and a spokeswoman for the zoo said this: "Seeing people in a different environment among other animals teaches members of the public that the human is just another primate." Well, think about that. You have thousands of people, adults and children, going by, looking at this, laughing, and the message they're supposed to get is humans are just another primate. Well,
yes, because definitionally you are. Deal with it.
But we will need to be special or book not true.
My mommy said I'm special.
Actually, I think the reason they cling to the book so much is because they want to believe they are special. So it's the motivation is the other way around. Book true because it asserts that I special.
My narcissism must be ordained by God.
We keep primates in zoos all their lives. So it's okay to keep a human in a zoo? In a zoo cage? That actually happened.
I mean, we kind of do.
Oh, damn it. I was too slow. I was going to guess. Also, that's not an orangutan.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
a
a
chimpanzee.
pygmy African from the Belgian Congo.
Yeah.
His first wife was brutally murdered. The second wife died of snake bite. His tribe was captured by another African tribe. He was sold into slavery. Eventually, he was sold to an American explorer, an evolutionist, who brought him to the United States, showed him off at the St. Louis World's Fair, and eventually sold him to the Bronx Zoo in New York City, where he was placed in the orangutan cage to live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. African-American pastors immediately protested. After a few weeks, they let him out during the day, but he had to sleep with the apes at night. Finally, after a few months, they let him out. He was taken into the care of some Christians. He was working in a factory. He was led to faith in Christ. He was working in a factory in Virginia when it was all too much for him, and he committed suicide. But what's wrong with that if humans are just another primate?
That's a weird frickin' story. So, had a rough life, gotcha, mistreated, brought to a zoo, still mistreated, fine, whatever. But he endured it all. The apes took him in, the apes accepted him. I don't want to speculate and say he was happy, but he endured. But it was when he was brought to faith in Christ and then forced to labor in a factory, no longer an animal, but now a cog in the fucking machine, that's when it was too much for him. That is kind of a damning story about both Christianity and the society that Terry ostensibly is promoting.
And also, maybe he was just waiting for the opportunity to off himself, honestly.
I mean, maybe, but the way the story comes off, the way Terry tells it, is Christianity, it's worse than literal slavery.
They're not just another primate. They're made in the image of God. If Adam is in your ancestry, that means that God is the authority and he makes the rules. And it's not a matter of your opinion or my opinion or majority vote in the culture or majority vote in Congress or majority vote in the Supreme Court. God determines the rules. And
okay, so
gender.
Another fun story. This one comes from Oberon Zell, who is a problematic individual, but the story is neat. Some Jehovah's Witnesses came knocking on his door one day, and this was published in Green Egg magazine in the 1970s, if you care to go look up the issue and read it for yourself, because I'm, of course, going to forget details and things. But some Jehovah's Witnesses came a-knocking, and they said, hey, you need Christ, you need to be saved because, descendants of Adam, original sin, whatever. And Oberon goes, no, you don't understand. I'm from the other people. I don't have original sin, so I don't need your Jesus for forgiveness. And they were like, other people? What the hell are you talking about? And he whips out his Bible, and you can find this in many, but not all versions of the Bible extant today, where it says that the sons and daughters of Adam and Eve went out and found their spouses among the other people. There were other people. So not every human is a descendant of Adam and Eve, according to the Bible itself. And that the reason people keep asking, well, who did, Adam's son sleep with if there were no other women? That's a problem in the versions of the Bible that don't have that. But those versions have to exist because if you give people the option to be descended from the other people, then they don't need Jesus. So either way, the story has problems, but the fact that there is another version of that story, it's just fascinating to me because, Terry's making the case we're all descended from Adam, and so all have to obey this one particular asshole of a god. Well, no, that's not the only option, and the Bible says so. So fuck off, Terry.
Also, God supposedly gave us free will, so double fuck off.
Would you like me to give you the actual truth of what happened to Otto Bendigo?
Sure.
He suffered from dwarfism. He was only 4'11" tall. He was invited to the Bronx Zoo to participate in a monkey house exhibit for the people of there, and he ended up living accidentally in the orangutan exhibit as an accident. But he was allowed to walk out all the time, so he was never in there 24/7. The newspaper at the time actually brought up about a editorial strongly opposing his treatment, and the mayor actually paid for his release, and then he went to Virginia in 1910. He then worked and was paid there for 4 years until 1914, when he tried to return to Africa just as World War I broke out, which then had to stop all passenger ships. 2 years later, he killed himself by suicide because he couldn't return home and he couldn't see an end to it.
Aha.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
Terry...
both at the same time sadder and not as bad as what they said.
I'm just shook by the fact that Terry lied. I mean, who would ever have expected?
Let's see how many more lies he
turn of
can fit
events.
into the last 8 minutes. We're so close.
Yeah, he added some embellishments in the first, and the second half he just outright lied.
What's a few lie? You know, they're used to misrepresenting things by a few orders of magnitude.
Male and female. And he created marriage, one man and one woman for life. And he
Fuck
made
you,
his
Terry.
rules, his laws for us, for our good and for our flourishing.
Tell me about
When we go
Solomon,
against his
Terry.
created order and
How
against
many
his
wives
laws,
did Solomon
sooner or
have,
later,
Terry?
we suffer negative consequences. But you see, if an ape is in your ancestry, then this book is not true. It's just written by 3 scientific, primitive, superstitious Jews and Christians. So you can make your own rules. What's good for you is good for you. What's
Also,
good for me
yes.
is good for me, which is a great idea.
It is.
Unless you're in the womb and the doctor convinces your mother to abort you. Or unless you live in a country
God
like
damn it.
Nazi Germany or Communist Soviet Union or Communist China.
Wait. We finally reached what's the Hitler law? What's the Hitler
Godwin's
law?
law.
Godwin's law. It took so freaking long, but we made it.
He can't do a presentation with it. Now, technically, Godwin's law only applies when you actually mention Hitler, but close enough for government work. Yeah.
Well, the actual concept of Godwin's law is any argument on the internet over time will devolve into an argument about Hitler.
He was the head of the party, so.
Yeah, but that's the actual Godwin's law. But mentioning of Nazis or anything like that, that's what the euphemism for Godwin's law is now, even though that's not what it means.
Stepping stone on the way, I suppose.
Or North Korea, where they exterminate people that they don't agree with or like. The atheists understand that this is important. A couple Christmases ago, they posted this on their website. No Adam and Eve means no need for a savior. It also means that the Bible cannot be trusted as a source of unambiguous literal truth. It is completely unreliable because it all begins with a myth and builds on that as a basis. No fall of man means no need for atonement and no need for a redeemer. If evolution is true, that is perfectly logical thinking.
It's not just
Genesis
evolution.
Presents us with history. It looks like history. A real man in a real garden.
It looks like mythology, you fucknut.
It looks like almost every other religion out there. Come on.
I mean, half of it is literally cut and pasted from other mythologies, like the story of Perseus and Dionysus with the resurrection, and I could go on and on and on. But the bottom line is that there's 3 criteria to determine if a story is mythological in nature. It makes up a story of where we came from, it makes up a story about our purpose, and it makes up a story about our destiny. And that is the Bible.
Yeah. Also, what was it? Jur,
Lake Fur. Because
asking
Kitty.
about if their dad had dwarfism. Depends. I'm pretty sure there's different types of dwarfism.
I was just going by what was written. He said he suffered from dwarfism because he was 2 feet shorter than the average for his tribe.
But like
2 feet shorter might do it, yeah. But yeah, dwarfism is like an actual condition. It might be genetic.
It depends. There's multiple things. One can be you're just below a certain height. I think it's 4'6", but I could be wrong. The other one is an actual malfunctioning of the growth plates on the end of your long bones, which causes you to forcefully be shorter.
And there's also issues with the pituitary glands. That's another one.
Yeah, there's multiple types of dwarfism. You can be just short. You can have malfunctions in growth plates or malfunctions in other things.
Yeah, and I was just going on what was written. I wouldn't call someone who's 4'11" a dwarf, but they said he suffered from dwarfism.
Yeah. Also, I feel I should clarify. I'm meaning malfunction in the non-biased form of the word, just abnormal function of a thing. I am not.
Yeah, there's proportional dwarfism, and then there's non-proportional dwarfism. And but proportional is just when you don't get enough, you don't produce enough growth hormone, so you don't grow. But your proportions are correct or within typical variances. And then there's non-proportional, where your torso and head grow to the normal accepted range of dimensions, but your limbs don't really extend. And
yeah,
so
that's
the bones thing.
Yeah. Humans grow weird.
Serpent. We had a real conversation with that real wife. I don't know why we have trouble believing that. We have talking parrots today. There's nothing miraculous about
talking parrots means the serpents can certainly talk too. Why not? Why not? It's all fucking magic, Terry.
Even though they don't have the anatomical features to do so, the brain functions to do it, they don't even have the lung functions to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And why? And the motive? Like, why would they give a fuck?
It's controlled by a supernatural being.
Because Satan.
Being called Satan, according to the Bible. Just like a donkey was empowered by the supernatural God to speak to the prophet Balaam.
Yeah, talking donkeys. That's super reasonable,
then we
too.
come to the New Testament, and we read about a virgin birth and a bodily resurrection of Christ. But you know, the scientific community says what Genesis says about Adam is mythology. Science has proven that we evolved from some ape-like creature. Well, if we're going to believe what the scientific majority says about Adam in the early chapters of Genesis, then to be consistent, we'll have to reject the virgin birth and the resurrection.
Yeah.
Because the same scientific establishment says virgins don't have babies and dead men don't rise from the dead.
Well,
yeah, a couple of big asterisks there. But the one thing I absolutely agree with AiG on is if you don't believe Genesis, then you have no reason to believe any of the rest of it. Absolutely concur on that point.
But the aspect of the virgin birth, I know of 3 occurrences in when there was a miraculous conceptions that literally a woman cloned herself using 2 ova.
Yeah, confirmed by DNA.
I got shit for that. Do you happen to have the source on that? Because I mentioned it during one of Aaron's shows, and several people in the chat got rather miffed. And I'm like, no, just because I can't remember the source doesn't mean I'm making the shit up, guys.
Okay, I'll give you a couple of minutes.
Human parthenogenesis.
I'm also fighting with the cat on the keyboard, as you can see.
Killer Kitty.
No, more Sleepy Kitty.
Yeah, the left-handed Jedi mentions Alexander the Great was supposedly a virgin birth, in accordance with prophecy. And virgin, as has been mentioned a lot recently, doesn't mean today what it meant back then. The word that was used actually just meant an unwed maiden type person, not necessarily a person who has never been impregnated, just not married. But that's partly the Puritans' fault, because there's this strain in modern culture coming from that purity culture nonsense that was so absolutist, that said marriage and the ability to have children are absolutely interlinked. If you're not married, you literally cannot have children. God won't allow it. God will not cause it to happen. So the only way to have children is to get married. If you're having children, you're married. If you're married, you're having children.
So from what I've seen so far, it can occur, but in humans it leads to tumors. I'm not seeing anything so far about successful embryos.
Yeah, I don't recall if there were successful embryos. I do know that there are similar stories, not parthenogenesis, but the ability to take like skin cells, revert them into stem cells, and then use the stem cells to make gametes. So like you could take a male and use that process to step by step convert a cell into an ova, even though it's from a male. So a gay couple could biologically conceive, use the normal sperm from one partner and create an egg from the other. You still need a surrogate mother, but you can produce an offspring that way from two biological fathers.
So I'm reading this from Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt. But it seems like just the genetics of mammals prevents at least monkeys from doing this. Just because of how mammals read their genes during embryonic development. Like there needs to be a male component and a female component.
I'm trying to find the 1993 one where there was a British boy that is from an unfertilized egg. I'm trying to get that one.
Yeah, it's tricky because there's so much nonsense on the internet that these weird out there stories, they're difficult to find in the piles of shit.
Okay, sorry, pause. I found again Wikipedia. A boy was found to have some of his cells to be lacking genetic content from his father. Scientists believe that an unfertilized egg began to self-divide, but then had some of its cells fertilized by a sperm cell. So it had begun to undergo parthenogenesis, and then a sperm cell entered the equation.
That's weird.
The boy had asymmetrical facial features and learning difficulties, but was otherwise healthy. This would make him a parthenogenic chimera.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. That's the latest one I could remember. And then there was one from 1986, I think it was. But that one's in India the last time I checked, and I'm trying to. Yeah, it's the boy who had no father was the headline, but it's not the actual thing.
Yeah, clickbait even in the old days, before there were clicks.
Yeah. So, keeping from the same thing, just a second.
It's incredibly rare, but every single occurrences have usually ended in medical issues.
I'm not seeing any successful cases. Have you found any?
Not of complete parthenogenesis, but
yeah,
I don't think there is a complete parthenogenesis, but it's all partial because all the ones I know
are all chimeric.
Yeah, I know of 3 cases that were chimeric, but I don't know of anyone that would have lived if they had actually gone through the full thing.
Yeah. So, hypothetically, could it happen? Potentially, but we have like 8 billion people on Earth now. If it was possible, like statistically possible, you'd think we'd have found at least one, but we haven't yet.
Well, on the other hand, if it does go flawlessly and you get perfectly normal development, you would never know unless for some reason that person needed their gene sequenced, right?
I mean,
Yeah, there might be someone out there who is.
Okay. But let me. Okay, maybe an analogy. It's like saying on a beach there could be a grain of sand that is glowing luminescent green. But I can't find anything about it. I've seen a few pieces that are just dull green and they're just eroded glass. But there could hypothetically be that luminescent green bit of sand buried somewhere. It's possible, but I can't find anything to support it.
Yeah, it's a black swan situation. We've never seen it in a way that can be confirmed, but we can't
it's not
rule it out
entirely
entirely.
impossible.
I mean, technically we can rule it out as like a standard feature because mammals just don't do that. If it did occur, it would be a freak anomaly rather than a thing that is actually supposed to occur, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's way more likely that Mary just didn't want to admit to cheating on her husband.
Or not even
some other
that.
thing.
Like, they simply getting knocked up before being married. It doesn't mean it wasn't with Joseph. In fact, 2 of the Gospels trace Jesus' bloodline through Joseph, which is kind of a tacit admission that he is
the holy
father.
sperm.
Yeah. Remember, before the canonical councils, a good chunk of Christianity believed that Jesus was just a mortal human who was adopted by God. Not his literal son, you know?
Interesting. Okay, 6 minutes. Start the clock. 300 seconds. Let's go. Let's go.
This is history. The Gospels are history. Adam really lived, and Jesus really lived and died on the cross for our sins. The sin problem that started in the garden, and he rose from the dead.
Pixar didn't have.
Well, Bernard Wood is another famous American paleoanthropologist at George Washington University. He said this: "There's a popular image of human evolution that you'll find all over the place. On the left of the picture, there's an ape. On the right, a man. Between the two is a succession of figures that become ever more like humans. Our progress from ape to humans looks so smooth, so tidy. It's such a beguiling image that even the experts are loath to let it go. Why won't they let it go?
Yep, march
Because
progress.
that image is very effective in brainwashing people. But
Nope,
Dr.
we
Wood
hit it.
says it is an illusion. That, folks, is an illusion. It's worse than an illusion.
Your mom is an illusion.
Because it leads people to think that they're just an animal, descended
Your
from some other
career
animal,
is an
which
illusion.
descended from pond scum, on an earth that formed by chance, around a sun that formed by chance as a result of a big bang that happened by chance. That they're just an accident. There's no meaning or purpose to life. That there's no one to tell them how to live their lives. That
Find your own meaning.
Yeah, so there was a gish gallop of fucking nonsense. Like, none of the shit's by chance. The laws of science are, they kind of tell the universe what to do, Like, all the things happen, cause and effect makes sense, the rules of logic make sense, so on and so forth. It just, oh my fucking God. But he reaches his final fundamental objection, which of course is not his true emotional objection, but what he's stating is that some people just want to believe that there's no higher power bossing us around. I mean, it's not that we want to believe. I mean, I personally prefer to believe that compared to the alternative Terry's presenting. But whether I want to believe it or not, we see no actual evidence for it. And Terry asserting it doesn't make the case.
Yeah, and
Also,
there's
you
the
found
paper.
a paper of human chimera.
Yeah, that's the paper that I was looking for.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's what the article I was looking at was based on.
Yeah, but that's the actual paper if you want to have a picture of that. It's quite interesting. It does.
I find it interesting for sure.
It falls within the definition of a parthenogenic birth, but it's really interesting. And that's why there's a potential that it could happen. But if it actually has happened, they don't know.
Actually, fun fact: just normal people can easily have different parts of their body having not completely different, but notably different DNA, just because of errors during cell replication. And in fact, that specific thing was how a Russian serial killer got away with his crimes for decades.
Well, that's interesting. I've heard different stories about chimerism, rather than just straight up genetic anomaly chimerism, but actual multiple fathers. Like you get a fraternal twin situation, and then one twin absorbs the other, and so there was a mother who lost custody of her kids because when she applied for public assistance, she had to take a DNA test to prove they were her kids, and the kids didn't match. Because the part of the kid, like they took, I don't know, a blood sample or something. It was a long time ago I heard this story, when I was still working for Yahoo doing weird news. TLDR, the part of her body they took the sample from, they did a mouth swab. The DNA was completely different from the DNA in her reproductive parts. So her mouth DNA showed she was not the mother of the children, and they took her kids away. And she had no idea she was a chimera. She didn't learn it until much later. And then when they retested, then people felt stupid. But, you know.
This Russian serial killer was the same way. Like his mouth swab DNA was completely different from his sperm DNA.
Aha.
That there's no life after death. There's no heaven and hell. There's no judgment day. It's all a deception. Paul was talking to the intellectuals of his day in Athens. The philosophers, the really smart people of ancient Greece. And in Acts 17, he confronted their idolatry. They had statues there to Zeus and Hermes and Diana, and they had a statue to the unknown god just to cover their bases.
Have you ever been to Rio de Janeiro?
Let's talk about idols. The new Colossus, even.
Yellow swag for life?
Yeah.
Confronted their idolatry, and he quoted from Genesis. And he said, God made from one blood, one man, every nation of man to dwell on the earth. And then in verse 30, at the end of his message to them, he said, truly, these times of ignorance God overlooked, but now commands all men everywhere to repent, because he has appointed a day on which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he has ordained. He has given assurance of this to all by raising him from the dead. So
well, that doesn't just apply to Jesus, though, does it? Because according to the Bible, Yahweh rezzed a whole bunch of dudes. But, forget about that passage in Matthew with the zombie invasion. Lazarus, that was the power of Yahweh through Jesus that raised Lazarus, right? So maybe Acts was talking about him because it was through the power of God he was raised from the dead. Maybe y'all are following the wrong savior over at AiG.
And you already gave me your answer, I guess, kind of. But so does that mean God is going to judge the world via zombie apocalypse?
I mean, kinda.
Yeah, boy.
And every one of us will one day stand before our Creator as the judge of all the earth. And there won't be any ACLU lawyers there to get you out of that trial. All of your deeds, all of your thoughts, all of your words.
Sorry, did he just take a jab at the ACLU?
Uh-huh. But he's not racist, trust me.
Will be laid bare before the God who knows everything. And our only hope on that day of judgment is if we, in this life, have put our trust in the Lord Jesus Christ, that we have repented, which means we have turned from our sin. We've acknowledged our sin. We've acknowledged to God, I'm a sinner. I've violated your laws. My conscience tells me that I've done that by my words, by my actions, by my thoughts, and I deserve your judgment.
Get over yourself.
Terry's going to be in for a big surprise when he meets Shiva, and she does the thing and decides what his new place on the wheel will be in his next life.
I was like, I see Beamsy has acquired the Team 4-star. Hellsing abridged. Hell of a thing. Hell of a thing.
That's repentance. And then we put our faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, who died on the cross and rose again to prove that he had paid the penalty for our sins and that he can bring forgiveness and give us eternal life. And so this issue really does matter. It's not just a scientific question. What we believe about where we came from affects our view of morality, purpose and meaning of life, and our relationship with God. And so I hope that every one of you and those of you who...
Or maybe we can base our opinions on that, on what we want for the future.
Well, I mean, that's
reminiscing about the. Sorry, rich talk coming from a paleontologist, but quit reminiscing about the past and look to the future. You self-important twit.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic, and you can see that it's a little more obvious in some other people's sermons. Like Eric Hovind makes no bones about the fact that it's what about me? What about my future in heaven? Fuck all the rest of the earth. We have to believe this because it needs to be true for me, so I can go to heaven. Like, could you be more self-absorbed? You
At the same
absolute
time,
poltroon.
The quote unquote subtleness is just it's like a fake humility, you know, just an extra bit annoying.
Yeah, for sure. I just there's just so much with these folks.
Yeah.
You who are watching by live stream or maybe sometime after this is put on the web.
Future people.
You will think seriously about your own life and listen to your conscience. It's convicting you. It's telling you that you are guilty before the God who made you. And He loves you and He
fuck off, Terry.
Fuck off with your threats.
It's not even the threats. It's not even the guilt trip. Jesus died for you. You don't deserve to be saved, but Jesus died, so you owe Him. You should love Him. That fucking guilt trip. Beneath all of that is the fundamental assertion: you are wicked. You are horrible. You're wretched. You're disgusting before the sight of God. Now internalize that.
Yeah,
Be grateful for
get
what
out
you
of here
get,
with
you
your
wretch.
Textbook abuser bullshit.
It's absolutely fucking revolting. I mean, I've heard innumerable apologists put words to that when they say the quiet part out loud and reveal the truth underneath all of it, even beneath the cross and all that shit. It just... They say this is what sets Christianity apart. Every other religion teaches you to be a good person. Christianity says you're not capable of being a good person. That's why you need a savior. Fuck off, Terry.
Just talk like this is why just a shit ton of abusers are super, super hardcore Christians. Because they learned the great tactics from their pastors.
Oh, yeah. And the morality, too. Like, there are lots of religions that enable you to make amends, but most of them require you to get forgiveness from the person you wronged, and then you can make amends with the gods or the spirits or whatever. Christianity cuts around that. You don't need to say you're sorry to Aunt Marge after you murdered her cat for fun and profit. You only need God's forgiveness. Fuck her. God forgave you. It's like... It's almost as if the Lord of Evil and Deception wrote a book attempting to maximize the amount of evil and suffering in the world. And Terry's here pushing it.
Forgiveness of sins and eternal life. And so I encourage you to think carefully about these issues and explore them through the resources that are available at Answers in Genesis website and our bookstore of books and DVDs.
Buy my
of all
DVDs.
ages and levels of understanding. Thank you for your attention. Pray that you have a great day today. God bless you.
Buy my DVDs.
Just remember, YOLO swag for Jesus.
Yeah. We should put together DVDs.
Fucking worthless.
We had a lot of fun. We got to expose some nonsense.
Hey, I get to isolate the Chuck Tingle bit for a short or some shit, I guess.
Yeah.
That was a rabbit hole I really wish we didn't go down, but it was entirely my fault.
It was fucking great.
Yeah, that's definitely going. I don't know if you're going to do like a season end highlight clip or something, but that should definitely go in there.
I'll probably just have like a short, like 4 or 5 minute cut or something like that. But yeah, don't apologize, Beamsy. That was great. It had all of us just fucking roiling with laughter.
Yeah, that was good shit. So I mean, just for that, this stream was worth doing. But yeah, big thanks to everybody for hanging out with us for so long. We're approaching
we've hit
hour
a new
6
record.
here. Yeah, we're closing in on hour 6. Nearly that. Hopefully we'll actually get off the air before we hit that. But we appreciate you guys sticking around. Joining us partway through, totally understand. You outlasted half of our crew. Both Mark and Bree had to bail. This one
I can't
is
believe
an
we're still at
endurance run.
18 viewers. Holy crap!
Yeah, I people enjoy what you're putting down, Doc. That's why I keep plugging you wherever I can. So yeah, those of you still around or watching in the future, if you're not subscribed to Doc, go subscribe to Doc to get more content like this and a bunch of other cool science and paleontology and well, that's also a science, but I'm tired, so deal with it. But
Same to Ember. Check out Ember. Support Ember. I will put an @ in the description sometime soon.
at some point, and also
don't
Mark
know.
Reed and
I am
Bree,
dying right now.
who are our fallen comrades. But yeah, the whole group of us, we do various interesting things, and someday Beamsy may get around to producing more content. Who knows?
When I can get this camera that doesn't get cat attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need a
Hopefully
cat-proof
the
camera.
next one doesn't turn into a Lord of the Rings hyper extended edition like this one was.
We need Peter Jackson directing to keep us on task.
Yeah, well, the next one, when I start doing content again, it'll actually be building a model of HMS Perth from toothpicks.
Ooh. But why that ship in particular, out of curiosity?
The third one, it was badly damaged by some very ardent salvages from a certain red flag flying country, just rather recently.
Oh.
And I had a great uncle that was on that one when it went down.
Oh, fair.
So that country just happened to desecrate the war grave of one of my relatives.
Well, that's rude. Oh, shoot. Mark was going to debut his thingy, but he showed us the thingy before the stream started, so I can't even rewind the tape to find the thingy.
Oh, yeah, he has the file.
That was going to be our outro, alas.
Oh, well.
Perhaps another time. That's all right, though. It's been a really long stream. I think everybody won't mind not having a proper dynamic outro.
Oh, man, part of me wants to stretch it out 5 minutes, because 6 hours, man. 6 hours.
You do realize I'm here, and that 5 minutes could go a lot longer than that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. We could probably do another video. But no, let's try to keep our thingies discreet. We're already prone to going all over the damn place as it is.
What's 60 times 300, 350? We're already at 355 minutes. We can make it to 360. Hypothetically.
Don't get greedy.
Is it really greedy at this point? That's just over 1%.
Well, I've still got the Chuck Tingle on the other screen if you want me to read some of the more titles.
Yeah, let's do more Chuck Tingle titles.
My lesbian twice baked potato ski instructor eats my ass.
What?
My lesbian twice baked potato ski instructor eats my ass.
So he comes up with the most outrageous titles he can think of, and then writes a quick story to fit that. I guess.
No idea.
Yes, he makes.
We should interview this man and determine his methodology.
Chuck Tingle is a mysterious force of energy behind sunglasses and a pink mask. He is also an anonymous author of romance, horror, and fantasy. Chuck was born in his home of Truth, Utah, and now splits time between Billings, Montana, and Los Angeles, California. Chuck writes to prove love is real, because love is more important tool when resisting the endless cosmic void. Not everything people say about Chuck is true, but the important parts are.
Yeah, the man is an enigma. And
not pounded by Twitter check marks because I blocked every person who has one, despite Elon Mork standing outside my house in the middle of the night crying and begging me to join Twitter Blue.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wait, Donald Trump's ass is haunted by the handsome ghost of his incriminating tax returns.
I'm not sure if that's a horror story or like a Christmas tale or what.
Comic strip writer Scumps Adams haunted in the ass by the things he can. I'm literally reading this out. It is comic strip writer Scumps Adams haunted in the ass by the things he can't say. Now the free thought is illegal. Then realizing it is legal, he's just not smart or funny and is a bigot and nobody likes.
Oh, wait, I found his most sinister title.
That was just hard on the
Straight.
brain.
Straight. I mean, that's kind of scary.
Well, I think I just found the perfect one for your festive season there, Ember.
Oh, yeah?
Bisexually stuffed by an orgy of sentient Thanksgiving foods.
Ooh. It's both bisexual and food-based.
Oppressed in the butt by my inclusive holiday coffee cups.
Just what is wrong with this person?
Okay,
Former
you don't
Mormon,
get
it
to ask
seems.
that until you've read it.
I'm too afraid.
That's fair.
My non-binary
what
ass is saved by the sentient parking spot in the pounding zone, which you can park in after 6 unless otherwise marked.
Seems oddly specific, but I mean, we had a sentient firework display earlier, so why not?
It's just... Well, there are bisexual clouds that eat my ass.
Yeah.
Here, Beamsy. Here's something you can enjoy later. This is a wonderful British man reading. What is it? My T-Rex barber is a lesbian and eats me right. And with that, we've hit 6 hours. Have a great night, everybody.